At ayun, magandang umaga po mga kababayan. Narito tayo muli sa Cloudskwela. Kasama ko ngayon si Ange Cervoles. Hi Ange.
Hi! Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat at maraming salamat po sa pagdalo sa Cloudskwela Part 2.
Yeah, so ako po si Pio Balistoy. So narito kami para sa Cloudskwela. Isa itong well, conference sa taga sa sarili nating lingwahe sa Tagalog, handog sa inyo ng mga Pinoy MVP around the world at ng mga local community groups sa Pinas gaya ng Azure User Group Manila, ng Mond PH, ng BizApps PH, Philippine Data Platform Forum, and ng mga communities around the world like Azure User Group Sweden, kasama ng Microsoft. So, isa itong kada Sabado ngayong buwan ng Agosto, bilang pagdiriwang ng buwan ng wika, pag-uusapan natin yung mga teknolohiya sa Azure. So last week, pinag-usapan natin yung Microsoft 365 tsaka ano ba yan? Power Platform. So today, ngayong Sabado, anong pag-uusapan natin, Ange?
Yung pag-uusapan natin ay tungkol sa application development and architecture. Yung mga speaker ngayon ay at around 10 a.m. Medyo merong switch lang ng konti. Mag-uuna muna si Brian Garcia, and then after Brian, at 11 a.m., next speaker is Marilag Di Matulog. And then after that, magbe-break po tayo ng 1 hour. Tapos sa hapon naman, meron tayong discussion. Speaker natin ay si Michael Jampenya about the topic. And then next is Ian Christopher De Torres. And then after that, we will have Jonah Anderson.
Yeah, pero bago tayo magsimula, iniingi lang namin, medyo magsiswitch lang tayo ng konti kasi merong nakakalungkot na balita sa community. Nung nakaraang linggo, pumanaw si Jessica Militar. Isa siyang Microsoft MVP for business apps. So after fighting with cancer, she passed away last week. So as part of the community, nakikiramay kami sa kanya, sa pamilya niya. At saka nung nalaman ng MVP community kasi na merong nagka-cancer si Jessica, tinulungan din namin, nagtulong-tulong din yung community para sa paglaban niya sa cancer. Nagkaroon ng fund drive para sa para sa medical bills niya. Although yun nga, last week namahinga na si Jessica. So nakikiramay po kami sa nakikiramay kami sa pamilya niya, at yun, magre-request lang kami ng a moment of silence for everyone before we continue. Okay. So yun. Alright. So bago tayo magpatuloy, so alas 10 ngayon, ang unang session natin is with Brian Garcia. Pero bago yun, i-share lang namin yung mga nanalo last week para sa kaalaman ng lahat. So kada session, meron tayong raffle ng mga vouchers. Ano ba yung pinamimigay natin, Ange?
Yung pinamimigay ngayon is Lazada voucher, Shopee
Yun.
voucher, Grab, and ngayon magpapamigay, magpapamigay ng isang libro.
Yun.
Yung libro ngayon ay this one, Developing Solutions for Microsoft Azure Exam Reference for AZ204.
Yun.
So,
So,
yun po yung pamamigay po namin.
yeah. So, paano sila makakasali dyan?
So, to parang sumali, scan lang po yung ang QR code na to and then magsa-survey po kayong fill in the survey. Pagkatapos nun, magra-raffle kami gamit yung power apps. Kukunin namin yung mga pangalan. Tapos i-run through namin sa using power apps. Tapos magpa-party-party tayo after. Kung sino yung nanalo.
Yun. So,
Yun.
yeah, yun. So, hindi na namin papatagalin. Magsisimula na tayo sa ating first session. Ang unang session natin ngayong araw ay tungkol sa
Minimal APIs with .NET Azure and App Service by Brian Anthony Garcia.
yun. Nasalo ko ni Ange. Hinahanap ko pa. Yun. So,
Brian's
na,
nasa iyo na yung sahig. The floor is yours.
Magandang umaga. Hello.
yeah, magandang umaga,
Magandang
Brian.
umaga.
Mhm. Alright. So, magsisimula na ako. Alright, so magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Hopefully, at least some of you guys ay gising na. Actually, ako kagigising ko lang din and makikita nyo naman sa itsura ko ngayon na kagigising ko lang. So, apart from that, sabihin ko na lang din ngayon na maraming chickens around our area. So, marami kayong maririnig na tilaok ng manok. So, pagpasensya niya na. But yeah, again, I'm Brian Anthony Garcia. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Developer Technologies, and ngayong umaga, I'll talk about something new with ASP.NET Core and .NET in general. But on top of that, I'll show you how easy it is to set up or deploy a web application or a web API into an Azure app service. And apart from that, to also set up authentication with Azure app service. So I just want to say, naumpisa pa lang, I'll be focusing on talking about .NET 6. So I just feel like this is a good idea to discuss this today because ano naman tayo, since app dev and architecture naman ang portion na to or ang yugto na to ng Cloudskwela. So without further ado, let's talk about .NET. So if wala pang idea yung iba sa kung ano ang .NET. So .NET is a free open source cloud platform where you can use it to develop many types of applications. So I've been using it for a very long time. And since I was actually in college, so a lot of things have changed, and it just continues to improve. So tulad nga na nasabi ko kanina, .NET is a cross-platform, and it is a platform that you can build or where you can build anything. So you can build applications for many operating systems and devices. So with .NET 6, you can use multiple languages. You can use C Sharp, you can use F Sharp, and etc. You have many editors you can choose from, libraries that you can use to develop cloud applications, desktop, mobile, web, gaming, IoT, and AI. So it also provides you tools for productivity. Allows you to build feature-rich applications for any devices, and provides you great performance. So I'm not really gonna talk about the high-level comparison ng .NET 5 and .NET 6. Marami nun sa YouTube, marami nun ngayon sa Channel 9, especially they've been announcing this a couple of times na. But this is something that I really want to talk about. I feel like this will be very impactful for you guys na developers kasi nakikita ko na ito yung mga gagamitin natin talaga sa mga projects natin. But there are still some of them, most of new changes specifically with C sharp and C sharp na mga medyo specific sila sa mga usage like for record types, lambdas. So I don't think that they will be used that much. So I will also only talk about the ones that I feel like will be very impactful. So ano lang, summarize lang natin yung .NET 6. So marami siyang new features. Of course, it's not just for C Sharp 10, but they do have C Sharp 10 allows you to write less code. There's this .NET MAUI, which is pretty interesting, or multi-platform app UI. This is basically the evolution of Xamarin. So if you're a Xamarin developer and you don't feel how Xamarin is structured right now, so you're in for a treat sa new sa new setup nila kay .NET MAUI. So check that out. And then meron din tayong Blazor desktop web apps. So this now allows you to write your migrate your or port your web applications written in Blazor into a desktop app. Not only that, you can also migrate them into a mobile or iOS or Android. So pretty cool stuff actually. And then lastly is the minimal APIs. So minimal APIs is one of the biggest changes as well in .NET 6. So this allows you to set up your API with just a few lines of code. Later on, of course, ito yung pag-uusapan natin. And yep, bakit nga ba natin pag-uusapan yun? Kasi there's always been this challenge. So, palagi ko ito naririnig sa mga kilala kong mga Angular devs, Go developers, Python devs, etc. Na they really prefer yung ginagamit nila ngayon kasi it's very simple to use. Madaling gamitin, hindi complex, and maraming pwedeng paggamitan. And I realized din naman, well, si .NET din naman maraming pwedeng paggamitan. Pero hindi ko ma-defend yung pagiging complex niya. At the same time, of course, they really make things complicated than it has to be. So, looking at the .NET templates right here at the right side, parang nakakalula for newcomers na to play with it because there's just too much, there are just too many files to get started with. And not only that, it is very confusing kung saan nagsisimula. So there might be startup, but in reality, program tayo nag-start. And there are just too many folders, We have the controllers, models, properties. So I'm not really sure where to get started. And if you look at the left side, there are three of them for Go, for Python, and for Node. They look pretty straightforward. So I do understand what they meant by that. It's very easy to get started with the other frameworks or the for the others, but for us .NET developers, parang uh, you know, nakakalula talaga. So nagkaroon sila ng idea. So they took this as a challenge and they accepted it and they started making this framework called Feather HTTP. Sobrang simple. So lightweight, one file nandun na lahat, endpoints, etc. No more controllers, no more folders as well. So malinis, madaling maiintindihan ng mga beginners and madaling magagamit ng mga or mapagsisimulan ng mga existing .NET developers. So if you look at it, there's just a bunch of usings at the top. Ini-initialize yung or nagki-create ng app dito, ng web app dito, support na to. And then you can now set up the endpoints. So like for this one, we're setting up an endpoint for the base of the end of well, it's the base, And then we're just returning the message hello world. And then need lang nating i-run yung web app. And then that's it. Can now access this you can now access the base, and it will return the hello world text or string. So that is a Feather HTTP. And that is where it started, and that's what they're using now. So .NET 6 minimal API ay ang sagot ng Microsoft sa challenges na yon. Microsoft has successfully reduced the complexity for newcomers. Sobrang linis na. A few lines of code, may API ka na. You can still add services and middlewares, but in a much simpler way. Mas madali ka nang makakagawa ng mga ng mas madali na makakagawa ang mga devs ng mga API nila if they need to make something quickly, and it's very easy on the eyes. Uh, na may may isang file ka lang, nandun na lahat, unless you kind of like hate putting everything in one file. So I guess it depends on the developer, but mainly, yeah, you can develop a web API in just one file with .NET 6. So yeah, I'll be doing a minimal API demo, but along with some of the new .NET features. So let's try them out. Okay, let me just drag it. Yeah, so here's the preview for .NET 6. So if you're curious about what the other things that are new, so this is a final preview, by the way. So wala nang susunod dito. The next ones are gonna be the release candidates na lang. So there will be minimal changes na lang. But you can see here the latest changes on the .NET 6. There, of course, is 6 more previews that happened previously, but this is the last one. So you can just read along. You can go to, or you can just search for .NET 6 preview, and you will get these links on Google or Bing. Anyway, so you can get started now with Visual Studio 2022. So ito yung gagamitin natin ngayon to create our minimal API. So kung may .NET 6 naman tayo, pwede naman natin siyang gawin uh, sa Visual Studio 2019, pero we can get the newest templates sa 2022, which is where we're gonna get started. So create lang tayo ng new project. And you can see here that I have created these project templates recently. Of course, I was testing. But you can see here that you have this .NET MAUI Blazor app. So MAUI is now existing on 2022 of Visual Studio. You search for MAUI. Oh, MAUI. So you can now or you can now use a .NET or you can now create a MAUI app template or a Blazor app template. But we're gonna start with the ASP.NET Core empty template. So the empty template provides us the minimal API that we want. Now, if I go search for ASP.NET, like for this one, ASP.NET Core, you can see that there's the ASP.NET Core web app and there's empty. So the web app still has that previous setup, the structure, how it's organized. So we don't want to get started with that. We want to get started with the empty one. Let's name it Minimal API Demo. And it will require us to, select a framework. If you want to go with .NET 6, of course, we have to because this is a .NET 6 demo. So stay tayo with .NET 6. But you can use the previous one and then press create. Oh, okay. It's just opening, I believe. There we go. So, first things first, makikita nyo na yung file niya, yung file structure niya, na medyo mas konti na lang, di ba? Hindi na siya ganun karami. Let me zoom it in actually. If I can open that. Where is it? There we go. Yep. So, yeah, as you can see, konti na lang siya. Hindi na ganun karami yung files niya. We have the properties for the launch settings.json. We have the dependencies, of course, the connected services, the app settings.json, where we set up our configuration for our application, and the program itself. So if I can get out of this again, how do I get out? There we go. There we go. And I'll open up the program.cs file, and this is what we have. So few lines of code, and we already have the minimal API with a base endpoint of that returns hello world. So again, this is just an API. This is not a web application where you can see front end display with whatever you want. This one only returns data. So first things first, you can see na it's almost the same as the previous Feather HTTP that I've shown you earlier. It's because again that was the beginning of the development of this new minimal API in ASP.NET Core. Dito pa rin yung create builder, as you can see at the top. And then we're basically creating the builder here, and then we're building the app. So between these two, this is where we will add the services like we usually do, the middlewares, etc. So kung gusto niyo mag-add ng services, so ganito lang siya ulit. Maybe you can add signal R if you want, or maybe kailangan niyo mag-add ng dependency injection, singleton, may scope. So kayo nang bahala. So yeah, so that is how it's set up. So pwede na natin gamitin yung app right after that. So the app, familiar na kayo, you can use authentication, authorization, course if you want dito sa app na ito. So almost the same lang siya ng previous one actually. You can still use those middlewares, the services, pero nasa one file na lang siya, and you don't have to worry about the other things. One thing din pala na baka mapansin nyo, sana mapansin nyo, ay naka-top level statements na siya. Meaning, wala na tayong nakikitang hindi na siya naka-enclose sa class, hindi na siya naka-enclose sa methods, wala na yung mga namespaces, wala rin yung mga usings actually, but we'll talk about the usings later. But basically, with the help of this feature that actually came from C# 10 or C# 9 rather, they made this call this again, this template as a top level statement. So with the top level statement, it means that the compiler generates the namespace, the classes, the method elements for your program. So wala ka nang kailangang problemahan. If you remember sa program.cs, there is a main method here, but basically you're now just gonna put whatever it is na kailangan sa loob ng main method. If you remember din, sa main method na yun, we are calling the startup. Pero ngayon wala na ring startup. Diretso na tayo sa program.cs. So yeah, now, if I try to run this, whenever I visit this, the base of my application or my web app, makikita ko palagi yung value na, or makikita ko yung data na hello world string. So let's just wait for it to run. So it's running actually. Uh-huh. Just need to, open up the local host. This one. There we go. We're now getting hello world. So we can actually create more endpoints. Like for example, this is one is uh let's say this one is hi. This one will return hi world. Let's create another one that returns a person. But this time, magre-return tayo ngayon ng anonymous type. So anonymous type basically allows you to type any property within it. Hindi mo kailangan sumunod ng kahit anong method or models na merong kanya-kanyang mga properties. Dito kahit anong property ilagay mo. So I don't have anything. I just I'm just typing the the properties that I want to be displayed: age, gender, male. Yeah. So this is something that you can do now with minimal APIs. Actually, you can do this even before creating autonomous types, but this is something that you can do as a whole. So if I run this, this would still work. Yep. This still hello world. Still hello world. This is now so it's creating a new and this hi world, and this is gonna return a person JSON string. So you can now consume this in your application if you need these data. You can always return this. But definitely is something that you might not use. This is not something that I would say maybe a real world API that you'd use in the future. So, oh, sorry. Um, so let's create our new API then. So let's remove these. Well, or maybe we can keep them. So what I want to do now is to create a web API uh, that returns or that uses the Pokemon, the Pokédex. It has all of the Pokemons inside of it, um, and then you can just use our endpoints to get a specific Pokemon details, all of the Pokemons, and search for Pokemons based on their name. So that's something that I think we can do here on in our demo. So what I want to do is, since I already have the data for all the Pokemons, I believe that these are all the Pokemons at the moment. So dadagdagan sila, alam naman natin yun, di ba? I think right now there are 800 of them. So I'm gonna add a new JSON file. So let's add a new JSON file so we can get started with what we want to do. JSON file. Let's name it Pokemon. Sorry, let me just drag this here. Yep. All right, so we've now created the Pokemon.json. Ngayon, gusto nating ilagay yung data ng Pokemon. So we can get started. Yeah. So now we have this. Yeah, that's fine. So as you can see, there are 800. This is the ID 809. So I'm not sure if that is the latest one. But we start off with, of course, the ones that we know, si Bulbasaur, si Ivysaur, and then si Charmander, etc. So this is what we're gonna use for our API. So we want to return these data pagka naghanap or pagka in-access nila yung mga endpoints natin for Pokemon. So first of all, we need to create a new file for our model. So let's name it Pokemon class, and we'll just paste in our this what you call this these models. So we have 1, 2, 3 models. So Pokemon model, which has all of the the data within it, the base, and then the name. So there's a couple ways to display the name. You can display it in English, which what we're gonna do. Pero meron in Japanese, Chinese, and French. So first of all, what we need here is to add the newtonsoft.json. So add muna natin yon. So there we go. And with this, it will help us to to deal with JSON. So nag-download lang siguro siya, installing the newtonsoft.json. But ideally now we have these models that we can use to parse our data. Na-add na ba siya? Natin. There we go. Yan, add na siya. So, one thing na pansin niyo siguro kanina or maybe not, pero ngayon wala kasi siyang namespace. Now, what we can do is to add a namespace as usual, namespace model, and then enclose them inside a namespace. This is how it traditionally works, di ba? Naka-enclose sila sa loob ng namespace. Right now, it's named model. Pero what we can do is that if we want to enclose this or to say that everything that within the file is within the model namespace, instead of enclosing them, and baka maguluhan ka rin sa mga curly braces minsan eh. If it doesn't respond, or just wait for this. Not sure what's happening. But we can remove these curly braces and instead, just wait for it. It's happening. It's not good. But anyway, what I was talking about was for the namespace, you can now add a semicolon at the end of it instead of adding a whole curly brace. So you can basically say that the whole file will be scoped for that namespace. So it's it's a new thing on .NET 6. So this is not good. Let me just close this and we just reopen it, I guess. That's funny. So I'm just gonna reopen it for now. I'm sorry about that. Opening. So it's just opening right now. Give me a second. So basically, that was what I was talking about with the file namespace. The next ones that we're going to talk about, well, I haven't talked about the implicit usings, but let's talk about it now. So The next one is the implicit usings. By the way, if you haven't noticed, or earlier na mention ko naman kanina na na ngayon wala na kayong nakikitang mga 'di ba, naka-include siya ng main method ng class kasi nga naka-top level statement siya. Pero how can we explain naman yung mga usings niya? So, with the .NET 6 changes, implicitly dinedeclare na nila yung mga usings. Meaning there are actually usings that are namespaces, references that are added, pero implicitly na sila na naka-add sa project mo. So there are those default usings for the ASP.NET Web API na naka-add dito ngayon, pero hindi lang natin nakikita. And the thing about that is that is working now on this .NET 6 setup, but if we change this to .NET 5, it would actually not work anymore. So, ngayon kasi hindi pa ata nila recognize, kaya hindi pa change yung nila, yung color nila. Let's try to close this and open it again. Yep, the colors are not changing kasi hindi pa ata recognized. But anyway, basically what I'm saying is that on the .NET 5, this will not work. We have to add the usings at the top. If we like right now, we're now getting errors. We can always add the usings if you want to, but right now it doesn't have it. So if we go back to .NET 6, mawawala yung mga errors kasi naka-on yung implicit usings na. Meaning, ina-add na nila kusa yung mga missing na usings or yung mga default usings natin. So, ngayon daw dito yung toggle sa target framework, but that is not ideal. So, they will be adding this implicit usings, and you can enable it or disable it if you want. So, if you're enabling it, of course, mangyayari kung ano nangyayari yan, this is the default value. But if we disable it, mangyayari yung kaninang error kasi wala nga yung mga added na usings. So, yep, bumalik na yung okay na. So, balik na tayo sa usapan kanina. So, we've created this model now. So, we created a model na naka-enclose kanina sa curly braces, but now we'll remove it and instead add a semicolon at the end of it. So, hindi pa rin ba na-add si Newtonsoft? Let's just add Newtonsoft manually na nga lang. So, adding Newtonsoft, allows us to deal with the JSON properly. So, yep, iyak na bata sa labas. You might hear it, but hopefully not. Oh, there we go. Now we have it. So, yep, now we have the model, and we have to add our service for the Pokemon service, which will basically read the service itself. So Pokemon service. It will read the JSON, and it will have the not sure what's happening. It always happens now. But I'm basically just pasting the code, but continuously doing this. I hate it. Anyway, hintayin na lang natin, I guess. So this just means na luma na yung laptop ko talaga, hindi ko na kinakaya yung mga gantong demo. It's weird kasi ngayon lang nangyari to. Ayaw talaga nila pagka nagde-demo ka eh. So, well, ideally this would work, but at the moment hindi siya gumagana. So let's just talk about the next demo that I'll be showing. So while we're waiting for this to work, so this is how would it look like? Basically, if you add a few more lines of code, if you add a few more middlewares and services. So this is specifically using a connection or a database now. So if you're thinking, ano nga ba maging itsura niya pagka nag-add ka na ng database, nagkaroon na ng mga and ng few middlewares, ganito yung magiging itsura niya. So personally, I do not like having these all in just one place. I would prefer it to be separated personally, but I guess it depends. So I still enjoy how this looks like. Pero I guess for the others, like dito tinatawag directly yung mga query, I feel like mas maganda ako naka-separate sila ng service. But that's all. But I still like that we have these on all of the endpoints on one place. So yeah, this is a to-do demo. So what we can do here is basically create or see all of the list, or rather of the items in the to-do list, and create or insert items into that to-do list. So this is how it looks like. So just 100 lines of code, 100 plus lines of code, we are able to set up a to-do list demo. So it's still not working. It's really not good. Yep. So let's just try to run this for now. Start this. So this basically has Swagger set up as well within it. We have the map Swagger and the Swagger UI, and creating a Swagger generator here. It's just loading. Hintayin lang natin siya mag-build. So ayan, nag-start na siya. Wait na lang natin mag-launch. So with this, we're now able to set up something that is maybe a real world application where you can use localhost. Still loading. Probably wait for this to finish. It's just taking its time, probably. So anyway, while we're waiting, we can probably go back to the previous demo. Sana hindi na siya magkaroon ng issue. I'm not sure what's happening right now. But this is something that is only happening when I do demos. So this time, again, I've created this Pokemon service, and what this has is a Pokemon service itself. We're just retrieving the JSON or the JSON file or the JSON content and storing it into the Pokemon's uh, object uh, na ginagamit yung Pokemon models as a list. So i-store natin lahat sa sa list na yan. And we have here the get Pokemon to get a single Pokemon using the ID. We have the get all Pokemon that returns all Pokemons, and then meron tayo nung by name. So one thing na nakita nyo dito, of course, I haven't added any namespace or any usings yet. But I feel like, if I'm gonna use usings in a couple of pages, bakit hindi ko na lang ilagay sa isang page or sa isang file? And dati hindi siya possible, ngayon possible na. So it's called the global usings. So you can create a file, and let's name it for this time, let's name it imports. And what we can do is, instead of adding all of the namespace on each of the file, we can say global using Newtonsoft JSON. Now, what will happen is that if I go to Pokemon service, it now knows that there is will now know that there will be a JSON convert. So I think once maano niya na to, ma-detect niya na. Or maybe I'm using it incorrectly. This is correct. What's missing? Anyway, I feel like this project has been kind of like ruined. So instead, I'm just gonna open up the previous one that I created, which already has all of this. It's pretty weird. I'm not sure what's really happening with this demo right now. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show all of the things to you now by adding it one by one. Unfortunately, uh, gonna close this. Anyway, we now have this up and running. So feel like we can try access this one. So yeah, it returns a hello world now. So yep, hello world. So as you may notice here, I can also add annotations on before the lambda, meaning I can actually add the from body annotations, the from service annotations, whatever annotations we have, and also we can call in the dependency injections. So this is a constructor on the constructor of this, this lambda expression here. We're calling the SQLite, and that we're calling it a couple times here. And for example, if we are passing in an ID or a value coming from our endpoint, or coming from the endpoint, we can use it by adding a new variable here inside. So right here may ID, then gagamitin natin yung ID dito ngayon, i-store natin sa ent ID, and then we can use it. So that's how it's gonna work. So ayan, nag-work na siya. Then we can retrieve all the to-dos. So ayan, meron na akong mga nare-retrieve na to-dos, and I can actually add one more if I want to. So it's probably post title do demos is complete false. Tapos yung demo. So this is different. This is the demo itself. Localhost 501. So yeah, it was added. So if I refresh this, ayan, meron na siya, do demos. So ganun siya kasimple. Ganito lang nakagawa tayo ng isang buong web app. So what we want to do now is to deploy this into an app service. So ano nga ba si app service? So si app service, guys, is it's a platform as a service offering ni Microsoft or ni Azure. It allows you to easily build and host web applications in a couple of minutes. Actually, in 5 to 10 minutes, we're able to move something from local to production. So you can use any language of your choice. Kung gusto mo mag.NET, gusto mo mag-JavaScript, or C# rather pala kanina, PHP, or just plain HTML. Pwedeng-pwede. And it allows you to to scale as well to an enterprise grade compute power or kahit pinakamababang power na kailangan mo. Kayang-kayang gawin ni app service yan. So paano gumagana si app service? It has this app service plan. Si app service plan yung gumagana ng parang virtual machine or computer mo. And inside that computer, marami kang pwedeng app service or marami kang pwedeng websites na naka-store sa'yo. So, basically, si app service plan, yung kailangan mong bayaran, si app service, nakatira lang sa loob ng app service plan. So, pwedeng kahit maraming app service plan inside or app service sa loob ng app service plan, but you'll have to pay for the app service plan for the corresponding CPU, RAM, storage, specifications na pipiliin mo. So, ayun din yung mag-i-scale. So, yep, we can create an app service right now, but I'm thinking of doing that on Visual Studio instead. So here's Visual Studio. So what we want to do now is to deploy this through Visual Studio 2022. This is a project. This is all I need. So we have the to-dos DB as well here. So what I can do is to right-click and publish. This is not something that I would recommend for the others because this is something that baka maka-anuhan ng mga tao gisnan ng mga tao. Pero this is kind of like the easiest way to deploy at the moment. So what I want to do now is to create a new one. But meron ako mga iba-iba. Meron ako nito, ng mga app service. But I want to create a new one. So let's create a new one. Let's say to do Cloudskwela. Here we go. And I have already my subscription. I have my resource group. Store ko na lang dyan. And I already have a app service plan. So kung meron na akong app service plan, I can use that. Or maybe I can create a new one. Pero para mas makatipid tayo, lagay natin lahat ng demo natin sa loob ng isang app service plan. So create na natin siya. So yeah. So while it's creating, let's go back to my slides. We're running out of time. So later on, we're actually going to open the portal, Azure portal. But this is more of like enabling something na para lang makapag-add tayo ng authentication into our website. So this basically means that makakagamit tayo ng built-in authentication na tinatawag nila na easy auth. So it allows you to add authentication without typing in any extra codes into your application. If you want authorization, doon mo kakailanganing mag-access ng codes. Pero di natin gagawin yun sa demo ngayon. So may different ways then to log in. You can use Azure AD, Facebook, Google, or Twitter. So it's basically adding a whole authentication on the whole app. So this is like something that you would need to understand. The authentication happens for the whole app, for each page. But of course, once you log in naman, authenticated ka na sa ibang pages. But all I'm saying is that you will, if you're gonna access it for the first time without you logging in yet, require kang i-require niya ang authentication sa buong website mo. So again, it supports these identities. We have these links, right, or these endpoints for each of them. For you to log in, of course, if you have a front end or rather a website that needs to be accessed by your users, you can redirect them to these endpoints. Pero if you're just an API, maybe you can create something to generate tokens, and then you can pass the tokens to uh, that's something that you will have to do by code. So that is quite different from what we're gonna do. So this is authentication flow. Obviously, you need to sign in first, and then you will get a callback. Then makukuha ngayon yung token if successful. Then mag-establish ka ng connection, and you store the cookie na galing sa response. Then i-store yun ng browser mo para understood niya na okay, he's already logged in. You don't need to log in anymore. It will not ask you to log in anymore, and you can access the whole thing. Now, this is something that you will have to use if you want authorization, authorization, not just authentication. You'll have to check the token if it has claims that we need from the user. So at the moment, we're not gonna do this. We're just gonna do a simple enabling of authentication. So I will also include it in my demo. So now the to do Cloudskwela app service has been created. So let's just press next. And it will ask us to do an API management. Let's skip that. And then let's just, continue and create a publishing profile. And with this, we now have this publishing profile, and I can just click publish and just press continue for this one. Seems like they do not support the 6.0 runtime, only the preview of it. So this will take probably a while, but while waiting, let's just go to our portal Azure now. So this is the portal. So we only have a few more minutes to talk about this. Yep, it's still deploying. So this is the portal. And what we have on the portal is basically, where you can manage all of your Azure app services and all of the other services in offering Azure. Actually created the demo. So this is a kind of like our backup pagka nag-fail na naman tong dinedemo natin. But right now, we're creating a new one. The resource name is to do Cloudskwela. Different siya dito sa ginawa ko yesterday, but this is something that we can access. So ito yung service plan na sinasabi ko sa inyo. So service plan has multiple app services inside of it. Pero ito lang yung binabayaran nyo talaga. So para kayo nag-rent ng condo, then merong 4 at the moment na nakatira. Yun yung basically explanation nun. So nag-start na yung publishing. Not sure kung gaano siya katagal, pero let's probably use the previous one, or maybe not. Maybe you can wait. So yes, ayan na, nag-add na siya ng mga directories. SQLite. So what we're expecting is that it's gonna look like this. On the app service editor. So this app service editor is a way for us to look at to edit whatever it is inside of our website. So tayo lang natin siya. So para lang makita natin yung structure ng i-upload natin na website. So it's loading. There we go. So this is how it looks like, Hindi nyo makikita dito yung mismong program kasi it's already compiled and it's already, this is for release already. You can only see DLLs and all of the other files. And then you have the todos.db, which is our database. So, yeah, succeeded na siya. So we can access this link. And ideally, this will return hello world. Yep. Yeah, hello world. So now if we check the to-dos, we're not getting anything. Meaning, wala pa kasing nakalagay sa loob. So, for this time, has just created that the to-do database, or created the to-do database. We had that on our code na gagawa siya ng new table if hindi siya nag-exist on that version. So now we can send and post this title do demos with is complete. Oh, it's not allowed. Post to do Cloudskwela. That's weird. You have a post here, I believe. To do Cloudskwela. Oh, yeah. That's because we forgot the to-dos at the end. Here we go. We have now created it, and if you try to get the values inside of it, yeah, we're getting it now. And at the same time, if we go here and type to-dos, and nakukuha na natin. Ngayon, meron na tayong API. Minimally created API, though I didn't code it in front of you, but we already have that for our demo. Para lang mapabilis tayo. Pero all I'm saying is that we were able to do that in a couple of, we can do that in a couple of, maybe within an hour. Anyway, now we have that to-do app. So let's just look for it here. So the to-do Cloudskwela. So let's now set up a built-in authentication. So let's go to authentication. This is where you need to go, and you need to add an identity provider to start off with the easy auth. So you need to select the app registration. Right now, let's just select let's create a new one for this specific app, the To Do Skwela. And this is important. You need to select if you're only allowing users coming from this tenant. So I already have users that are added on this tenant. I might show it to you later, but this might take a while. Maybe we can have multi-tenant coming from multiple tenants. And then we can probably have multi-tenants plus personal Microsoft accounts, the live accounts, etc. So you can add them as well. So let's stick with the cloud tenant or current tenant for now. Also, you can require authentication or not. For now, let's just require it. For this one, this is ideally, we're going to use the recommended for APIs, which is the 401. But let's go with the 402 for now. Kasi para redirect tayo sa, i-redirect nila tayo sa login ng Microsoft, which will require us to log in, type our username and password just for the demo. Now next, and let's just add this as our permissions, one of our permissions. So press add. So what will happen, it will now create an identity provider for me. So now if I try to access this, it will now require me to log in first. So, am I right? It's already here. It's enabled. Maybe I just need to open it up. All right, there we go. So it's now asking me to log in. It's now forwarded me or redirected me to a login, meaning I need to log in now in order for me to access that. Oh, sorry, not this one. Try that again. Let's see if it's gonna ask us to log in again. There we go. So it's automatically requiring us to log in, and we need to set the permissions and accept. And this time I'm already recognized as someone who can access the to-do list. So yep, it's just trying to do something. There we go. So now I can access it, access the to-do list. There we go. So this is a simple way to set up authentication. But this, I would not recommend this if you're trying to set up something na kailangang merong front facing sa mga customers mo, then they can just log in. Unfortunately, you can do that here. I think apart from that, you can always edit whatever you need here. If you go to this to do Cloudskwela app, you can see that you can set up more ways to how you can expose the APIs, the certificates, etc. And if you want to add more provider, you can definitely add more here. So if you want to add Facebook, but it will require us to add an app ID and app secret. But yeah, I think that's the demo for now. I can demo a few more, but we don't have that much time. I think I think we've extended actually. So yeah, I think that's all for now. Maybe we can talk about the other, other features. Unfortunately, the demo wasn't really perfect for the Pokemon API. That was very unfortunate. Anyway, so these are just the links that maybe you can check out in order for you to kind of like get an idea on what are the new things on the .NET preview, on .NET 6 preview. If you want to get started with app service, you can visit this link right here. If you want to create an Azure account, which is free, by the way, you can go to this link. And if you want to try Visual Studio 2022, you can also visit this link. So I guess that's all for now. Thank you so much for listening. I don't want to extend the talk. Unfortunately, again, one of the demos didn't work as expected, which is the main one. But yeah, hopefully you learned something, and maraming salamat sa pakikinig.
Thank you so much, Brian. Okay lang yan. Meaning, pag
That's unfortunate.
nasira yun, medyo live daw kasi yun.
Oo nga eh.
Okay lang yan.
Talagang nag-not respond, hindi pa nag-respond si Visual Studio kung kailan ako nagde-demo.
Na ano lang siya, na traffic sa EDSA. Traffic.
Ayun.
Okay.
Pero balikan muna natin yung may mga tanong tayo sa chat eh. Balikan muna natin para. First one from Jessie Patricio. Nakakalito ang dami ng .NET. Ito ba ay .NET Core or .NET lang?
Well, this is .NET lang. So .NET Core is quite different from .NET. It's pretty, I would say, masyadong marami ng ginagamit na term si Microsoft ngayon sa mga dito sa .NET. So we also have .NET Standard, we also have .NET Core, and we have .NET. So .NET 6 is kind of like a general term, and it's a successor of the .NET 5. .NET Core is quite different. It's not, it was mainly used for web, I believe. So even I am confused actually. But this is the latest one. This is gonna be the .NET 6. Ahead na siya dun sa mga .NET Core. Well, basically siya talaga yung successor ng lahat.
Essentially siya yung next framework for that .NET.
Yes, that is the next framework. So those are basically the previous versions, the .NET framework, .NET Core, .NET Standard. Yeah, from what I understood, yeah, that's how it would work.
Next question.
Next question.
Need pa ba i-install? Yep. So need pa bang i-reinstall ang Visual Studio 2022 para sa Maui? Hindi ko kasi makita yung template na yan. Currently VS 2022 Preview 2.1. Yes, you need to. There is actually this latest one, which is Preview 3 for Visual Studio 2022. So nandun na yung mga templates ni Maui. I was actually, had this problem then before. I was trying to look for this specific template, pero hindi ko talaga makita eh. Apparently, it is, you need to reinstall it. You need to have that updated Visual Studio 2022, which again, at least preview 3, then doon makikita mo na yung mga MAUI templates. But if you don't see it, and if you really have some issues on your computer, maybe you can create templates through .NET new MAUI, and that will create a template of an empty MAUI template.
Oh, okay. Ay, siguro nasagot naman yung tanong. Yung next na tanong is actually galing sa akin. Ah, I noticed nung pinapakita mo yung mga using, no? Yun yung bagong feature ng .NET 6,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. May effect ba siya sa loading time? Kasi kung galing ka sa old programming language, for example, from C, C++, the reason why you do using is so that yung mga module lang na kailangan mo yung ilo-load mo sa program
Right.
para para lighter. Now that you're not doing that, may effect ba sa loading time? Mas malaki ba yung ng program?
Well, actually, na-mention din yan nung isa sa mga napanood ko. So these are the metrics. Well, I do not remember the specific metrics, but it doesn't change actually. It didn't change the loading time that much. In fact, none at all, I believe. Kasi ang nangyayari dito ay if you have all of these usings on one file, and you can declare it globally on each file, they only use or they only add the usings on each of the file na kakailanganin yun. So let's say i-add mo yung usings ng Newtonsoft sa global. Now it will only add that using on compile time sa mga nangangailangan ng usings na Newtonsoft. So it's not really gonna affect the loading time. So yun siya, ganun siya. So it will only add the usings on the ones that that needs those usings.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a great development sa .NET kasi ever since yun yung mo sa programming, di ba? Parang yun yung drawback pag naglagay ka na masyadong maraming using, and now you can put all, so hindi mo na kailangang alalahanin.
The funny thing about that is, you can actually, before, on some of my projects before, nakikita ko na kinaka-copy paste lang nila lahat ng usings ng sa iba't ibang, like for example, gagawa sila ng panibagong model, copy na lahat ng usings, paste na lang nila sa next one. But now you can have it in one single file.
That's good.
Charge. Okay.
Next question.
Oh, yeah.
Ano po ba ang bentaha at disbentaha ng paggamit ng app service kumpara sa paglagay ng virtual machine? IaaS versus PaaS.
IaaS versus PaaS nga. So,
yeah.
Yun, ano tawag dito? Actually, hindi ko agad naintindihan yung disadvantaha ba yun? Buti na lang yung context is madaling intindihin. So, salamat sa question na yun. Salamat sa question. So, ang main difference niya depende rin sa ginagawa mong application. So, there are different reasons why bakit mo gagamitin si app service over virtual machine, and there's also reasons kung bakit mo gagamitin si VM over app service. So una sa lahat, si virtual machine pwede mong i-manage lahat or i-configure lahat underneath, like yung yung OS niya, yung apps na naka-install sa kanya na baka kailanganin mong gamitin doon sa sa web app or sa website mo, or kung ano mang yung meron ka sa loob ng virtual machine mo. So kaya mong hawakan lahat or kaya mong i-handle lahat ng pwede. Ngayon, dito naman kay app service, ang ginagawa niya lang is basically you can just push your web application sa app service, and that's all you need. Hindi mo na kailangan problemahin yung mga OS, though you can now select OS, by the way, ngayon. Pwede ka na mamili between Windows or Linux kay app service. Pero apart from that, sila nang gumagawa lahat ng mga kakailanganin mo na if hindi mo na kailangan mag-upgrade ng mga versions ng mga sa loob ng Windows OS, sila nang nag-handle nun for you. Hindi mo na rin kailangan problemahin yung storage or yung anything within the underlying virtual machine. Kasi parang may virtual machine pa rin naman talaga na nag-handle dito sa mga app service na to. Pero ang nakikita mo na lang ngayon is yung app service mismo. So I would say in a high level, it's much easier to use app service. But if you're familiar with virtual machine, that might be a lot easier for you. Pero parang mas marami ka pa rin gagawin kay virtual machine to set up a web application para doon. So apart from that, optimize na rin si app service para magawa mo yung mga kailangan mo talaga for a website. So tulad ng pinakita ko kanina, you have that authorization or authentication. Pwede ka rin mag-set up ng mga development slots para kung kailangan mo ng staging environment, kailangan mo ng prod environment, meron na ring what you call this again?
AMD deployment.
Yan. Parang may continuous deployment din siyang pwede kang i-set up. And all the other things na kailangan mo or optimize talaga para sa web application, para sa mga web apps. So yun yung main difference na.
Yeah. So marami pang mga questions sa chat. So yung iba sasagutin na lang ni Brian sa chat kasi medyo overtime na tayo. Nag-aantay na yung next speaker natin.
Yes.
If you want, you can don't forget to do the survey. Doon na rin tayo magra-raffle later on ng prizes. And if you have any other questions for the speakers, pwede nyo na rin lagay sa survey. Alright. Maraming salamat, Brian.
Alright. Thank you so much,
Thank you so much,
guys.
Brian.
Maraming salamat. Bye-bye.
Okay, our next speaker. Pasensya ka na marilag. Maraming content si Brian na kulang yung oras. So, nasobrahan. Okay, so...
Okay lang, kasalanan ko. Dapat ako yung nauna, tapos pinauna ko siya yung natamaan ng demo god. Ma-extend sa akin.
Sige.
Yeah. Alright, so yung next session natin is about building event-driven application with Sur well-architected framework with Marilag Dimatulak. We'll let her introduce herself para mas maganda. Tama ba?
Yes, sige, salamat. Okay.
Thank you.
Mag-share lang ako ng screen. Okay na ba? Kita na po. Alright. Good. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Magandang umaga na rin po sa akin dito. Nandito ako sa Denmark ngayon. Kung medyo namamaos ako or humihikab, medyo inaantok na siguro kasi medyo maaga pa dito. Hindi ako masyado nakatulog kasi sobrang excited ko para sa Cloudskwela. Una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat ng mga nandito nanonood at saka sana rin ma-share nyo yung event natin para dun pa sa mga kaibigan nyo, sa mga ka-office mate para mas marami pang matuto sa Azure. So, sobrang saya ko dito sa Cloudskwela kasi unang beses namin ginawa to. Actually, yung lahat ng mga MVP, mga Filipino MVP sa iba't ibang bansa, kumbaga pag-isipan lang na baka pwede meron tayong magawa ngayong Agosto, ngayong buwan ng wika, para naman magkaroon tayo ng tech event na mapagsalita tayo ng sarili nating language na kahit na medyo may English pa rin, syempre tech talk to, mahirap na purong Tagalog lang, pero naisip namin na mas masaya, parang mas komportable ka na ibahagi yung nalalaman mo kapag paggamit mo yung sarili mong wika. At saka, unang beses din namin na sama-sama din yung mga iba't ibang tech communities sa Microsoft Tech Community sa Pilipinas, tulad ng yung mga nakikita nyo dito sa yung binabanggit ni Pio kanina tsaka ni Ange na mga grupo. So, inaanyayahan din namin kayo na sumali sa mga grupo na to kung hindi pa kayo kasali para maantabayanan nyo din lahat ng mga tech events na ginagawa namin para sa inyo lahat. So, salamat. So, ako nga po pala si Marilag Dimatulak. Ako ang founder at chief architect sa Device. Isa siyang kumpanya na base dito sa Denmark at saka sa Pilipinas. So, software development company kami. Karamihan ng ginagawa namin, binubuo namin ay mga cloud-first application. So, kung interesado kayo, may mga tanong kayo kung paano magsimula ng kumpanya sa Pilipinas, ng tech company sa Pilipinas, tanungin nyo lang ako. Marami akong natutunan kung paano talaga magsimula ng sarili mong negosyo sa Pilipinas. Ako din po ang founder ng ulap.org. Isa siyang not-for-profit organization. Kakasimula lang po namin itong taon at ang layunin po ng ulap.org ay magbigay ng scholarship para sa mga underrepresented youths na para po matulungan namin sila magpa-certify sa iba't ibang cloud vendor. So, hindi lang sa Azure. Yung 4 na major cloud vendors po, papadala namin sila sa mga professional training for certification para matulungan nating makickstart yung career nila sa tech. So, kung gusto niyo pong maging volunteer, maging sponsor ng ulap.org, or kung may kilala kayo na gustong maging parte o maging miyembro ng ulap.org, yun. Shameless plug lang po. Isa rin akong organizer ng Azure User Group Manila at saka Azure User Group Denmark. Kadalasan kapag meron kaming mga events dito din sa Denmark, dito sa Europe, talagang sinishare ko din siya sa Azure User Group natin sa Pilipinas. Tapos pag meron din naman tayong mga events sa Azure User Group Manila, kung English siya, sinishare ko din siya dun sa network dito para magkaroon ng magandang salitan ba ng kaalaman. Isa din akong Microsoft MVP sa Azure, at kung gusto nyo pong may mga tanong kayo or gusto nyo lang akong kontakin, mas madalas ako siguro sa Twitter. Alright, tama na po ang tungkol sa akin. So, para sa araw na to, ang gusto ko pong ibahagi yung kaalaman namin sa event-driven application gamit ang Azure Well-Architected Framework. So, sinasabi ko lang medyo intense tong topic na to para din sa akin. Pero very passionate ako dun sa topic na to kasi ito din yung ginagamit namin sa trabaho. Ito din yung binubuo namin pag gumagawa kami ng mga cloud applications para sa mga actual enterprise customers namin. So, bakit kailangan natin ng well-architected framework? Mamaya-maya, papakita ko sa inyo kung ano ibig sabihin ng Azure well-architected framework and ano yung event-driven application. Pero gusto ko lang magsimula para sabihin na minsan talaga yung mga apps, alam naman natin, kapag dumadami na yung requirements niya, nagiging mas advanced na, mas nagiging mahirap siyang i-implement, mas nagiging complex. So, habang mas nagiging komplikado yung application, kailangan natin mag-isip ng iba't ibang paraan para yung arkitekto natin at saka yung design natin makatulong para mas maging simple yung pagbuo natin ng application. So, maraming iba't ibang paraan ng pagdisenyo ng isang sistema or pag-implement ng isang sistema. So, yung tatalakayin ko lang ngayon, yung isa lang sa napakadaming mga paraan, which is yung event-driven. Minsan medyo mabilis ako mag-explain, baka yung mga iba medyo technical para dun sa mga nagsisimula pa lang sa Azure. Huwag kayong matakot. Sana masundan nyo ako, pero kung may mga tanong kayo, pwede nyo na mga tanungin mamaya. Siguro, hindi ko nakikita yung stream, pero kapag maraming tanong, hindi ko pa siya nakikita ngayon, pero mamaya siguro, masasagot ko siya. Alright, so nasabi ko na ang mga layunin natin para sa araw na to is maintindihan ano ba yung kinakailangan para mag-design ng cloud application, yung iba't ibang paraan ng arkitektura ng isang cloud application sa Microsoft Azure. And sana maintindihan natin ano yung event-driven design, at sa huli, magkakaroon din tayo ng demo para mapakita ko sa inyo isang halimbawa kung paano magbuo talaga ng cloud application. So, meron tayong konting first, puro mga slides, and then diagrams, drawings, kasi importante yung diagrams and drawings sa architecture. And then, sa bandang huli, magkakaroon tayo ng demo with code on .NET at saka on Azure. So, antabayanan nyo po yung buong session. So magsimula tayo sa Azure Well-Architected Framework. Ano ba si Azure Well-Architected Framework? Sino bang gumawa niya? Sino ba nag-invento niya? Ako ba, galing ba sa akin yan? No, hindi po. So si Azure Well-Architected Framework, ginawa to talaga ni Microsoft para maantabayanan. Tama ba yun? Mag-guide niya yung mga developers, yung mga architects, system engineers, kapag gumagawa sila ng application or system sa Microsoft Cloud. Actually, lahat ng mga iba't ibang major cloud providers, let's say AWS, Google, meron din silang sariling version ng well-architected framework. And pag tinignan mo sila, medyo pare-parehas lang sila. So, nagbibigay sila ng parang, yun nga, guideline kung paano mo ma-manage yung cost. So, number 1 is cost optimization. Paano mo natin mapapababa yung gastos? Huwag tayo masyadong magastos kapag nagde-deploy tayo sa cloud. Kasi yung iba, pagka naisip nila, oh, cloud, baka cheap yan, or meron akong budget, so deploy lang tayo ng deploy kasi sobrang dali lang niya. So, kailangan magkaroon tayo ng paraan para hindi lumobo yung gastos natin kapag nagde-deploy tayo ng mga resources sa cloud. So, yun yun. May guideline tayo sa, iba't ibang guidelines sa cost optimization. Ito nga pala yung pinapakita ko sa inyo is yung mga parang mga pillars of architecture. And yung pangalawa is yung operational excellence. Pag gumagawa ka ng application sa cloud, hindi lang pwede basta nag-code ka tapos dineploy mo na. So, kailangan alam natin yan lahat kung developers kayo or engineers or ops. Basta nasa tech kayo, alam natin lahat na minsan complex talaga yung mag-deploy ng system. So, kailangan makasigurado tayo na lagi siyang gumagana. Kung nagkaroon man ng problema, kaya nating ayusin at mapapabilis din yung pag-deploy natin mula sa idea hanggang sa, production. Wala tayong masyadong bottlenecks. At saka, yun nga. So, kailangan lagi siyang always on, operational kung kinakailangan. So, dun yung pumapasok sa mga guidelines sa operational excellence. And then, of course, performance, medyo self-explanatory naman. Sino ba naman ang gustong gumamit ng system na medyo mabagal? Pero, hindi tayo basta gagawa lang ng system pa. Tapos, maglalagay ng lahat ng servers or resources para lang bumilis siya. Kailangan pag-isipan natin mabuti kung ano ba talaga yung kailangan nating i-improve pagdating sa performance. Pagdating naman sa reliability, ito naman yung mga guidelines para makasigurado tayo na, ayun nga, parang din sa operational excellence, na parang sa reliability is hindi lang na laging nandyan yung system or on yung application, pero makasigurado tayo pinaka-importante na hindi tayo mawawalan ng data or lagi naka-backup yung data natin, ma-restore natin yung mga data natin kapag may nawala, yung mga ganong tipo. O kaya kapag lalo-lalo na sa cloud, importante to, hindi siya katulad ng mga traditional na server or on-premise na services. Sa cloud, paminsan, wala lang, bigla lang unavailable yung isang server kasi nag-down siya o kaya nagkaroon ng power outage sa isang region, mawawala ng access yung app mo dun sa infrastructure. Anong gagawin natin? Paano natin yun i-handle? So, yun yung guidelines sa reliability. And syempre, pinaka-importante, hindi ko na masyado i-explain, yung security ng buong application natin. So, lahat ng mga guidelines na to, maraming matatagpuan natin yan sa isang document. Makikita natin yan dito. Ko na. So, medyo marami siyang babasahin. So, pag iniisa-isa natin to ngayon, hindi kasya ang isang araw. Isang oras. Mga 5 araw. Ganun siya. So, maraming kailangan isipin. Pero huwag kayong matakot. Try nating i-simplify yan. Okay. Pero kung gusto nyo malaman, ito, dito nyo makikita lahat nung framework or yung documentation. Meron din sa Microsoft Learn, pwede nyo din siyang, merong modules doon para matutunan nyo din siya. Okay. Balik tayo sa slide. So, ang ginawa ko para medyo mas maintindihan natin isa-isa yung mga guideline na to, gumawa ko ng parang checklist for each of dun sa pillars. So, parang mga tanong, ano ba yung mga kailangan nating itanong bago tayo magbuo ng isang application? So, unahin natin yung mga importante. Hindi lahat ng tanong nilagay ko kasi pag nilagay natin lahat ng tanong, hindi din tayo matatapos. So, yung mga naisip ko lang na medyo mas common. So, una sa lahat, bago ka gumawa ng produkto, syempre, o kaya pag may customer ka, syempre, alamin mo muna talaga yung gamit ng aplikasyon. Hindi lang para saan lang ba siya. Yung bang, yung talagang pinaka-core niya na purpose ng application, kailangan mo maintindihan kahit na architect ka, kahit developer ka or architect ka, tapos hindi ka naman business person, kailangan maintindihan mo yung business side ng application mo. Kasi yun yung talagang magkocontrol kung paano mo siya i-design. Importante ding malaman yung mga sino, ilan at nasaan ang mga users mo. So gumagawa ka ba ng internal application lang na mga 10 lang sa opisina yung gagamit, or gumagawa ka ng isang global application na hundreds of thousands of users every second na galing sa iba't ibang bansa. So kailan sila gumagamit at saka paano nila ginagamit. So importante malaman yan. Another thing is, pag nagbuo ka ng produkto, especially ngayon na alam natin na gumagawa tayo ng product, agile na siya, di ba? So, parang dinidivide natin yung product or yung project into very, very small increments. Kailangan, lalo na bawa, startup ka, gumagawa ka ng bagong product from the very beginning, from scratch, alamin mo yung timeline mo sa MVP, minimum viable product. Kasi, medyo kapag alam mo yung timeline mo, may isip mo din yung mga trade-offs na kailangan mong gawin sa architecture kasi meron kang kailangan ma-meet na deadline para ma-launch mo yung product kahit na hindi pa siya sobrang bilis, sobrang galing, sobrang buo, pero at least nakakakuha ka na ng feedback mula doon sa customer, mas marami kang natututunan. So, alamin natin yon. At saka, importante rin malaman pag magbubuo ka ng product sa cloud, kahit na Azure pa siya, hindi naman siya necessarily na Microsoft landscape or ecosystem or .NET ecosystem. So, ngayon, kahit sa multi-cloud, kahit anong stack pwede mong gamitin. So, ang maganda doon is yung stack na pinipili mo is kung ano talaga yung naayon para doon sa problema na sinusolusyonan mo. So, yun yung mga katanungan. Sa mga cost optimization, medyo bibilisan ko lang yung mga tanong kasi makikita nyo naman to lahat sa GitHub. So, pwede nyo ulit tingnan maya-maya or bukas kung kailan nyo gusto. So, sa customization, magkano budget mo sa MVP, di ba? Kailangan alamin mo 10,000 pesos ba yan, $10,000? Kasi kung may budget ka, doon mo din malalaman kung ano yung mga kailangan resources ang gagamitin mo sa cloud. So, sa cloud, sa Azure, meron kang tinatawag na pricing calculator. So, mag-iisip ka ito lang yung budget ko, hindi ko pwedeng bilhin lahat. Merong mga, again, trade-offs. Pero, kailangan mo rin malaman magkano budget mo sa developers, magkano budget mo din sa infrastructure. Pwede ka bang gumamit na ng mga software as a service or mga third-party apps para buuin yung ibang parte ng application mo? Magkano kailangan doon? Pwede ka bang gumamit ng open source or mga free tools? At saka anong growth plan ng project? So, hindi lang yung anong gastos natin ngayon. Pag nagde-develop ka, especially ngayon sa cloud, kasi nga para siya kuryente, lagi siyang nagbi-bill, di ba? Lumalaking bill mo. Isipin natin, in the future, gano'ng katagal, kung magkano yung life cycle nitong product na to, tatagal ba siya in 3 years, pang 10 years ba siya? At kung gano'n, may budget ba towards para ma-support yung produkto up to that time? Importante din natin yung malaman. At least on a high level. Alright. And then, sa susunod, sa operational excellence, alamin mo kung ilan ang engineers, anong skills meron ng kailangan. Pag nagde-design ka ng produkto, minsan nagganon din eh. Pag namili ka ng tech stack, minsan marami kang choices. Let's say, halimbawa sa mga databases, ang daming databases na pwede mong gamitin sa cloud, sa Azure for example. MySQL ka ba? Magsi-SQL Server ka ba? Magko-Cosmos DB ka ba? MongoDB ka ba? So on and so forth. Yung iba, syempre, maybe sa database, marami silang pagkakaiba sa functionality. Pero minsan, yung mga pinipili mo din ng mga resources is base na rin dun sa mga skills ng mga engineers na nagagawa ng system mo. Kasi, malaki din ang cost ng engineering. Sa operational excellence, kailangan mong alamin anong plano nyo, paano nyo i-deploy yung code at saka na yung infrastructure sa cloud. Hindi na siya yung easy-zip file mo yung code mo, tapos ibibigay mo sa ops, tapos i-upload niya sa server. So, mas magandang automated na yun lahat. So, kailangan pag-isipan yung flow ng pag-deploy ng code at saka ng infrastructure, pag-infrastructure as code siya. Kasi mas mapapabilis yung development velocity nyo pagka automated lahat. Sino may access na environments? Actually, mukha siyang simple, pero sa experience ko sa mga iba't ibang customers, malaking customer man yan or mga maliit na customer, ang number one na bottleneck minsan kapag nabubuo ka ng product sa cloud is yung access ng engineers sa iba't ibang environment. May access ba sila sa dev environment? May mga companies, kahit na mga malalaking enterprise company na sila ngayon, global enterprise company, medyo magulo pa din yung access control nila pagdating sa cloud infrastructure, sa cloud resources. Kunwari sa Azure, may bagong team, gusto magbuo ng very advanced AI solution. Tapos, bago sila makapag-deploy ng development environment resources, aabutin sila ng ilang buwan kasi ang daming process. Ganun. Hindi yun excellence operationally. So, kailangan upfront, alamin natin paano tayo mag-access kasi yun yung pwede mong maging showstopper or bottleneck. And then, later on, kailangan mong pag-isipan ano yung mga kailangan mong metrics na masubaybayan. Hindi natin masyadong pag-uusapan yan ngayon kasi medyo complex din yung lagging in metrics. Pero at least alam mo na hindi ka lang basta magde-deploy ng application, kailangan mong i-monitor yung health niya, tsaka yung, yung availability niya, etc. Maraming metrics na pwede mong i-monitor. At saka, ang pinaka-importante also sa experience is kailangan alamin mo anong gagawin natin kapag ka nagkaroon ng problem sa production. Yun yung sinatawag nating site reliability engineering, part din siya ng DevOps practices. So, kailangan magkaroon tayo ng skills at saka ng plan para ma-address natin yung problema sa production. Part yun ng operational excellence. Mga dapat alamin para pag nagde-design ka for performance. Gano'n ka dapat kabilis ang response time sa normal period. Yung latency, medyo complex din siya. Pero kailangan ma-define mo yung target mo. Gumagawa ka ng web app, meron kang front-end, meron kang back-end. Yung front-end mo, nasa main network call between the front-end and the back-end. May latency yun in between. Saan galing? Bakit mapapabilis ba yun? Ano yung expected na response time? Yung API mo, tumatawag sa isang database, may latency din yung may network call din yung may network hub. So, paano yun mapapabilis? So, minsan nasa code lang, minsan nasa tweaking, minsan nasa optimization, minsan nasa scaling. Maraming factors na pwedeng maka-affect dun sa response time. Pero bago ka mag-optimize ng performance, alamin mo muna kung ano yung target mo. Hindi naman pala kailangan 1 millisecond yung response time. Pwede naman palang 500 milliseconds. So, huwag ka masyadong gumastos para lang ma-achieve mo yung hindi mo naman target. So, yun lang yun sa performance. Ano yung mga data na pwede mong i-cache, yun din, something na pwede mong maisip pag gumagawa ka ng distributed system sa cloud, baka merong mga data na pwede mong ilagay sa isang CDN or lagay sa isang distributed cache using, what do you call this? Using Redis. Ganun. Okay, so that's performance and sa reliability, yun nga, nabanggit ko na gano'ng katagal or kadalas pwede mag-down ng system, yun yung tinatawag na RTO or recovery time objective. So parang hanggang 4 hour, pwede ka mag-down lang, dapat up ka ng 99.95%. So dapat pwede ka mag-down ng X number of hours, gano'n. So kailangan mo yun ma-define bago ka design nung infrastructure mo or ng system mo. Kasi yun nga, again, do not over-optimize kasi baka naman sobrang optimize yung reliability mo, ang gastos-gastos mo, meron kang mga geo-replication ng server mo, hindi mo naman pala kailangan dahil medyo mataas naman pala yung RTO mo. Ganon din si RPO, which is Recovery Point Objective. So kapag nag-down yung system mo, tapos ang huling backup mo kunwari is, let's say, 4 hours ago, possible na meron kang 4 hours worth na data lost. Not necessarily, pero possible. So kung maraming transactions within those 4, normally na nakuha sa 4 hours, hindi mo na backup yung data dun sa 4 hours na yun, marami kang loss. Pero that na-define mo yun. Iba-iba yung definition ng RPO, depende sa ginagawa mong system. Ayun, so marami pang iba dyan. Tingnan nyo na lang yung mga ibang question sa reliability. Sa security, again, sino pwede mag-access ng infrastructure sa bawat environment, importante yan. Hindi lang yung mag-access ng system na ginagawa mo. Ngayon, lahat nasa cloud na. Pag hindi mo sinecure yung infrastructure mo, it's available on the internet. So, madaling ma-hack yung, let's say, may VM ka, or meron kang app service, or may Azure function ka, or meron kang database sa cloud, pag hindi mo siya na-secure, pwede siyang ma-compromise. Ayun, maraming ways para makasigurado sa security. Medyo marami din kailangan aralin dyan. Pero yun nga, paano mo isi-set up on the network level, like perimeter access, pwede yun gawin sa Azure. When you put some network infrastructure around yung mga resources mo. Paano ka, ito, importante ito, kung ikaw yung parang ikaw yung nagmo-monitor, dapat meron kang automatic detection ng mga security threats. Nakikita mo kung binobombard na yung system mo, nadididos ka, or may nagtatry mag-login several times. So yung mga to, dapat hindi mo na rin to ginagawa from scratch. Yun yung advantage ng doing this from the cloud, kasi marami ng features si Azure para ma-automate yung threat detection. Saan mo lalagay yung mga data mo? Especially yung mga sensitive data, secrets, certificates, saan mo yan lalagay, kailangan mo alamin. Paano mo matitest yung security during deployment? Anong gagamitin mo identity management for your user login and authorization? Kanina na pag-usapan natin yan with Brian. Saan lalagay lahat ng data? Ngayon sa cloud, na-store mo yung data mo sa iba't ibang resources, sa database, sa storage account, meron kang blob, meron kang cache, meron kang data in transit. So, dapat lahat yon ma-make sure mo na secure. Kasi, maraming malicious people na tumitingin sa iyong data. Alam natin yan. Okay, so given lahat nitong mga checklist para sa architecture, katulad na nabanggit ko, maraming ways, maraming paraan para makapag-design tayo ng system na naaayon dito sa well-architected framework. So, isa dun sa madalas kong gamitin is yung event-driven application. Ano ba yung bakit event-driven? So, bakit yun yung madalas namin gamitin? So, pag-iisipin mo, pag nag-deploy ka ng isang malaking application, kunwari, yun nga, katulad na sabi ko, medyo nagiging complex siya kasi marami siyang purpose. Marami siyang domain na kailangan fulfill. Marami siyang steps. Pag nilagay mo yun sa isang system lang, magiging masyadong mabigat. Yun yung tawag na monolith. So, ngayon, dahil meron na tayong cloud at marami na tayong possibilities na himayin yung system, tapos i-deploy siya ng maliliit na component, tapos maging distributed siya, also globally distributed, kailangan natin na way na mapagtugtong-tugtong siya, na in a way na mas simple din. So, isa dun sa method na yun is yung event-driven nga. So, parang bawat isang maliit na bahagi ng sistema, nilawag natin like a microservice, is pwede siyang mag-emit ng isang event, tapos yung susunod na logic, magre-react based dun sa event na nangyari. At ang maganda rin sa event-driven is tanggalin natin lahat ng technicalities, yung technology, yung cloud, yung pag inisip natin, pagka-describe natin yung isang system, yung isang solution, madali siyang i-describe, madali siyang maintindihan ng isang business user kung i-describe natin siya as events, yung term. Anong ginagawa, anong nangyari, nung nangyari to, ano yung sumunod na nangyari, nung nangyari to, ginawa ko to, kaya nangyari yun. Something like that. Mamaya, ipapakita ko sa inyo yun, kung anong ibig sabihin nun. So, pag bumubuo ka ng event-driven design, merong mga popular na architectural patterns ngayon na ginagamit na may kaugnayan sa event-driven application. So, isa-isahin natin sila, pero of course, hindi masyadong deep. Parang i-touch lang natin yung concepts. Baka malito tayo. Pero lahat ng itong mga patterns na to or architectural frameworks, pag pinagsama-samin natin siya, pwede natin ma-implement event-driven application. Gusto ko lang sabihin na hindi mo kailangan lahat ng to. Hindi mo kailangan lahat nitong mga patterns na to. Depende dun sa ginagawa mong solution kung gaano siya ka-komplikado. So, mas maganda pa rin na magsimula ka sa simpleng pattern. Katulad nung minimal APIs na binibigay, na pinakita ni Brian. Kung ang kailangan mo lang naman isang page na merong form, na may button na nag-save, tapos sinave mo lang yung data na yun sa isang storage, hindi mo kailangan gawing komplikado yung system mo. So, hindi mo kailangan ng mga patterns. Pero pag naging mas complex na siya, mas maganda yung may pattern ka para lahat ng mga developers mo, tsaka yung business people na intindihan yung ginagawa. So, si domain-driven design, isa siyang architectural parang pattern, pero ang concept ang concept niya is, ang concept ni, ang concept ni domain-driven design, nawala ko, sorry. So, isa siyang way para ma-describe mo yung solution using what you would call a ubiquitous language. So, isang yung lingwahe na naiintindihan ng business, pero pag tiningnan mo yung code mo, tsaka yung mga models mo, gamit niyo yung same terminology. Sorry, excuse me. So, gamit niya yung same terminology. Business terminology all the way to your code. Tapos, meron din siyang sinasabing, wait lang, mag-switch ako sa drawings ng isang domain model na i-breakdown mo yung system mo into several small domain contexts. So, kunwari, meron akong solution na, yung sample solution ko ngayon ay isang portal na pwedeng mag-sign up yung mga mentors at saka yung mga mentee. So, yung pag-manage ng mentors, isang domain context yun. Maraming pwedeng gawin sa mentor management. Kailangan manage yung skills niya, kailangan mo manage yung mga modules na ginagawa niya, tsaka yung mismo mentor profile. So, mapupunta siya dun sa domain context na yun. So, ganun din sa mga iba't ibang parts or bahagi ng sistema. So, ito yung malaki mong solution. I-divide mo siya sa domain context. Tapos, hiwalay sila talaga ng application. Wala silang kinalaman sa isa't isa, pero maya-maya makikita natin may connection sila. Pero ang importante talaga sa domain-driven is pagka nakita to ng business owner, naiintindihan niya, oo, si mentor, alam ko yung term na yon. Mentor skills, alam ko yung term na yon. Payment, invoice, alam ko yan. So, huwag tayong gumamit ng masyadong technical terms. Okay. So, kapag gumagawa kami ng system, yun yung unang nating ginagawa. Pag nakuha mo na yung requirements, yung parang pinaka-overall requirements, gawin mo yung domain models mo. Okay. So now, kumbaga, nalaman mo na yung mga iba't ibang bahagi, yung mga mas maliliit na bahagi, isolated na bahagi ng sistema mo. So, paano mo siya pwedeng, ano yung ibang way na implement mo siya as a solution, as a technical solution? So, yun nga, yung nabanggit ko kanina, pwede mo i-implement lahat ng modules nito, lahat ng bahagi na to, lahat ng, kumbaga, components na to as one monolith. Pero, mahirap yon kasi may mga, hindi ako 100% lagyan sa monolith. May mga advantage din si monolith na na medyo mahirap kay microservices. Ito yung next na pattern. Pero, tsaka na natin pag-usapan yun. So, nga sa ngayon, pwede nating ma-implement yung technical solution natin, yung iba't ibang domain bounded context natin into different microservices. So, for example, ito yung isang parang conceptual diagram ng isang technical solution. So, meron tayong front-end, pwede tayong magkaroon ng micro front-end. Ibig sabihin, parang meron kang shell, tapos yung bawat even the smallest part nung front-end na yon is a small application on its own. You know? Tapos pag connect siya sa mga APIs mo, just if marami siyang applications, mga maliliit na mga services, mga microservices na kinokonektahan. Pero in between that, bago ka makakonect, kailangan mo din ng isang layer for API management or service management kasi ito yung responsible para, kahit, halimbawa, marami ka ng microservices, medyo mahirap na siyang i-manage kasi bawat isang microservice is maliit na application, di ba? So pag masyadong madami, pagka hindi mo siya na-control, mahirap siya i-manage. Pero may mga ways para ma-manage siya. Like, may isa ka lang na parang cross-cutting layer na siya yung bahalang mag-route dun sa tamang microservice. Siya yung pwede mo sa kanya i-offload yung authentication, caching, etc. So matatal na pwede mo i-divide or implement bawat isang bounded context into its own microservices. Ngayon, so may mga microservices ka na iba-ibang application yan, kanya-kanyang web API. Paano kapag meron silang connection? Paano kapag halimbawa, may ginawa dito sa mentor API, nag-register ako, tapos kailangan ma-notify si mentee API kasi kailangan mangyari. Mamaya illustrate ko yon. Ano yung pattern na pwede natin gawin para decouple sila, pero meron silang relationship or communication. Relationship. So doon na pumapasok si message brokering and events publishing and subscription patterns. Hindi ko na masyadong discuss si CQRS, pero skip ko na siya kasi for the interest of time. So si message brokering, events publishing, two ways para makonect natin yung dalawang magkahiwalay na sistema. Pero anong pinakaiba ni message at saka si events? So balik tayo sa next drawing. So, pag tinignan natin si message, pag sinabi mong message, meron kang isang command. Di ko masyadong diniscuss si command, ay si CQRS. Pero si command is yan yung parang ano yung execute mo na operation sa system. Let's say, kay mentoring app, so yung command mo is create mentor. That's a command, right? So, si create mentor, pwedeng yung logic niya, hindi lang siya basta mag-create ng mentor sa database. Kailangan, pag nag-create ako, nag-register ako ng mentor, nilagay ko yung pangalan ko, yung skills ko. So, kailangan ma-register din yung mentor skills. Ibang command na yon. So, parang assign mentor skills. Pagka, ngayon, madali lang kung dalawa lang sila. Pero most of the time, sa complex system, maraming steps, maraming commands para sa isang operation. Yung register mentor, create mentor, marami pang commands yon underlie. So, kung gusto mo siya hiwa-hiwalayin, gusto mo sa microservices, pero kailangan, you have to make sure na bawat command magawa, makapag-emit ng message para yung next command talagang kailangan ma-execute. Message brokering yung kailangan mong gawin. Kasi itong si command 1 is kumbaga parang kailangan may contract siya sa next command na kailangan mag-execute based dun sa message na inamit niya. Hindi sa deadman na lang siya, yung parang tapos na ako, wala na akong pakialam sa'yo. No. Pag ginawa ko to, this one needs, the next command has to also happen. So we can execute this conceptually by having this parang message broker in between. So, parang pwede ka mag-emit ng message. Yung message broker, ang responsibility niya is i-pull lahat ng message, whether storage siya or a service bus sa Azure or a queue. Tapos, kailangan yung next command parang ma-trigger every time na may bagong message dun sa message queue. So, yung message broker pwedeng in process. When I say in process, nandun lang sa code mo, hindi ka lumabas sa code mo. Parang yung, nung dinesign mo yung code mo, meron siyang parang built-in message. Papakita ko yan sa code later. Pwede din naman siyang out of process, meaning, yung message broker mo actually, wala sa code. Isa siyang resource, kunwari sa cloud, sa Azure, may queue ka doon na pupunta yung message, tapos yung resource na yon or yung service na yon or yung queue na yon, siya yung responsible para ma-notify yung next command, maybe another microservice. Okay? So, parang atomic tong operation na to. Pagka mayroong hindi na-process na message ng maayos, dapat magkaroon ka ng handling properly. Right? So, yun yung difference. Si message yun. Yung event naman, medyo snobbish si event. So, si event naman, bawa si service, meron kang, kunwari nagkaroon na ng event na mentor created or mentor skill assigned. Nagkaroon na yung event na yon. As far as the mentor service is concerned, tapos na yung job niya. Pero, baka may mga ibang parts yung solution, yung application, katulad, balikan natin yung nakita natin kanina sa domain model, baka may kailangan gawin si mentee or may kailangan gawin sa payment. Baka kailangan kong i-register yung bagong mentor sa mga invoices or and stuff, you know. Pero labas na yun, hindi na ang responsibility ni mentor yun. So, dapat siya, tapos na. Pero kailangan kong masabihan yung ibang services. So, ang tawag doon is, pwede akong mag-emit ng event, let's say mentor created, tapos meron ka na namang another resource, maybe sa cloud or something, para mag-process ng event na yun to make sure na lahat ng mga subscribers na event na yun ma-notify. Pero kung walang subscriber, okay lang. Okay lang si service, go pa din siya. Kung merong mga subscribers, hindi naka-receive yung isa, hindi niya nagawa, hindi na responsibility ng service yun. So, responsibility rin ng subscriber. So, ganon. Kaya mas, sinasabi ko sa event routing, parang mas ano siya, mas broadcast yung, broadcast lang niya na tapos na siya. So, go ahead. Gawin niyo yung kailangan niyong gawin, but I don't care. Ganon siya. Okay. So that's really kind of the core ng event-driven design. Thinking, when we look at the system, pag tinignan mo yung system, automatic sa utak mo na ma-model siya in this way. Okay, may ganitong requirement. May kailangan mag-create ng mentor, etc., etc. Ganito ko siya i-implement in this way. Pero conceptual to. Tingnan natin siya sa code. Alright. So, na-discuss ko na si brokering, si publishing subscription. So, yun nga. Going back to dun sa halimbawa, si Etro app. Yun nga, nasabi ko na yung app na yon para siyang portal para sa mga mentors at mentee. Tapos, ito, kunwari lang, sinagot ko lang yung mga tanong na nilabas ko kanina. Tingnan nyo na lang mamaya para lang ma-illustrate kung ano yung simula kapag gumagawa ka ng bagong app. Pero mag-jump na tayo dun sa parang paano natin i-implement itong yung isa dun sa mga scenarios or feature ng app. Okay. So, bago natin tingnan yung code, tingnan muna natin yung, ano pa ito? Yung another tooling for architecture na madalas din namin gamitin in the real world. Ito yung tinatawag na event modeling. So, paano ko ma-describe yung requirements ng system using some very understandable diagrams? Another diagram. Favorite ko talaga yung mga diagram. Mas madaling mag-diagram kesa mag-code. Joke. Okay. So, si event modeling, again, hindi ko din siya inimbento. Meron dito sa slide deck ko link. Jump ako. About event modeling. So, this guy, si Adam Dumitruk, medyo active siya recently about event modeling. So, parang naisip niya na masyadong ang complex yung system design. So, he wanted to simplify yung pag-create ng software using events and then to model that software using event modeling. So, may mga syntax kung paano may mga principle, ganito yung normal itsura ng event models, may mga tools pwedeng gamitin dyan. But suma total, madali siyang gamitin para magkaintindihan yung business, yung actually even yung mga user interface or UX developers, yung back-end developers, and product owners and users, kung ano talaga yung requirement ng system by describing it as an event stream, as a flow of different events. So, if I illustrate yung yung isang requirement, isang scenario dun sa mentor-mentee app. So, yun nga, nabanggit ko, ito si mentor registration. Kunwari nag-start tayo kay mentor, siya yung user. Ito yung mga gray boxes, yan yung UI, yan yung pages. So, sa event modeling, very, standard siya. Ang de-define mo lang sa kanya, 4 na bagay. The UI, the commands, the events, the data or the view models na na-update every time na may ginawa kang command. So, ang flow niya palagi is in any system, you can always describe yung system by saying, ano yung command na nangyari, ano yung event na na-emit, when based dun sa event, ano yung next chain of command. It's just every system is a series of this. Okay, so mag-start tayo kay mentor, nag-register siya sa page, nagkaroon ng, may na-trigger na create mentor command. So, sa loob ng code na to, na-update yung view model at nag-trigger din to ng event called mentor created. So, kung mapapansin nyo yung terminology, parang laging si command is present tense na verb or action, whereas si event is past tense na parang, noun. So, mentor created. So, nung nangyari si mentor created, ano yung next step? Alam natin or na-describe sa amin na pagka na-create na yung mentor sa database, yung pinasa niya na skills dun sa registration, then dapat ma-save din sa database ng mga mentor skills. So, magkaibang operation yon. So, meron tayong assign mentor skills. Pagka na-update na yung mentor skills, magti-trigger yung event na kailangan, halimbawa, nag-create ako ng mentor, tapos yung mentor na yon may expert sa C#, pwede akong magkaroon ng command na i-match ko yung isang mentee na gustong mag-aral ng C# dun sa mentor na yon. Pero, pag titingnan natin, itong operation for creating and registering mentors, nasa microservice na nasa ibang app, na kay mentor app. Pero yung pag-match ng mentee to mentor, na kay mentee app, magkaibang app yan. So, hindi siya basta tatawagan. You can argue na pwede ko naman tawagin yung REST API nito. Pero, maraming problems doon. hindi ko na i-discuss. Like, for example, paano kung down to or hindi naman niya responsibility as far as kay mentor, tapos na siya. Kung imamatch man yung mentor na yun sa mentee, hindi na pakialam nung mentor API yun, di ba? Kumaga ibang mundo na to ibang requirement na. Tapos pag may team ka din, pwedeng iba na rin yung team na nagbubuo nitong part na to. Okay, so trigger ko, paano ko matitrigger to si match mentee na sa ibang API? Titingnan natin later. So, nung match mentee, marami pang logic na pwede mangyari. As you can see, pwede ko ulit i-save sa database. Ibang databases din yan. Hindi din tayo monolith database. Pwede tayo magkaroon ng multi-data source or even polyglot data source. Pwedeng ito NoSQL, pwedeng ito SQL and stuff. Depende sa requirement. So, pag na-update na, merong another event, pwedeng mentee match. So, meron na naman, kapag nagkaroon tayo ng event na mentee match, pwede tayo magkaroon ng automatic scheduling ng meet and greet session with that mentor and mentee. So, it's always just a series event. Pag tinignan natin to si event model, madali siyang maintindihan. So, sa team namin, ito yung parang pinaka-go-to namin pag nag-a-analyze ng requirement. So, after mo na ma-derive yung event model, so, the next step is, okay, medyo may idea na ako kung anong gagawin, paano ko to i-implement. So, naisip ko na ganito siya gawin. Again, based on microservice architecture, gagawa ko ng isang microservice for mag-expose ng isang endpoint for API for creating mentor. In this case, I chose Azure Function. I'll discuss a little bit the infrastructure maya-maya. In-discuss ko lang yung overall architecture. So, naisip ko, okay, meron akong mentor API na nagsisave sa isang Cosmos DB ng mga database ng mga mentors. Pagkatapos na ito yung pag-create ko ng mentor API, mag-publish ako ng event sa isang, yung tinatawag nga nating event router. Which is, one of the things na pwede mong gamitin kay Azure is si event create. So, si event create, ang purpose niya, precisely, event router siya. So, ang ginagawa niya is parang namamanage niya lahat ng pwede ka mag-publish ng event sa kanya, tapos pwede ka mag-add ng mga subscribers dun sa mga events na yun. Depende sa event type. Tapos, event grid yung bahalang tumawag dun sa mga subscribers na yun. Yung mga mamaya, makikipakita ko sa inyo kung ano yung mga klase ng mga subscribers na pwede nyo gamitin kay event grid. Si event grid din yung ginagamit sa Azure kapag yung internal events within Azure itself. So, halimbawa, merong storage sa Azure, tapos nag-upload ka ng blob. Meron laging event na blob uploaded na pwedeng yung mga ibang services sa Azure nagli-listen doon sa event na yon. At the same time, si event grid din yung gamit sa mga activity logs. Kunwari, nag-create ka ng bagong database kay Azure, may event yon. Pwede mag-listen yung mga iba't ibang resources pa sa Azure dun sa particular event. Event grid din ang gamit doon. Pero for your application, for your custom application, pwede mo din gamitin si event grid para mag-publish ng sariling application events mo. So, siya yon, si event grid. Pero, instead na direkta lang na nagli-listen yung function para mag-match yung mentee sa mentor sa loob ni mentee API, gusto ko siya ilagay sa queue. Bakit? Kasi pwedeng madami siya. Pwedeng merong stream of, madaming mga nag-update ng mentor skills sabay-sabay, tapos maraming mentee na kailangan i-update. So, pwede ko siyang i-queue. So, ganun yung parang napag-decidean kong infrastructures. Gusto ko lang paliwanag na hindi laging ganito yung kailangan. But for this, yung pattern, for this particular demo, ganito yung gagawin natin. Para lang mapakita ko sa inyo kung paano mag-publish ng event, paano maglagay ng message sa queue, paano mag-listen sa queue. Around this, on top of this, meron tayong mga cross-cutting infrastructure para mag-run yung application natin na kailangan i-deploy. Unahin ko itong mga 4 na nasa baba kasi medyo essential siya. Yung nasa 3 sa taas, hindi naman siya essential sa ngayon for the demo. So, hindi ko siya nilagay, pero on production, isa siya sa mga kailangan. Para maisa-isa natin kung ano-ano yung mga cloud infrastructure or resources na ginagamit natin for this kind of architecture. So, si storage account, common siya. Kapag ka magde-deploy ka ng Azure Function, normally meron storage account yon. Ngayon, si storage account, meron din siyang feature na para magkaroon ng queue. Kasi nga, parang kinu-queue niya lahat, in-store niya lahat ng mga message sa queue. So, meron si storage account na feature na queue. Kanina nabanggit ni Brian yung app service. So, dun maglaran yung mga functions natin. So, si app service plan, yung ginamit ko dito si Linux kasi .NET Core naman siya, cross-platform. It doesn't need Windows. So, I opt for Linux. And, yeah. So, pwedeng itong dalawang magkaibang function na to, pwedeng sa same app service plan para mag-share siya ng cost. App Insight is for application insights para ma-monitor natin yung mga gamit, yung lahat ng bawat transactions, errors na nagaganap dun sa bawat microservice natin. And Key Vault, lagi ko siyang gamit kasi like paano ko connect tong mga function natin sa, kunwari, sa event grid or sa match mentee. Merong tong mga connection string na merong tokens or merong secrets and keys na sensitive and confidential. Ayoko ilagay sa code yung connection string na yon. So nilalagay ko siya lagi sa Key Vault. Alright. So, pag tinignan natin siya sa Azure, ganito siya. Ito yung resource group ko. For this demo, nilagay ko lang siya sa isang resource group. You don't always have to do that. Pero for this demo, nilagay siya sa isang resource group. Andito yung function apps. Andito si application insights. Ito si app service plan. Nag-deploy din tayo ng Cosmos DB, si event grid, si Key Vault, at saka si storage account. So, kung balikan natin si cost, si cost optimization pillar. So, for example, si function, marami siyang pricing models. So, pwedeng hindi natawag na consumption plan. Hindi siya naka-under sa isang app service plan. Kumbaga, wala siyang, kumbaga, nag-exist siya on its own. Tapos, ang binabayaran mo lang kay consumption plan is yung bawat transaction. So, kung alam mo na hindi naman ganun kadalas tawagin yung microservice mo, yung function mo, pwedeng si consumption plan, mas makakatipid ka doon. Pero, kapag sa tingin mo naman consistent yung transaction, maraming transaction doon sa function, maraming beses tinatawag, tapos pwede mong marami kang functions na i-deploy, gusto mo i-share yung cost, pwede ka mag-deploy nga ng app service. Tapos, si app service plan here, marami din siyang pwedeng tier sa pricing, pwede mo siyang depende sa need mo, scale up or scale down. So, ito yung mga different plans. So, kung nagte-test ka lang naman, pwede mo itong gamitin. Pero kung nasa production ka na, pwede kang any of this. And then, ang advantage niya kay premium plan, for example, na app service na Linux, kunwari marami kang functions doon na gusto mong i-deploy, pwede mong i-set up yung auto-scale. Meaning, pagka peak period, maraming transactions, maraming tumatawag sa function mo, pwede mong sabihin na pwedeng up to maximum 10 instances, pwede siya mag-create automatically. So, yung function mo, halimbawa, si Create Mentor API, all of a sudden, kung maraming tatawag doon, kung nag-iisa lang yung instance ng function na yun, babagal yung system mo, matatrato. Pero kung gusto mo na sabay-sabay sila, ma-accommodate mo lahat ng load, auto-scale siya ng, like, say, up to 10. Of course, may cost yun, pero yun nga, depende dun sa plan na pinili mo. So, some of the things na you have to consider. Pero, kung nagsisimula ka pa lang, it's almost free. Si consumption planning function is free up to a certain number of transactions. So, you can start with that. Same din, cost with database, si Cosmos DB, meron din siyang free tier. I'm not gonna discuss so much kasi medyo technical si Cosmos DB, pero meron siyang free tier na would allow you to have up to 400 request unit, meaning like ang isang kilobyte ng data, pagka ni-write mo sa Cosmos DB, that's 1 RU. So in 1 second, pwede ka magkaroon ng 400 na 1 kilobyte worth of data. Something like that, approximately. Yun yung free tier. So kung nagsisimula ka, nagpi-POC ka, gusto mong malaman kung paano gamitin si Cosmos DB, you can opt for that one. Pero meron ding mga offering si Cosmos DB, for example, serverless, kung ano lang yung nagamit mo, yun lang yung babayaran mo. Si Event Grid, ganun din, serverless din siya. Meron din siyang amount of number of times na nag-publish ka ng event, tapos nag-broadcast siya sa mga subscribers, yun lang din yung babayaran mo. Yun, si Key Vault and storage, very minimal din naman yung cost. So, pwede ka mag-start at a very, very minimal cost sa mga ganong klaseng app. Alright. Again, talking about performance, kapag ka meron kang queue, yun nga, kapag ka marami kang load, pwedeng naka-queue lahat ng mga messages, tapos isa lang yung gumagana, iniisa-isa lang niyang i-process yun, hindi mawawala yung transactions mo. Pwede ka rin magkaroon ng asynchronous operation na parang sinabi mo sa user, okay na, ginagawa na namin to, pero antay ka lang, wait ka lang, matatapos din to maya-maya. So, yung experience ng user mo, as if hindi mabagal yung system mo. Pero, pwede mo na magkape habang nag-aantay ako matapos kasi nakikita ko yung spinner sa web browser. So, yan. Ito, pagka nag-deploy ka ng ganitong application, operational excellence, pwede siya infrastructure code, you can use automation, you can deploy it using mga pipelines, Terraform, ARM templates, basta i-automate mo lang yung pag-deploy kapag ka nasa real-world production ka na. Pero for the demo, inisa-isa ko lang siyang cleaning. Okay, so let's go to, I think I have mga 10 minutes. Nag-start yata ako 15, 6:15, 5:15, 20, yeah. So, tingnan natin kung paano siya gumagana. So, let's see. Going back kay domain-driven design, napag-usapan natin na maganda sana kapag yung models mo nagre-reflect din dun sa code mo. So, pag nakita ko si create mentor created dito sa model ko, pag tinignan ko yung code ko ng API, ito yung mga domains ko. Yun yung nakita natin. Yung mga mentor, mentee. Sa loob ni mentor, meron akong command to create mentor. At saka ito yung handler niya. So, bago pa natin himayin yung pattern ng code, kailangan malaman na natin na sa naming pa lang, mas maganda na kamukha niya na yung event model mo. Para mas madali mo maintindihan kung ikaw bago kang developer, bago sa project. Pagbukas mo ng project, tiningnan mo yung model, tapos tiningnan mo yung code, naintindihan mo na siya kaagad. So, yun yung isa sa advantage niya. Tapos dito sa pattern na to, this is a .NET Core function app. Pero kahit web API pa to or kung ano man, kung web API or function doesn't matter. Ang pinagkaiba lang nun is si web API, yung nakita nyo kanina sa ni Bri is yun, controller siya, API siya, pero dito function siya, yung entry point mo. So, yung tinatawag natin na in-process na messaging, balikan natin sa drawing. Di ba napag-usapan natin na pwede sa loob ng code mo, ganun din yung nangyayari. Pag may command, may message, may next command. Ang way na may implement natin yan is using something like called a mediator pattern. One of the ways. Hindi lang siya yung way, pero one of the ways na ginagamit namin is yung tinatawag na mediator pattern. So, parang ang responsibility lang ni sa code, ni command, is i-execute niya yung sarili niya. Tapos, meron tayo isang object na tinatawag nating mediator. In this case, gumamit tayo ng library na tinatawag nating mediator. Wait, hanapin ko yung link. So, ito siya. So, parang third-party library siya, parang that you can use para magkaroon ng in-process messaging pattern. So, ginamit natin siya. Ang responsibility niya sa code is, siya yung nagsasabi pag natapos si command, siya yung nagdi-dispatch ng message, hahanapin niya yung next command na mag-handle nun. Siya din yung pwede mag-dispatch ng event. Pag si event, notification siya sa lahat ng mga handlers na pwedeng mag-handle ng same event. So, kung titingnan natin yung code, so meron akong starting point, si create mentor. Makikita mo, nag-inject ako dito sa dependency injector ng administrator. Galing to dun sa library na mediator. So, ang trabaho ni mediator, first of all, kumbaga parang yung dependency between create mentor tsaka yung next command nawala na, tinanggal natin. Kumbaga parang si mediator na yung bahala, nasa gitna siya, kaya nga siya mediator. Siya na yung bahalang maghanap kung sino yung command na i-execute based dun sa sinisend mo na message command. Alright. So, nawala yung parang direct dependency. At the same time, sa dependency injection kay .NET, kung naka-mediator pattern ka, normally, di ba parang nire-register mo yung mga, yung mga interfaces mo, yung mga dependencies mo. In this case, hindi na. Isa lang yung i-register mo. Pag tinawag mo si administrator, ang ginagawa niya talaga is parang ang pwede niyang gawin is siniscan niya yung buong .NET, yung assembly mo. Tapos, meron siyang mga hinahanap na signature para ma-map niya yung certain command dun sa handler niya. So, if I illustrate again, so si create mentor, tinawag ko si mediator.send. Tapos, sinabi ko, isend mo tong command na to. Nasaan yung model niya yan? Nasa loob ni command. Ito, si create mentor. So, parang si command is kind of like a POCO class lang. Ito yung data ng mismong command mo. Yung pag-create ka ng mentor, kailangan mo nitong mga data na to. Mentor code, first name, last name, gender, city, skills. So, pag nakita mo, kumbaga, ano siya, it implements iRequest iRequest. Si iRequest is an interface also from MediaTR para parang sinasabi mo na si create mentor request siya, message siya. So, para malaman ni MediaTR na, okay, ito yung command. Tapos, yung lagi siyang may match na handler, katulad nito. So, ito naman yung handler niya, si create mentor handler. Ini-implement din niya si iRequest handler. Tapos sinabi mo kay iRequest handler na ito yung handler para kay create mentor command. Because of this, pag diniktig mo tong ganitong signature dun sa classes mo, nalalaman ni mediator kung sino yung mag-handle sa kanya. Good? Okay tayo doon? So, lahat ng mga handler, meron lang siyang parang method to handle, tapos nandiyan na yung pinaka-logic mo. So, si create mentor handler, ang gagawin niya based dun sa, babalikan natin sa event model natin, di ba? Isi-save niya sa database. In this case, sinave ko kay Cosmos TP yung data lang about dun sa mentor. Pero hindi ko pa sinisave yung skills kasi sa skills, gusto ko parang ibang document siya eh. Pero pinublish ko na, natapos na si mentor created. So, pag sinabi natin kanina nakita nyo, kanina yung sa star dito, send. Pero yung dito, publish. So, dun pumapasok yung difference sa message at saka sa event. So, pag nag-publish ako, meaning lahat ng mga maybe handlers na for the mentor created event, matitrigger. Saan ko naman dinidefine yung events at saka yung event handler na to. So, ito yung pinaka-event, data lang din siya. So, parang sinabi mo mentor created, ito yung ID niya, ito yung message ng data. And then, meron din akong handler. So, dito, imbis na iRequest handler, iNotification handler naman siya. So, parang sinasabi mo, ito yung isa sa mga subscriber ng mentor created. Pwede kang madami. Pinagkaiba ng command tsaka kay event, si command, isa lang yung lagi yung handler ni command. This one. Isa lang lagi yung handler niya. Pero kay event, pwedeng magkaroon ng maraming handler. Hindi ko yung ginawa dito, pero just so you know, pag iNotification siya, pwede kang magkaroon ng multiple, lahat yun ma-execute. So, kung i-chain ko siya, kung tapos na tong create handler na to, ano yung next kong gagawin? Di ba sabi natin doon sa model, assign mentor skills. So, tatawagin ko naman yung next command. Ngayon, may mediator na naman ako dito, magsisend na naman ako ng message, hey, I'm done, do this command. And then, next naman, same pattern, matitrigger naman, nahahanap na naman ni mediator si assign mentor skills, tas may handler na naman siya. Pagkatapos ko nang ma-assign, ang ginagawa ni assign mentor skills, sinisave din niya sa database yung skill nung mentor. Pagtapos ko na yun, magpa-publish na naman ako ng event na mentor skills assigned. Meron na naman akong handler dito na mentor skills assigned. And in this case, ang gustong kong gawin, based dun sa design natin, is, pagka na-assign na yung mentor, gusto kong mag-publish ng event sa event grid as based dun sa model natin sa solution architecture. Pagtapos na tong mentor skills assign, magpa-publish ako ng event kay event grid para matanggap siya ni mentee na app. So, lahat, ganun lang lagi yung pattern. Pare-parehas lang siya. Dugtong-dugtong, message, command, event, publish, subscribe. Alright, so if I try to run this, I want to actually see this one. And this. So let's try to run that code. So, ang start ko muna is si mentor function. Hindi ko muna start si mentee para ma-illustrate ko sa inyo yung ibig sabihin na kapag naka-queue siya, kahit na hindi gumagana yung magre-receive or yung matitrigger na function dun sa queue na yon, maya-maya kapag nag-start na yon, gagana din siya. Alright. So, sabi natin dun sa design, pagka publish ko sa event grid ng mentor skills assigned, gusto ko rin i-store ni event grid sa isang queue na yung event na yon. So, paano natin yun winar up? So, wait lang. Tatawagin ko lang to. So, to nag-run na siya. So, magkikreate ako ng, let's say, ito yung API natin, magkikreate ako ng bagong event. Let's say, CPU to. for one. Tapos, kunwari, SQL, AI. Okay, so nag-execute na yung API natin. Anong nangyari behind the scene? Yung expected natin is masisave siya sa Cosmos DB. Ito na yung data niya. Ay, hindi siya. Kanina pa yan. Ulit. Dito na siya kay Cosmos DB. Ito yung data ni Pio. So, yung first run, si create mentor, ito mo lang yung sinave niyang document. Yung second command, which is assign mentor skills, nag-create siya ng 2 document para ma-assign ko si mentor 1 kay AI, tapos ma-assign ko din si mentor 1 kay SQL. So, 3 separate database calls yon, pero chained by the commands. Chain of commands. Alright, so ano nangyari kay event grid tsaka kay queue? So makikita mo kay event grid, may mga naganap na events dyan. Pero para ma-write ni event grid kay sa isang queue, pwede ka mag-create ng subscription like I mentioned before. So eto, na-create ko na kanina. Nag-create ako ng subscription dito. Sinabi ko sa subscription na to, lahat ng mga pumapasok na events, ipato mo kay queue. Pero pakita ko lang mabilis kung paano ginawa yon. So, ito yung interface ng pag-create ng subscription. By the way, of this, pinapakita ko sa portal, pero of course, pwede mo naman siyang gawin sa automation. So, dito pwede ka mag-add ng event type. So, yung event na pinadlish natin, may text yun lagi, si mentor skills assigned. So, dapat yun din yung event type mo doon. Tapos, pwede ka mamili ng event type, endpoint type dito, which is storage queues. Pag namili ka ng storage queue, mamimili ka dito ng actual storage, for example, and then ito yung queue. Tapos sabihin mo na ito yung queue, dyan niya ibabato. So, ano nangyari ngayon nung na-create yung skill, na-create yung skill, na tinawag yung API, ayan, nagkaroon na siya ng message. Andyan pa rin siya, wala pang nagpa-process sa kanya. Pero pag tinignan nyo, ito si Mentor 1, yan si Pio, ito yung skills niya. Nilagay ko siya sa message, na-publish ko siya doon sa message. Ngayon, nag-aantay na lang tayo na may mag-process dito sa queue na yon. So, kapag niran ko tong si Menti, which is a different app, na sinabi ko kay Menti na, hey, Menti, mag-subscribe ka dun sa, mag-trigger ka. Pag tinignan mo yung code ni Menti here, meron din akong function na triggered by a queue, which is si match skills queue. So, yun yung same queue as this one. So, pag nakita mo siya dito, ayan. Ang sabi ko lang dito, basta pag tinawag to, ito lang gawin mo, mag-log ka lang. Hindi ko na nilagyan ng logic. Masyadong advanced yun. So, nilagay ko na, ayan na, nakita niya na, yay, nakuha ko na ang message. Ito yung message. Si Mentor 1, AI SQL. So, marami na akong pwedeng logic na pwedeng gawin. Dudugtong ko na yung mga sarili ko namang command para kay Menti microservice. And pag bumalik tayo kay Q, wala na siya. And next time na i-run natin ulit yung, mag-request tayo ulit nun sa API, kunwari si Mentor 2, sino na ba to? Si Ange. Sarah Boles. Ay, baka mamali ako ng spelling, sorry. Sorry, Ange. Power platform. Kunwari. Tapos pag siya naman yung next, as you can see, na-process na siya kaagad kasi na-running naman tong function na yun. So that's one way na ma-chain yung mga commands and events using .NET Core, event create, and queuing. Okay, I think I'm almost there. Yun sa demo, nakita natin kung paano siya talaga gumagana. So, bago lahat, gusto kong lang paalala, mga dapat tandaan, paghandaan ng mga proyekto gamit ang Azure Well-Architected Framework, huwag masyadong malunod sa patterns. Yung mga pinakita kong patterns, isa lang yun sa patterns, pero yun nga, mag-start ka, minimal API, simplihan mo lang. Kung nagiging mas komplikado yung requirements mo, gumamit ka ng iba't ibang paraan para mapadali siya. Tapos, lahat ng problema, solusyon magkakaiba, magsimula sa simpleng disenyo. So, ito yung mga resources na pwede nyo magamit. Yung slides ko, lahat ng code, nasa GitHub. So, puntahan nyo lang to, makikita nyo silang lahat. Maraming salamat! And sana may natutunan kayo sa araw na to. Thank you.
Magaling. Maganda. Maganda ka.
Ayan,
Maganda
Salamat
tama
po.
rin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before we end, bago po tayo magtapos, may mga katanungan. Okay, ang lalim, di ba? Wait lang. First question. Tama ba? Okay.
Magandang hapon. May mungkahi po ba kayo para may isang puso?
Sa puso at may paipupad ang isang organisasyon ang pagsunod sa WAF na di kaginsa-ginsa.
Nahirapan po ako nung ibig sabihin ng kaginsa-ginsa.
Mali po.
Kayo na pa kami nagtatanungan ni
Translate.
Annie.
Hindi ko siya alam kung paano siya
So, anong ibig
i-translate.
sabihin ng kaginsa-ginsa?
Oo.
Kaginsa-ginsa.
Oo.
Pero I think,
Kaginsa-ginsa. And
Okay.
WAF, like web application firewall?
framework. Firewall, yeah.
Yung security ba ito?
Okay, let's move on muna bago siya sumagsimulan.
Kinabahan ako sa kaginsa-ginsa.
Sorry. Okay, next one. Difference.
Biglaan.
Biglaan daw.
Okay.
Biglaan.
This one, difference EDA versus
EDA.
SOA.
So, event-driven architecture versus service-oriented architecture. Okay, so si service-oriented architecture, medyo siya yung parang predecessor bago siya kay microservices. So, pwedeng yung service mo is malaki pa din siya. So, isang process siya, isang malaking API, tapos maraming endpoints. Pwedeng isang service yun. So, medyo malaki siya dati. And then, yung SOA, not necessarily emitting events. So, pwedeng may endpoint siya, may operation, may request, trinasis niya, nag-respond siya. Pero hindi siya nag-publish ng isang event, tapos may another service na nag-subscribe or nag-listen dun sa event na yon. Whereas si event-driven architecture, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi ko sa EDA, sa terminology, yun kasi event-driven architecture na talagang parang by principle, gusto niyang paliitin yung mga components ng system into different services. And then, the only way na makapag-communicate sila sa isa't isa, walang direct coupling. So, for example, dalawang REST API yon, hindi mo siya tatawagin diretso kasi magkakaroon ka ng coupling pag ganun eh. So, parang gagawin mo, magpa-publish ka ng event using some sort of either event routing, or if it's not an event, if it's a message, like a message broker, and then tsaka lang magre-react yung kabilang service. So, I think that's one of the difference.
And the last one, ano po at para saan ang RBAC?
Role-based access control. So, like, for example, sa Azure, marami siyang gamit. Pero pagdating sa Azure is, di na pala ako naka-share, pero para ma-define mo yung authorization level ng bawat users or groups dun sa mga iba't ibang resources sa Azure, pwede mong i-define yung kung ano yung role nila, yung permission nila. So for example, lahat ng bawat resource na dineploy mo sa Azure, mayroong mga standard roles. For example, owner, contributor, or reader. So pwede mo assign yung user doon para hindi ko basta ma-access yung resources, pwede basta mag-create kung hindi naman ako owner. And, mga ganun.
Yung RBAC is more on controlling kung ano yung pwede mong gawin sa Azure portal. Mag-deploy ng resources, anong resources yung pwede mong i-deploy, ano yung pwede mong gawin dun sa mga resources. It's not permission on the application level or on the actual resource, kumbaga. Yung rights mo lang sa portal, sa pag-deploy.
Yung rights mo sa resources. Pwede ka rin mag-implement ng RBAC dun sa sarili mong application, pero sariling sikap mo na yon. Pwede mo din gamitin si Azure Active Directory para ma-implement mo yung RBAC sa sarili mong application. Pwede ka mag-define ng roles kay Azure Active Directory, kunwari gagamitin mo siya. Para pag nag-login yung user mo using Azure Active Directory, makita mo yung mga roles, tas pwede mong i-check yun dun sa application mo, tas pwede mong i-sabihin na, okay, pwede mo tong gawin.
Yun. Balikan natin yung tanong ni Nestor. But before that, gusto ko lang i-recognize yung presence ni John Lim Jap sa stream. Siya yung community leader ng Pinog. So, sumasagot din siya ng mga tanong niyo dun sa chat. Kung tingnan niyo na lang yung sagot niya, makikita niyo. Balikan natin yung tanong ni Nestor. Yung tanong niya pala is, anong mamimungkahi mo para may sa puso at may patupad sa isang company yung well-architected framework ng hindi biglaan. Yun yung
okay, well, architect work pala.
Ah.
Kung ano na isa.
Marami
Okay,
kasing
tama nga
ano
naman. Topic ko pala, nakalimutan ko. Hindi, so, nang hindi siya pabigla-bigla. Alright, so I think, yung madalas na i-advise namin sa mga companies is, unahin mo siguro sa akin yung, kung ako mag-iisip pa, yung cost management, yung cost practice, at saka katumbas ng actually RBAC. So kung may dalawa kong pipiliin, nagsisimula ka lang sa cloud, kailangan mag-setup ka na kaagad yung marunong mag-budget. Kasi yun yung nagiging blocker yung budget So maintindihan kung ano yung mga pipili. Marami kasing choices sa Azure So ano yung kailangan mong piliin kasi magkano, ano yung cost implication nun. Importante yun sa lahat ng kumpanya. Tapos yung pangalawa is yung RBAC nga, yung parang governance nyo. Yung access ng mga tao sa different resources. Sinong pwede mag-deploy ng web app? Sinong pwedeng mag-create ng database? Kasi pagka wala ka nun, chaos. Magulo. Hindi kayo magpa-progress. So, kahit yung dalawa lang, assuming natapos na kayo dun sa migration kasi architecture na kayo ng solution yun. Tapos, along the way, kaya nga sinasabi ko yung mga iba, yung performance, reliability, wag muna kayo mag-over-optimize unless na may learning na kayo. Kasi pwede nyo naman yun ma-monitor. Pag na-monitor nyo na may latency or merong problem sa reliability, you can always enhance that later on.
Yeah, yun. Tapos, dadagdag ko lang, if you're talking about architecture sa isang organization, kung yung direction ng technology na gagamitin nyo, usually it starts from the top. Kung sino yung CTO nyo, kung ano yung vision niya for the company, usually yun din yung magdadala kung saan kayo papunta. So if hindi siya champion ng this, for example, ng this technology or this architecture or this development methodology, medyo hindi kayo mapupunta doon. So it starts from the top. Nasa mga C-level yan.
Exactly. Sa kalamihan ng mga companies dito, for example, nagbubuo sila ng cloud, parang tinatawag na Cloud Center of Excellence. So parang may isa talagang department, almost like a department na responsable para unti-unting ipatupad lahat ng mga best practices sa cloud. Hindi siya biglaan, pero sila yung responsible. Pero kung wala ka yung director level na Cloud Center of Excellence or kung ano man tawagin yung CTO doon, mahirap siya. Mahirap siyang magtuloy-tuloy.
Ayun. Maraming salamat, Marilag. Nasagot na ba natin lahat ng tanong?
So far,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. So, maraming salamat. Para dun sa mga attendees natin, kung gusto nyong sumagot ng survey, nasa screen yung QR code and yung link. Yung link, message ko rin sa chat if you want. So, yun. May gagawin ba tayo, Ange?
Ngayon ay mag-raffle pa tayo. Winner! Ay mag-raffle pala.
Yeah, so, ito yung mga nag-submit ng survey last sa first session. Kasama na ba
first
yun
and
today?
second. Yeah.
First and second.
First and second session. So,
bago natin i-raffle, meron ka bang gustong bigyan ng prize, Marilag? Para malaman natin kung ilan yung i-raffle natin or...
Sige. Parang gusto kong bigyan ng prize yung nagtanong ng kaginsing-ginsi.
Kaginsa-ginsa.
Si Nestor.
Kaginsa-ginsa pala.
Oh, Nestor,
Lang
make
naman.
sure na magsagot ka nung ano, nasa ano ba siya?
Nandiyan siya.
Kukunin na lang namin yung email address mo sa sa backend sa survey results. So that means ilan lang yung ira-raffle natin? 5? Baka meron ka pang gustong bigyan bago tayo mag-raffle.
Okay na actually, may nakalimutan pala ako na pa-raffle. Hindi
Okay.
ko nasabi. Naisip ko lang kaninang umaga kasi wala akong tulog. Um, parang gusto ko magpa-raffle ng isang Udemy course tungkol
That's
sa
nice.
That's cool.
isang Azure, yeah. Pero ano na lang, yun nga, raffle na lang.
Raffle.
Okay.
Okay.
Ay, isabay natin later o gusto mo ngayon na? Ngayon na natin raffle pa habang nandito si ano.
Si
Sige.
Matt.
Sige,
Go.
siya.
Wala na ba? Going once, going twice? Wala na? Okay. Magdodraw na ako. First one. Clarence Robas.
Yun.
Yay!
Wait lang. Lista ko para may approach tayo.
Yun! Yun hinihintay ko. Okay, next
Nice roll.
one. John Oliver. John Oliver Amorao. Sorry if I said it
John
wrongly,
Oliver.
but yeah, John Oliver Amorao. Yay! Okay. Next one. Ilan pa? Dalawa? Tatlo.
6 So we already have 3. Tapos
Okay.
pang-pito yung Udemy ni Marilag. So 2 more and then yung Udemy.
Okay. Next. Jose Felesco.
Right.
Fourth winner. Jose Felesco. And second to the last. Okay. Jen Cruz.
And now for the Udemy course.
For the Udemy course. Hannah Clarice Alves. Yay! So congratulations to all the winners. May pa voucher
Ayun.
and pa classes po si Mayor.
May libreng paaral,
So salamat sa pagdalo. So yung mga nanalo, i-email na lang yan later ni Mayor. Tapos just continue answering the survey if you want, and then later on meron tayong magsisimula tayo ng 1 p.m. for the next session.
Yes. For the next session, it will be Michael John Pena, and then Ian Christopher De Torres, and then Jonna Anderson. So for now, we'll have a break. At babalik po tayo ng 1 p.m.
Alright, tanghalian muna. Bye-bye.
Kain muna tayo. Bye-bye!
All right.
Hello. We're back again. Sana
Yeah.
kumain na kayo ng maayos. Hindi nabulunan and all.
Sana tapos na kayo manangalian o kaya nananangalian pa lang. Sisimulan na natin yung susunod para balik tayo on time. Kung kaka-join nyo lang sa live stream, ito nga pala ang Cloudskwela, handog sa inyo ng mga Pinoy MVP around sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. So, nabanggit kanina nung isang speaker natin na yung event natin is joint effort ng iba't ibang user group dyan sa Pinas at yung mga user group na rin namin dito sa labas ng bansa. So, kung gusto nyong makiisa, mag-participate o makisali sa mga user group sa Pinas, karamihan sa kanila nasa Facebook, pwede nyo silang mahanap doon. Yung Philippine Data Platform for Data and AI Technologies, PNUG and MondPH, and
Visa.
yung isa ni PNUG and MondPH for developers, yung Azure User Group Manila, yung Biz Apps PH for business apps and Power Platform. Meron ding Power BI PH community. Lahat sa karamihan sa Pinas nasa Facebook. So hanapin niyo lang doon, sumali lang kayo. Lahat sila naggagawa ng mga ganitong technical event. Depende sa technology na dala nila. Meron ding mga podcast katulad ng The Battle of the Clouds. So, yun. Hanapin nyo na lang sila sa Facebook para makasali kayo. At sisimulan na natin yung susunod na session. Ano bang susunod natin, Ange?
Yung susunod na session natin ay tungkol sa hybrid cloud solution with Microsoft Azure by Michael Peña, or you can call him as Penny. So, Penny, nasaan ka? Hanapin niyo si Penny. Ayun!
Ayun.
Hello,
Hi, Ann.
Penny.
Tio.
Magandang gabi sa iyo.
Hapon pa lang. Magandang
Hapon pa lang.
Hapon. Okay. You can start now.
Alright, sige. Sige, simulan na natin. No? Well, una sa lahat, salamat sa mga nanonood. Recorded din itong session na to. So kung ma-miss nyo, pwede nyo balikan mamaya, no? Or sa kinabukasan. So para ngayon, sa ngayon, ang ipepresent ko is something to do with hybrid cloud. Wala akong maisip na Tagalog word for hybrid. But basically, hybrid solutions in general, no? And ano nga ba yung involvement ni Microsoft Azure with this, set of infrastructure or approach or kung ano mang topology, no? So, a little about me. Ngayon based ako ngayon dito sa Sydney, Australia, pero dati akong nasa Pilipinas. May sarili akong consulting company ngayon called Data Chain Consulting. Wherein, yun, karamihan ng mga projects ko lately something to do with hybrid or AI or IoT on edge. And ayun, masyadong exciting tong time na to for it, especially now in an unfortunate event ng pandemic. So karamihan ng mga operations nagmo-move into a hybrid setup, no? And edge, which is something na itatalakay ko mamaya. And involved din ako sa iba't ibang mga startups dyan sa Pilipinas at sa ibang parte ng mundo. More on sa technical advisory. And also, I'm an Azure MVP, former .NET and Windows Dev MVP. And nagsulat din ako ng libro about cloud analytics on Microsoft Azure. And, for the past, I would say 10 or 15 years, sobrang na-mold talaga ako sa Microsoft technologies all the way from .NET, blockchain, web, data, and now, dito ngayon sa machine learning and IoT on edge. So, all right. Then, ang agenda natin ngayong araw or sa presentation ko ay, una, bakit nga ba natin dapat i-consider ang hybrid? Diba? Tapos, ano yung involvement sa on-prem infrastructure? Tsaka, ano nga ba itong multi-cloud? And papahapyawan ko na din yung containerization, tsaka virtualization. At syempre, tatalakay ko yung edge infrastructure. And lastly, I'll also explain kung ano nga ba itong Azure Arc. No? And at the same time, I'll also do a quick demo around Azure Arc. So una, kung ang kailangan nyo sagutin is bakit kaya mag-hybrid cloud, no? And by definition, nag-evolve na rin yung ibig sabihin ng hybrid cloud. Kasi dati, pag sinabi mong hybrid, more on data center tsaka cloud, di ba? Or public cloud in particular. Yun yung parang ibig sabihin ng hybrid noon. Ngayon, nag-evolve na yung ibig sabihin niya into something like more than one infrastructure. Kasi hindi lang on-prem cloud yung usapan ngayon, no? Yun nga, meron na tayong mga multi-cloud, may mga edge infrastructure, tsaka mga ibang approach na din, no? Na in a way, gusto nating mas magkaroon ng mga connected environments, no? And siguro ang usual or ang kadalasan na dahilan kung bakit nag-hybrid cloud is governance, no? Kasi hindi lahat ng applications or lahat ng data ay dapat i-store sa cloud, public cloud in particular, no? Kaya maraming mga approach. Merong mga private cloud, merong mga data centers na merong mga virtualization technologies. So yun yung isang mga yun yung kadalasang reason kung bakit ka nag-hybrid cloud. Then yung isa pang dahilan is usually yung mga kapag mag-i-scale kayo ng operations nyo. For example, sa probinsya or sa mga liblib na lugar. Tapos meron kayong mga di ba, for example, yung mga CCTV, gusto niyo gawa ng AI or yung mga machine learning around video analytics, mga ganyan, di ba? Instead na yung data, pinupunta nyo lahat sa cloud, tapos sa cloud nyo ipaprocess. Usually, dun papasok yung mga edge infrastructure na yung processing ng AI or ng machine learning nangyayari on edge rather than sa cloud, no? And at the same time, lastly, yung business relationships with the provider, no, which is very, very important. Kasi iba't ibang provider, depende kung ano yung relationship niya sa kanila. Di ba merong mga volume discounts, merong mga iba't ibang mga deals, like mga programs around it, tulad ng mga startups, ng mga non-profit, mga gano'n, no? So, parang kailangan nyo rin i-evaluate na minsan hindi lahat ng operations or hindi lahat ng mga infrastructure nyo is nakalagay lang sa isang provider. So, siguro balikan ko lang din kung ano nga ba tong on-prem infrastructure, no? Lalo na nung mga early 2000s, even before nung naging sobrang sikat nitong mga public cloud offerings na tulad ng AWS, Azure, GCP, no? So, dun sa on-premise kasi or on-premises infrastructure back then, technically, meron kang sarili mong data center. Ikaw yung nagmamay-ari ng mga hardware na yon. Tapos, mag-hire ka rin ng team mo na mag-maintain ng mga yon, no? Ng mga servers na yon. And karamihan or yung major problem na na-experience nila kaya sila nagmamigrate sa public cloud or private cloud is yung high capital requirements tsaka yung turnaround time na kailangan nyo pang umorder na server, tas magpo-procurement pa kayo, mga ganun, di ba? Minsan inaabot kayo ng mga months kung just to scale your operations or para lang magkaroon ng mas maraming compute load or database disk, di ba? But then yung concept nung infrastructure, nung let's say from a data center 1 to data center 2, let's say sa Manila to Cebu, di ba? Yung concept na yon with something like VPN, hindi na bago yon, di ba? Existing na siya. And pati na din yung sa mga, let's say, yung mga scaled operations for Asia, merong deployed na data center sa Singapore or Hong Kong. Tapos may separate na data center sa US, mainly probably nasa East US like Washington, di ba? So yung concept na yun, hindi naman talaga siya bago. Yung on-premise na, di ba, may communication between them through something like VPN. Hindi naman talaga siya bago. But then, ang nangyari kasi is, since mas madaling mag-scale sa public cloud, ngayon, yung VPN connection nyo, na-extend nyo na siya papunta sa public cloud. So, yun yung parang naging step forward, no? And doon ko masasabi na naging successful si Azure or si Microsoft, no? Doon sa journey na yon. Like, kasi una sa lahat, yung Hyper-V, yung which is a hypervisor na mas naging madali yung provisioning ng mga virtual machines, no? And at the same time, maliban sa provisioning, pati na rin yung maintenance ng mga virtual machines regardless kung saang data center sila naka-deploy, di ba? And other than Hyper-V, di ba, nagkaroon din ng mga partnerships with, tulad ng mga VMware and mga cloud, Cisco and yung mga related technologies na yun, di ba? So, yung virtualization, dun siya, parang ito yung una naging bridge talaga into hybrid, if I might say, no? Then from there, from Azure's perspective, nagsimula naman tong virtual networks, no? Na parang, okay, paano kung gusto ko na yung mga resources ko sa Azure, let's say yung virtual machine ko at saka database server ko na nasa VM din is nasa same network group lang sila. No? So, yung concept ng networking din and yung mga subnetting, na-implement na kagad siya ni Azure on day one. So, yung same topology na yun, meron na siya kagad. Then, from there, di ba nabanggit ko kanina yung VPN ng mga on-prem infra, doon naman pumasok tong express route ni Azure, no? Na parang ang ginawa nila is nagsiset up sila ng leased line connection between yung data center ni Azure, let's say kung Singapore siya or Hong Kong, papunta sa sarili mong data center, no? So parang nagkaroon ka ng dedicated connection between those two entities. Then for an alternative ni express route, which is by the way, medyo may kamahalan siya kasi nga dedicated, di ba? Meron namang offering din si Azure, which is yung VPN gateway. So parang yung implementation nga nung VPN nung nakaraang slide, di ba? So I would say na itong advent na to, mga 2012 to 2000, probably up to 2016, 17, 18, naging successful si Azure dito makapture yung enterprise, di ba? Sense na yung migration from migration from on-prem to a mix of hybrid ng on-prem saka public cloud, which is Azure. Then ngayon, 2000, probably 2019, 2000, up to 2021 ngayon. Ngayon, napapaisip na yung mga tao about multi-cloud. Di ba? Ito na yung nagiging advent ngayon ng multi-cloud na parang, probably, ayokong puro Azure lang, ayokong puro AWS lang. Gusto ko, meron din sa GCP, Alibaba, or Huawei, or kung saan man, di ba? Kasi, ang usual kasing nangyayari dyan is, for example, may mga downstream systems, no? Like, let's say, identity. Kapag nag-down, minsan yung mga services nila, affected ka din. Yun. So, at saka yung concept ng cloud gravity, yung tinatawag natin ngayon, which is, pag nagsimula ka na mag-build sa isang cloud provider, ang hirap ng kumawala. No? Kasi, instead na nagbi-build ka ng something na general purpose, let's say, virtual machines or databases or data servers, mas nagiging specific na kasi yung mga services na binibuild nyo, no, na specific lang doon sa provider na yan. So, kapag naisipan yung kumawala doon sa provider na yan, mas nagiging mahirap, no? But then, honestly, nung experience ko, especially with dealing with the 3 major cloud providers, ito yung laging sinasabi nila, madali in theory, pero ang hirap talaga niyang gawin in practice for a lot of reasons, no? Siguro mas complex siya kasi hindi lang yung networking aspect yung kailangan niyo i-consider. Like kung nakapag-usap ba itong mga servers through VPN or security gateways or kung ano mga ganyan. But then at the same time, kailangan nyo ring isipin yung complexity around policies, di ba? Na, okay, so mag-standardize tayo ng Windows Server 2019. Ano ngayon yung implementation or yung policy natin across different providers, di ba? Na, dapat port 1433, yun yung naka-open na ports, di ba? Yung mga ganun. So yung policy management, mas nagiging complex siya, no? Then dun nga pumasok yung overheads in terms of operations kasi syempre yung mag-implement nito, dagdag din ng skill set na kailangan mas maintindihan, no? O mas kailangan ma-acquire. And kaya nga ngayon parang ang nagiging direction is, di ba, from a managed virtual machines perspective, nagmo-move tayo ngayon sa containerization with the same theory din na sinasabing gagawa ka lang daw na container tapos mag-work na siya kahit anong host provider or orchestration nung container mo. So in the Azure world, ang mga related sa containers is tong si AKS, si Kubernetes Service, which is a managed Kubernetes orchestrator, no? Instead of setting up it on your own. Then, let's say kung gusto mo naman na may isang container, gusto mo lang talagang i-run na siya straight away, may ACI, which is yung container instance. Tapos, yung registry naman, doon naman kayo nag-store ng mga version na mga containers nyo, no? Like V1 nitong app1 or V2 nitong app3. So dun nyo siya ini-store sa registry. Then si app service naman, meron din siyang for containers na very, very similar ni ACI. Pero nile-leverage niya yung mga ibang goodness ni app service, no? Like for example, yung pricing tier or yung compute infra. So naka-level siya kay app service rather than on its standalone. So ngayon naman, gusto ko hand over about dun sa edge infrastructure naman, which is something of interest kasi ngayon nagkakaroon ng middle ground between a dedicated data center na million ang cost, and at the same time yung gusto mo yung operation na yun is hindi nagra-run sa public cloud, no? So ngayon nagkakaroon ng middle tier about dun sa ganong specific operation. Like let's say kung sa Pilipinas gusto niyo magtayo ng smart CCTV systems or AI sa CCTV nyo, let's say sa isang probinsya, di ba? Instead na magse-set up ka pa ng sarili mong infrastructure or data center, di ba? Baka merong mas scaled down version which is an edge infrastructure. Let's say meron ka lang isang server room na connected sa 4G, 5G, tapos di ba, na may dedicated network ka. Then at the same time, yung telemetry lang yung talagang sinesend mo papuntang cloud, no? Kumbaga parang yung mga data, mga relational data or unstructured data lang talaga yung sinesend mo sa cloud through something like a hub, no? In Azure, we have something like IoT hub, no? So ito yung para magandang middle ground. For example, another example is mga barko or eroplano, di ba? Hindi ka magtatayo ng data center doon, di ba? Or sa loob ng mining field, hindi ka magtatayo ng sarili mong data center doon. Pero pwede kang magkaroon ng sarili mong edge infrastructure, which is something like, this one, para nga magkaroon ka ng mga localized environment, no, na pwede nyong gamitin to perform yung mga operations and yung computations na gusto nyong gawin, no. Yes. So on the Azure's perspective, no, may offerings din si Azure or si Microsoft in edge computing in general, which is first off si Azure Stack HCI, which is itong malaki-laking to, which is something na isipin nyo na meron kayong Azure portal, di ba? And all that goodness around it kung gusto nyo mag-create ng functions, mag-create ng app service, di ba? Pero yung infra niya, di ba? Or yung mismong servers kung saan mag-run yun is dedicated siya into something of your own, which is dun papasok si Azure Stack HCI. Now, may sarili kang rack unit na nagra-run ng Azure na ikakabit mo siya sa networking mo and other different ports and services na localized ngayon, di ba? So ang advantage nito is, for example, yun nga, gusto niyo mag-create ng functions na nagra-run lang sa eroplano or sa barko or sa mining field, pwede, no, na hindi na siya yung deployed sa public Azure na or sa public cloud na Azure para i-perform yon. Same thing with database servers, and app services or kung ano mang like Windows servers, VMs, or Linux servers. So may flexibility kayo around that, no? Ngayon naman, so medyo may kamahalan din to si Azure Stack HCI. And si HCI is provided by external vendor, which is usually Dell or HP, no? And binake lang talaga si Azure inside sa loob nitong edge, rack unit na to. But then merong a lower tier, which is itong si Azure Stack Hub, na ang ginagamit naman niya is parang it's more of a middle way na instead na yung buong Azure portal yung dadalhin mo sa edge, di ba? Parang meron ka ngayon na isang data environment lang na yung let's say, ang magandang use case nito is, for example, kapag nagde-develop kayo or testing, gagamitin niyo yung Azure na public cloud. Di ba? Kunyari, mga prototype lang or mga POC or dev environments, pwedeng nandun sa public cloud. Ngayon, kung gusto niyo yung, let's say, yung production environment niya is nasa data center pa din, let's say, nasa Manila or nasa Taguig, di ba? Ngayon, pwede kayong gumamit ng something na Azure Stack Hub na yung meron kayong interoperability between the public cloud and yung on-prem nyo in a way na sandbox yung environment, no? Ibig sabihin is yung transitioning na pwede niya i-abstract yung service, let's say, AKS or ACI, di ba, or Azure Function, sa dev environment nyo, which is nasa public, pwede nyo siya i-abstract and i-compile nyo siya papuntang dun sa physical data center nyo. It's as if na itong physical data center nyo, ang kino-consume niya is an Azure service, no? Yun. So, isa lang siya sa mga option na pwede nyong gawin kapag yun nga, gusto nyo talagang mag-stick sa Azure na, mechanism about functions or app service or, SQL, managed SQL instances, no? Ngayon, ang last one naman is si Azure Stack Edge, which is relatively cheaper dito sa dalawang to. Ito naman is something portable, actually, to the point nga na yung isa nga namin naging use case, nakasampa lang to sa isang truck na nasa Western Australia, no? Ngayon, itong Azure Stack Edge is, meron siyang OS, meron siyang storage, meron siyang GPU tsaka CPU, enough para mag-crunch ng mga specific computation. Let's say, yung sa use case nga namin is video analytics. So, yung truck nakapag-analyze siya ng video feed sa harap niya, no? Then, yung, kumbaga, parang pinaka hardware na tumatakbo yung model is nakastore dun sa Azure Stack Edge. Ngayon, si Azure Stack Edge is deployment model lang siya, no? Kumbaga, deployment model lang siya nung mismong AI model mo or yung mga containers mo, pero hindi ka talaga nagpapatakbo ng Azure, portal instance sa Stack Edge. Di ba? Ang nangyayari lang is parang, let's say it's a mini version of a server, pero specifically purposed siya na magko-connect to Azure. Let's say through an IoT hub or a data box edge gateway, no? Let's say for example, sa use case nga nung truck driver is pag bumalik na siya dun sa warehouse, magko-connect ngayon siya dun sa mas mabilis na internet connection, hindi niya na gagamitin yung 4G or 5G. Ngayon, din yung time na iba-backup niya ngayon yung data, yung video na na-collect niya, papunta ngayon sa sa public cloud. So, isa to sa magandang option para nga doon sa mga operations na gano'n na yung specifically purpose siya, pero at the same time, hindi siya kayang gawin lang ng mga Raspberry Pi or yung mga Arduino, di ba? So, something na mas mabigat naman yung operation. And then, din ako papasok, no? Si Azure, maliban doon sa mga high-end offerings niya, meron din mga lower-end, but then subjective kung ano ibig sabihin ng lower-end, di ba? Kasi it could be lower-end, pero mas marami yung yung distribution niya, di ba? So, merong mga general purpose or mga approaches din si Azure na related naman dito sa mga mas maliliit devices, no? So, una si Azure Percept, which is i-discuss ni Ron next week. So, abangan nyo yan. So, hindi na ako magdidig deep kay Azure Percept. Abangan nyo si Ron next week. So, basically, ang in a nutshell, no, si Azure Percept is para lang siyang end-to-end na sandbox environment na pwede na kayo mag-run ng AI on edge na end-to-end na siyang gagana. Then si Azure Sphere naman is it's not actually hardware itself, no. Nagkataon lang din na meron lang ding naging partnership si Microsoft na magpo-provide ng specific hardware. But then Azure Sphere ay para siyang platform na integrated sa hardware chip itself. no, doon sa mismong microcontroller na nagfe-feature siya ng mga security policies and mechanisms na para kapag kinonect nyo sa internet yung device nyo, hindi siya yung, I mean, may mga best practices, it's all peer-reviewed, hindi siya yung tipong, alam niya, prototype lang. Pero it's a peer-reviewed security set of features and protocols na pwedeng implement nung hardware provider, no, na pwede nilang integrate mismo sa microcontroller nila. So that kapag kinabit nila to sa internet, sa public internet, may iwasan natin yung mga, mga nababalita na hack na yung mga aquarium, na dahil sa aquarium, na hack yung casino, yung mga ganun, no? So, kumbaga added flavor siya, no, sa mga embedded devices. And yung, at the same time, no, besides the Azure concept, Azure-related hardware, meron din namang, meron din namang mga integration points, let's say sa mga Arduino, Raspberry Pi, or kung ano man yung mga gusto nyong, di ba, third party na hardware providers. So, pwede nyo pa rin gamitin si Azure doon, one way or the other. Pwedeng gamitin siya through an IoT hub on edge, di ba? So, pwedeng as simple as running a container instance din doon. Ngayon, di ba? Na orchestrated siya ni AKS, ni Azure Kubernetes Services. So, kumbaga, sobrang daming approach na din ngayon. Ang dami na ring ways para, yun nga, ma-maintain natin itong iba't ibang mga devices and mga infrastructure, no? Whether on cloud, multi-cloud, on-prem, or on edge. Tapos, ito naman, no? Dito naman papasok yung offering ngayon ni Microsoft Azure, which is yung tatawag na Azure Arc. So, si Azure Arc naman is, imagine na parang may single kayong lens for control center ng mga services, ng mga infrastructure nyo, no? Kasi, di ba, kung wala kayong Azure Arc, posible naman to use something like Kubernetes, di ba? Let's say, mag-spin up kayo ng sarili nyong Kubernetes cluster na hosted to yet another public cloud or not public cloud. It could be a managed instance, which is AKS, or not managed instance. So, pwede kayong gawin ng something like Kubernetes or Hyper-V or, or something like VMware, di ba, to manage yung mga iba't ibang mga set of devices. Ngayon, ang problem kasi doon is, okay, it's doable, pero may added operations pa din siya na kailangan nyo i-maintain yung mismong pipeline, no? Yung mismong connectivity, and yung mismong infrastructure nyo, whether it's through a code or not. Kailangan nyo pa rin siya i-maintain. So ngayon, dito papasok si Azure Arc na parang, okay, what if meron na lang running service sa mga each and every device na gusto nyo i-connect, tapos magre-report na siya kay Azure through the Azure portal. Malalaman nyo na or mamamonitor nyo na yung mismo mga state ng mga devices. And at the same time, maleleverage nyo din yung mga ibang functionalities ni Azure tulad ng mga RBAC, which is na-mention kanina, and let's say Azure Policy, and yung mga log analytics, di ba? And App Insights, Azure Monitor. So, yung mga yon pwede nyo rin siyang ma-leverage, no? Through this approach. So in this specific diagram, makikita nyo na yung si data center, parang ang ginagawa niya is bini-virtualize niya yung environments niya through an Arc-based server. Okay? Same with multi-cloud, no? Regardless, whether that's AWS, GCP, or even Azure, no? Kasi probably, meron kayong mga shared instances ng ibang Azure, na under sa ibang Azure subscription, di ba, na gusto nyo ring i-maintain na, let's say, parang, kunyari, managed service provider kayo na nagkaroon kayo ng agreement to maintain yung mga servers nitong customer. So, pwede rin maging approach tong si Azure Arc para through your own Azure portal, makikita nyo yung mga VMs or yung mga resources nung kabilang portal, no, or kabilang subscription rather. And same with edge infrastructure, no. Let's say yung mga nabanggit ko kanina, si Azure Stack Edge, si and let's say sila HCI in particular, di ba? Pwede nyo siyang ma-abstract and makita pa din sa public Azure portal nyo kung ano yung nangyayari ngayon sa kanila. And by the way, as of now, I think few weeks ago, supported na rin ni Azure Arc yung managed Kubernetes ng iba't ibang providers tulad ng EKS ni AWS. Supported na rin siya, no, na i-centralize yung parang control plane management niya. All right, but for this demo, I'll quickly show you kung paano siya, let's say, through AWS EC2. Okay, so ngayon nandito ako sa AWS console ko. Okay, where nasa instance tab ako ng EC2. Ngayon, nakikita ko yung mga instances ko dito. All right, let's say gusto ko mag-create ng bagong instance. Oops. Okay. All right. So let's say gusto ko mag-create ng bagong instance tulad ng let's say Windows Server, di ba? Kasi pwede kayo mag-create ng Windows Server sa AWS. Okay? Ngayon, let's say free tier lang na ganito. Okay? Yep. Kumbaga, ito makikita nyo, di ba? Yung default port na 3389 na RDP, pwede natin siyang i-turn on. So, launch natin siya, tapos gamit tayo ng key pair, which is gumawa na ako kanina. Right? Then, launch the instance now. So, alright. So, this might take few minutes to, para makreate tong instance na to, no? So, kaya nag-create na ako kanina ng instance ng EC2 ko. Okay, meron na akong kinrate na instance dito kanina. Alright? Then, magkoconnect ako dito ngayon. Okay, through an RDP client. Okay? So, but then, na-set up ko na siya dito, yung key pair value niya, no? So, ngayon, mag-RDP na ako. Alright. Okay, give me a second. So, ayan, di ba? Ngayon, meron akong Windows Server instance running on AWS EC2, di ba? Na, alright, na nag-RDP ako ngayon, di ba? Ngayon, ang gusto kong gawin is, let's say, paano ko ngayon gustong i-manage or at least makita yung logs or yung mga resources, yung mga statuses nitong server na to despite na nasa AWS siya, di ba? Di ba? Paano ko magagawa yon? Okay? So, through Azure Arc, okay, punta lang kayo sa mismong portal, mag-create kayo ng bagong resource. Okay? Search nyo siya, Azure Arc. Okay? Tulad na mention ko kanina, no, supported na din si Kubernetes. But then for this demo, si servers Azure Arc. Okay? So, create kayo niyan. Okay? So, makikita nyo na maraming options, no? Pwedeng single server lang or actually multiple servers. Di ba? Let's say kung hundreds na yung VMs nyo, hindi na kayo mag-iisa-isang creation ng script na to, no? Or pagrarun itong script na to. Then, okay, sabihin niya kung ano yung mga prerequisites and kung sang resource group nyo gustong itag yung mismong Azure Arc server, no? And by the way, when we say this sa resource group, hindi ibig sabihin nito is magke-create siya ng bagong VM sa resource group na to. Parang dito lang ilalagay yung linking niya, no? Then pipili kayo kung anong OS, Windows or Linux. Kasi kung Windows siya, it's a PowerShell script. Kung Linux naman siya, it's a Bash script, no? Then kung let's say hindi siya publicly connected, pwede kayo maglagay ng proxy server dito, no? Or private endpoint. Tapos pwede kayo mag-set ng mga tags nyo. Let's say for locations or for depende yung mga cost center, yung mga ganun. Di ba? Pwede kayo mag-set ng tags dito. Then, it's as simple as kakopy nyo lang tong script na to. Okay? Itong PowerShell script na to. Tapos, irarun nyo lang siya dun sa mismong server. Okay? So ngayon, nakopy ko na yung mismong script na yon in this one, so onboarding script. Diba? And i-run nyo lang siya with PowerShell. Once na-run nyo siya, ang gagawin lang niya talaga technically is mag-create lang siya ng a Windows Service Agent na mag-run sa background, which is called itong si okay, wait lang. Alright. Mag-create lang siya ng alright, hindi ako makapag-zoom in. There you go. Alright. So magka-create lang siya ng Azure Hybrid Instance Metadata Service, no? So ngayon, itong Azure Hybrid Instance Metadata Service, siya yung nagpo-push ngayon ng mga telemetries nitong server na to papunta kay Azure Arc, no? Pabalik kay Azure. Regardless kung sang deployed tong VM na to, di ba? Or tong Windows server na to. Okay? So, as simple as that, okay, i-minimize ko na to. Ngayon, punta na ako kay Azure. Punta ako dito sa resource group na to. Kapag na-run nyo na yung script, ang gagawin niya lang, ang mangyayari is magkakaroon kayo nitong instance ng yung purple looking na VM, no? Ito yung parang pinaka-connection nyo between that server into Azure Arc. Okay? Ngayon, pag punta kayo dito, makikita nyo na it's as if para na siyang resource ni Azure, di ba? Pero at the same time, sa AWS talaga siya. Okay? So ano ibig sabihin nito? Let's say yung access control ng IAM, di ba? Pwede nyong i-manage dito yung mismong delegation ng access nitong Azure Arc instance na to, di ba? And at the same time, mga policies, let's say, someone binuksan nila yung HTTPS port ng basta-basta, di ba? So, pwedeng mag-alert yan dito, di ba? And pwede siyang i-integrate sa different services or suite ni Microsoft Azure like sila Sentinel, sila Purview, yung mga ganun. Di ba? And ito nga, isa sa mga powerful thing na pwede niyang gawin is tong insights or yung monitoring, di ba? Parang at a glance, pwede niyong makita ano bang meron dito sa server na to. Okay. So, yung port 443 niya is accessible pala sa 10 servers, which is itong mga DC services ni Visual Studio, itong, di ba, si Arc Instance. So, di ba, si port 53, open din siya. And yung nag-access sa kanya is itong si port, si IP address 172.31.0.2. Di ba? So, di ba, ang powerful niya kasi sa demo na to, isang VM lang to. But then let's say kung hundreds yung VM nyo, di ba? Or iba't ibang providers, like let's say meron kayo sa GCP, meron kayo sa AWS. So, pwede nyo pa rin magamit yung mga log queries ni Azure as if parang ano lang din sila, parang Azure VM lang din sila, no? So, parang at a glance, pwede nyo rin siyang i-automate, pwede nyo siyang gawa ng iba't ibang mga techniques para mas madaling ma-monitor, no? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, slideshow. Alright, so just tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, no, si Azure Arc, it allows you to connect yung mga servers na yun, no, regardless kung saan sila galing. And then, mas madali nyo siyang ma-manage, mas madali nyo maki-query yung mga telemetries around it kasi nga, centralized siya into a single control plane. So, in summary, una, I would say, siguro, gusto ko yung flexibility ni Microsoft Azure na hindi niya talaga kayo pinipilit na lahat dapat public cloud, di ba? Or, di ba, lahat dapat nasa portal.azure.com. So, parang meron mga iba't ibang offerings, may mga iba't ibang techniques para ma-support pa din yung mga on-premises, multi-cloud, or edge scenarios, no? And yung sa edge in particular allows you to magra-run nga ng mga operations na at the same time, yun nga, middle ground between Raspberry Pis and Arduinos to something much more high performant like Azure Stack Edge or yung sa mga ibang mga competitors. And last one is si Azure Arc. It allows you to centralize yung management ng mga infrastructure nyo. Whether that's VMs, VM scale sets, or actually even now yung Kubernetes, managed Kubernetes clusters ng ibang mga cloud providers. So resources, madaming resources with Microsoft to look at. Tingnan nyo lang yung what is hybrid cloud, some benefits around it, and yung mga multi-cloud strategies. No? So maraming salamat sa pakikinig. Actually, may nag-comment na blasphemy daw na may AWS sa isang talk about Azure. Pero that's the reality now, di ba? Na na multi-cloud na talaga ngayon. Na parang, again, di ba, ang idea is mas magpo-focus talaga tayo sa business natin or sa mismong apps natin, di ba? And as much as possible, gusto nating mas padaliin yung underlying infrastructure. Though in theory, madali, in practice, meron pa ding mga complexities around it, di ba? So, yes, if you have any questions, just, reach out to me directly to my email or go to my website. I'm also active on Twitter, LinkedIn, and in particular, kung something to do with AI on Edge, isa yun sa mga hot topics ko lately. So, ayun, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Michael. Actually, maganda yung topic ni Michael regarding hybrid cloud. Yung kasi yung direction ngayon ng technology, ng architecture. Malaking reason kung bakit ka nag-hybrid is para ma-avoid mo yung lockup in certain technology. And certain aspects sa mga different cloud provider, mas maganda yung services. For example, if you're on a SQL server, pag pupunta ka sa cloud, hindi ka syempre pupunta sa AWS. Kung SQL yung ginagamit mo, mas maraming feature yung nasa SQL, nasa Azure. So, depende sa gamit. Balikan na natin yung mga questions.
Sige.
Question number 1.
Alright. Sa akin pala yung unang question.
Sige. Ito, kay ano ba to? Kay HCI ba to?
Okay, HCI.
Okay, sige. So yung tanong ni Pio, does it have the full features as if it's running in Azure natively kay HCI? The answer is no. So, I mean, hindi siya one-to-one. Like day one, kung ano yung feature dito, day one nandito natin kay HCI. Hindi lahat. No? May mga turnaround time siya. I mean, similar concept siya nung, di ba, karamihan ng mga Azure services na una kay East US bago dumating kanila, di ba, Southeast Asia, unfortunately. Yun. So, and at the same time, hindi lahat supported, no? Like, let's say, yung mga custom marketplace services or resource, some of them hindi sila supported dahil yung di ba, mga billing and yung mga complexities around it, hindi pa ganun kalinaw. No? But then yung mga basics, let's say VMs, functions, app service, SQL managed SQL instances, meron, no? Pero again, hindi lahat ng mga features, like for example, yung SQL ledger, hindi pa siya available kay HCI, no? So, yun, short answer is may hindi siya one-to-one. Meron siyang delay.
Same with Azure Arc, right?
Same with Azure Arc.
Okay. Let's go to the next question.
Next question. Can you use HCI on non-certified HCI servers? Old servers.
Actually, I'll be honest. The answer is no as well. Kasi actually, isa yun sa mga disadvantages din ni HCI. Unfortunately, kasi HCI is provided by specific hardware manufacturer, no, like Dell or HP, and it will only run sa specific versions ng hardware na to and specific offerings nitong mga to. Kumbaga, ang analogy nga na sinasabi ko dyan is it's like a MacBook Pro, no? Na kumbaga merong built-in kasing kumbaga may built-in na hardware and software na bundled together. Ganun. So unfortunately, hindi lahat, no. hindi lahat supported. Kaya nga doon papasok yung ibang mga approach na kung ginagawa ng iba is magsiset up sila ng Kubernetes sa non-HCI servers. Ang gagawin naman nila is through Azure Arc na ma-manage pa din nila yun. No? Although non-HCI yung mga servers na yun.
Okay, nasagot naman yung tanong ni Glenn. Si Nestor may tanong. Hayaan ko na si Ann magbasa. Yeah.
Ito yung nahihirapan ako. Sorry. Ano pumungkahin ninyo para mabawasan ang pagbagal ng mga solusyon at serbisyong nilagay sa hindi iisang tagapagbigay ng serbisyo gaya ng Azure, AWS at Alibaba?
Kaya pinaprocess
Latency.
ko din. No?
Pinaprocess ko ba? Ako din, nahirapan din ako mag-process. Sige.
Mabawasan ng pagbagal ng mga solusyon at solution nila.
Para daw may
okay.
latency between
latency.
cloud.
Okay. Sige. Actually, magandang ano yan, no? Magandang tanong. Kasi yan din yung madalas na nagiging discussion points pagdating sa mga whether hybrid cloud or multi-cloud. No? Kasi as usual, actually, ito yung usual na na-overlook ng mga nag-implement sa cloud, no? Yung latency or yung network aspect ng mga services nyo. Diba? Whether it's in the same public cloud, let's say kahit kay Azure, diba? Pero kung yung database mo nasa Southeast Asia, pero yung web app mo nasa Europe, diba? Merong latency siya, diba? Na something to consider. So, siguro, una, kailangan natin i-consider is yung physical latency or physical distance ng mga resource, whether public cloud or not public cloud. Diba? Ngayon, yung physical latency. Kasi at the end of the day, packets siya na nagtatravel sa mga kable, diba? So, or through satellite or wireless, diba? Pangalawa is, kailangan natin i-consider yung approach kung paano siya magko-connect. Diba? Let's say kung between AWS and Azure, ang pinaka mabilis na solution talaga is somewhere na nasa same region, mag-open kayo ng sariling port na expose sa internet, mag-connect kayo, pwede, diba? Relatively mabilis, pero secured ba siya? The answer is no, diba? So ngayon, yun naman yung kailangan yung i-balance din, yung security trade-offs na, okay, kailangan siguro mag-create kayo ng sarili nyong VPN or mag-set up kayo ng sarili nyong network security group, which is maka-apekto ulit yun sa latency, pero nga, ma-improve naman yung security, no? So, siguro yun ang sagot ko doon, Nestor, is balance, no, nung between yung physical latency and yung type nung balance ng physical latency and yung trade-offs na willing kayong ibigay. And at the same time, ano yung mga approaches around it. Let's say, ang magandang approach na nakikita ko is, obviously, wag kayong kung kaya nyo ma-minimize yung transfer ng data between those two clouds, much better, no? Instead na, yun nga, may 10 kayong database sa Azure, may 10 kayong database sa AWS, tapos yung nag-iisang web app nyo is nasa GCP, tinatawag nila directly yung 20 na database na yun, no? So, di ba, parang mas maganda siguro kung meron ka na lang load balancer sa harap na siya yung magsasabi, okay, punta kay Azure o punta kay AWS. Pero yung actual computation, nang ginagawa pa rin ng respective clouds. Di ba?
Yep. Tama yan. Tsaka yun nga yung pinaka-importanting part with designing for cloud. Always design for latency and reconnects. Yun din yung issue lagi sa data. Laging nakakalimutan ng mga tao na since you're using cloud, your connection is not laging hindi siya siguradong cleanly yung mga timeouts nyo ma-reach yan. May time na walang connection. So make sure you design for those. Included dapat sa design nyo na may reconnect, na may rechecks after some time. So
sige. Dahil nagtanong ka, Nestor, may premyo ka. Maganda sa tanong talaga yun.
Maganda yung tanong. Ito yung next question, Mayon. Future Edge ng Microsoft Edge. Anong feature edge ng Microsoft Edge?
Okay, parang okay, siguro linawin muna natin yung nomenclature, no, yung naming convention. Kasi minsan hindi talaga magaling ang Microsoft sa pag-name, 'di ba? Well, una sa lahat, yung minention ko kanina na yung Azure Stack Edge, yung mga yun, hindi siya yung Microsoft Edge na browser, 'di ba? So iba 'yon. So, yung Microsoft Edge na browser, yung ngayon is yung more on yung flavor nga nila ng Chromium or Google Chrome, 'di ba? Na more parang combination ni Chrome and IE back in the days. But then si future ni Azure Stack Edge, no, or parang Azure on Edge, I think yung future ng Azure on Edge is that, which is actually hindi na siya future. Masasabi ko present na siya, na parang regardless kung yung hardware of choice mo, 'di ba? Regardless kung gaano kaliit or gaano kalaki, one way or the other, pwede nyo ma-leverage yung iba't ibang mga services and mga approaches ni Azure, 'di ba? So, tulad nga nabanggit ko kanina, whether naka-Kubernetes kayo sa Edge o naka-Kubernetes kayo sa sarili nyong data center, or kung hindi kayo naka-Kubernetes, kung literal na isang Linux machine lang siya or embedded Linux flavor, may mga iba't ibang mga offerings si Microsoft through IoT Edge, or yun nga, yung mga hardware manufacturer, pwede nilang i-embed si Azure Sphere para mas maging secure yung network connectivity nila sa public internet. So, yun, marami, no? Parang ang nakikita ko talaga is, one way or the other, Azure is becoming hardware agnostic. But then, at the same time, meron ding mga prescriptive na services or hardware na magbe-blend in.
Alright. Yung next question, babasahin natin. Meron ba kayong maliit na proyekto na pwede naming sundan para masubukan ng mga ibang serbisyo kagaya ng Azure IoT Edge, e.g. mga Pi projects?
Okay. So, personal project hindi. Pero maraming siguro mang pwede ko masuggest dyan is merong tutorials si Microsoft Learn about Azure IoT Edge in particular, na merong mga tutorials tulad ng yung VM as if Edge server siya, no? Yung mga ganun. Maraming tutorials sa Microsoft Learn na pwede kayong gamitin. And at the same time, kung isipin nyo, 'di ba, si IoT Edge, 'di ba, o Azure IoT Edge is again just a daemon service running on the background of a Linux machine. So, ganun, yun lang din talaga siya, no? Na parang mas specialized lang yung purpose niya to send telemetry pabalik kay Azure.
Yep. At maganda yung tanong niya kasi magandang segue siya for the next session. Doon sa mga nagtatanong about paano nyo masusubukan yung mga technologies in Azure, kung paano yung mga projects, paano kayo matututo. Abangan nyo yung next session with Ian. It answers those questions.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all the questions. So,
okay, sige. Mamaya na lang yung raffle, no? Kung meron mga nag-fill up ng survey. Pa-fill up na lang ng survey, dagdag na lang natin sa raffle mamaya. Pero si Nestor, maganda yung tanong niya kanina. Ano ka? Nanalo ka na isang voucher.
Ayos. Sige. Salamat, Michael.
Maraming salamat, Michael.
Sige. Bye-bye.
At dahil na-mention nga ulit kanina ni Michael about Azure, Microsoft Learn, our next speaker will be, is a developer marketing manager in Microsoft Philippines. And he's going to talk about Azure Overview and Microsoft Learn. So, Ian.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, Ian. Welcome.
Hi, Ange. Hi, Pia. Hi, everyone. Hi to our viewers online on YouTube, on Facebook. Magandang tanghali.
Ayos. So, hindi na namin sila paghihintayin. Bibigyan na namin sa iyo yung floor para masimulan mo na yung mga nagtatanong na about Learn.
Sure. Wait. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Okay. Alright, so magandang hapon sa ating mga manonood sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Ako si Ian Torres. Ako ay Developer Marketing Manager at Microsoft Philippines. At what I do is ako yung nagma-manage ng mga developer and IT pro marketing efforts ng Microsoft Philippines and engagement with developer communities and technical communities. So, for ngayong hapon, I'll be talking about Microsoft Azure overview and Microsoft Learn. It's a online platform that can help you na mahasa pa yung mga skills at knowledge nyo to be better in line with the technology that we have and the innovations that we have right now. So let me start with ito yung pinakang statement ni Microsoft Azure. So, invent with purpose. So, ano ba yung, kumbaga, gumawa tayo ng may katuturan, something like that. So, with Microsoft Azure, with Microsoft, we want to invent with purpose na kung paano natin iniisip at kung paano natin dinideliver yung mga that can help you, that can empower you and enable you as well na gawing into reality yung mga ideas na meron tayo ngayon. And ginagawa natin yan in different ways. So let me talk you some of the promises on what our Azure always deliver and bakit namin it's been a mission kung ano yung to empower everyone in organization na in the planet to achieve more. So, as you can see on the slide, meron tayong apat na statement, apat na promises. Una is be future ready. Second is building on your terms. Third is operate hybrid seamlessly. And then trust your cloud. So first, Microsoft always makes sure na meron tayong technology that meeting your needs today, but also tomorrow's. Kasi like, as we know, yung cloud natin ngayon is moving fast. Sobrang bilis ng innovation. Every week, ang daming bagong teknolohiya na lumalabas. And it's about meeting the new capabilities and investing dun sa mga horizon. Like yung sinabi kanina ni Michael na from Internet of Things to artificial intelligence, even to quantum computing. And ultimately, from a developer perspective, it's about kung paano tayo gumagawa with our own terms, yung kung ano yung mga available frameworks, yung mga tools na ginagamit natin, yung mga OSs na gusto nyo. And we would want na gusto namin mention na meron kayong kalayaan na and the flexibility na that you'll be able to work na successful and be able to deploy your application with quality and confidence every time. So, alam naman natin na ang technology is sitting in the public cloud and sitting in the data center or sitting on edge service devices and all running in a holistic way in a seamless environment where that seamless environment is very essential. Like otherwise running that way is going to be expensive, mahal, or could be hard, or it could fall into insecurities. And last, of course, is having the trust. Hahanap tayo ng technology or platform na mapagkakatiwalaan natin. Nothing is more important than trust, particularly when you're talking about the cloud. So it's about security. With Microsoft, we spend $1 billion a year on cybersecurity with 3,500 cybersecurity engineers na who are constantly nagmo-monitor your data for threats, kung ano ba yung mga possible attacks na or malicious threats na pwede nilang makita. And then also, there's compliance. It's very important na lagi tayong compliant. And Microsoft had said also na tayo may pinakamataas ng number of compliance certification around the world. And hindi yun madali. Kasi It's because we have invested ahead of the curve. We will continue to do that because that is actually isang ano yun eh, parang bragging rights mo yun. And Microsoft has the responsibility na in the industry to serve that type of role. So those are yan yung apat na mga pangako na as far as what Azure can offer you as you invest to Microsoft Azure. So speaking of mga nag-i-invest, I'm very fortunate to share with you that over 95% ng mga Fortune 500 companies is now using Azure, inventing with Azure, creating yung mga solutions na available na ginagamit natin ngayon. And sa iba't ibang industries, from retail to automotive to airlines, lahat yan gumagawa sila ng mga makabuluhang bagay or mga makabuluhang solution na makakatulong din sa community. So as you can see on the, makikita nyo sa slide, from HP to MasterCard to Intel to Starbucks, diba? To Walmart, to Gico or BMW. So yan yung mga example ng mga kumpanyang nag-i-invent ng mga solutions with Microsoft Azure. As well as, right now, we do have 61 Azure regions or 61 Azure regions, more than the AWS and Google combined. So, makikita niyo yan from Asia to North America to Central America to Europe. So, meron tayong 61 Azure regions. Ayan. So, sa slides na nakikita niyo sa mga screen niyo, if kung ito yung unang pagkakataon na narinig niyo kung ano ba ang Azure, you may be surprised kung ano yung mga bago na meron tayo with Azure. So, as you can, this is actually a high-level map of the class of services, kung ano yung mga serbisyo na ino-offer ni Microsoft Azure. So, we actually have well over 200 products and services. And mapapansin nyo rin na we extended to the edge. So, narinig yung edge, yung Microsoft Edge kaya yun. So, it's actually yung abilidad ng application code in the cloud na, but also in that seamless, consistent way in the edge is informing our edge investments. Whether it could be Azure Stack, or Azure Sphere, or all the way dun sa mga HoloLens or mixed realities na ginagawa natin. So, which are yun yung mga powerful edge devices that work in connection with the cloud. So, makikita nyo rin na meron tayong mga developer tools na mga ginagamit ng mga developers natin, from DevOps and yung mga innovation na yon to core infrastructure and to PaaS services, yun yung mga ino-offer natin. So, overall, this gives you ito yung pinakang scope of what Azure as a platform and as a service, kung ano yung magagawa nila for you. So, syempre, napakamahalaga nito, iniisip mo ano ba yung pwede mong maging journey mo when it comes to the cloud. So, you might be thinking, iniisip mo, all of these capabilities and services are great, but paano ko ba magagamit to when it comes to my skills, kung sa pang araw-araw kong buhay. So, I want to share with you a typical path na ng isang developer or a customer na meron kami, na meron si Microsoft when it comes to moving to the cloud. So, una is migration. So, the common practice na we see from developers and IT pros or na gumagamit ng Azure is for migrating their workloads from on-premises to the cloud. So, like sa halimbawa is virtual machines, moving them sa cloud with no change. So, ito yung tinatawag natin na typical lift and shift motion. So, given the current times na meron tayo ngayon, cloud adoption can really help our customers and developers realize kung ano yung mga benepisyo na like agility, yung security niya, and yung agility within the organization. Second is innovate. This is actually the second step about innovating and building or modernizing yung mga applications on the PaaS platform. So, ito yung pwede mong gamitin yung mga containers so that para makapag-provide ka ng mas better efficiency and speed compared to virtual machines. So, pero we have to keep in mind na there's actually may pagkakaiba ng mga sitwasyon, na meron din mga developers or may mga kumpanya na need ang innovation talaga. So it will need to be rapid time to value type innovation, but nonetheless, it is still essential. Now, as we move to PaaS platform, you not only can become more efficient, but you can innovate faster and deploy your products to market faster. So, which means enabling anyone to build applications on their own terms. It always at the end of the day, Microsoft, we meet, we would want to meet you where you are. So, now na I've shared with you kung ano yung pwede maging journey natin with the cloud, or some common paths on how do we use Azure. Let me firstly, himay-himayin natin yung 4 na promises when it comes to ano ba yung mga Azure services na ino-offer niya. So, let's start with being future ready. So, Microsoft Azure can actually help you innovate today. Not only today, but sa mga susunod pang araw for you to be able to create your own solutions. Kasi, as we've seen, like I said, yung cloud natin is moving fast and technology is coming out every week, every day, diba? And it's constantly evolving our products and services that helps our needs. So, let me show you an approach that we had given yung pace of innovation na meron tayo ngayon. So, unahin natin from the right side is yung Horizon 3, which is the quantum. So, right now, Microsoft offer quantum services ranging from pre-built solutions to software and quantum hardware that provides developers and customers access to some of the most competitive quantum offerings in the market. So, if we look at sa hinaharap sa future, customers like you will be able to swipe yung credit card mo for quantum services, diba? And we're constantly partnering sa mga engineering to push na yung technology na meron tayo ngayon envelope so we can get there in the future. Second is yung in the middle, yung second horizon 2, is in artificial intelligence and mixed reality capabilities. Ngayon, mapapansin nyo, if you've browsed, kung pumunta kayo sa Azure website, maraming services and features and capabilities across artificial intelligence and mixed reality. But as we've said, we are always striving to better serve you para makita nyo pa ano pa yung possibilities na pwede nyo magamit. So from machine learning to knowledge mining, to apps and agents, or even sa mga HoloLens or virtual reality capabilities. So, Microsoft is still constantly improving they're constantly working the advanced technology so that yung mga services na will meet your needs kung ano ba yung mga kailangan nyo, diba? And last is yung Horizon 1. So, which is the Internet of Things. Evolved natin yung mga products and services like IoT to become available sooner and faster based sa kung ano yung kailangan ng customer or kailangan ng developer or IT pro. So right now, nag-invest si Microsoft ng $5 billion in Internet of Things so that just to add more services and features for customers or for you developers na talagang that would be based on your need and the pace of innovation. So, as you look at makikita nyo dun sa innovation approach, makikita nyo na naka-cycle siya. At Horizon 1, we've seen the customer demand increase. So, we've invested sa engineering and then sales to ensure we're building the product na kung ano yung kailangan. And then third is we have the right sales and marketing folks na was able to share with you yung ginagawa like makikita nyo yung mga ads, yung mga events na meron kami. And then, at Horizon 2, you'll be able to see the investment cycle na for artificial intelligence and HoloLens. And last, it's having to have a plan for it. So, as I mentioned kanina na ang cloud natin is moving fast. yung innovation natin is unti-unting tumataas yung continuous increase. So we're constantly staying ahead of the curve so that ma-meet namin kung ano yung need nyo. So, sa slide na to, I'd like to highlight, gusto kong i-highlight sa inyo yung mga few things. So, with Microsoft Azure, ino-offer nila yung mga purpose-built infrastructures na kung saan ito yung that allows you customize your infrastructure based on your specific workload needs. Diba? So, diba meron tayong pay-as-you-go when it comes to the subscription, diba? And regardless of whether you are managing on-prem or it could be hybrid or it could be cloud-only infrastructure. Microsoft has differentiated from our competitors by offering a first-class experience that has been recognized by partner certifications like SAP, Red Hat, and when it comes to scale naman, we are globally with support for 61 Azure regions. And if you've heard, we just in Indonesia and Malaysia just announced their Azure data center, diba? So, yun, posible pa yun. So, there's actually right now around 150 VM size options, diba? So, given Microsoft makes Windows Server, wala nang ibang place pa na mas okay na that you can run Windows platforms than on Windows Server. So, they were quite literally made for each other. So, but Microsoft don't stop at Windows. So, which is why Microsoft has established relationships with big Linux providers. So, like I said, yung mga partnership, we have SAP, we have VMware, we have Oracle, we have NetApp, and Cray. So those are some of the reliable infrastructure. So let's now move on sa IaaS offers. So these are the Azure benefits and offers that we have. The Azure Hybrid benefit. So firstly, we offer actually a pricing benefit if you have licenses with software assurance, which helps maximize the value of existing on-prem Windows Server or SQL Server license investment when migrating to Azure. And second, we offer as well free extended security updates, yung ESCU natin, na which is only in Azure. So, ano ba yung ginagawa nito? It enables you to move your Windows Server or SQL Server 2008 and 2008 R2 workloads to Azure and basically get 3 additional years of security updates for free, diba, ng libre. So, with these two Azure benefits and offers, not to brag, AWS is actually 5 times more expensive than Azure on Windows Server and SQL Server. So, and some of you, niisip nyo, paano ba kaya masusuportahan nito yung mga apps and infrastructure nito? So, to support you with your apps and infra, meron tayong mga breadth of data and analytics and offerings as well. So, meron tayong broad set of data and services that can help you store your data or distribute it based on your needs. So, from relational databases like SQL databases, pwede mo siyang i-run sa virtual machines, or you can get SQL database managed instance or PostgreSQL to our non-relational databases like Cosmos DB. So, now, we've taken the industry-leading data warehouse to a whole new level of performance and capabilities by bringing together data warehouse and big data with, ito yung we just launched as well, is yung Azure Synapse Analytics. So ano ba si Azure Synapse Analytics? So it's actually an limitless analytics service na nagbe-brings together ng enterprise data warehousing and big data analytics. So it gives you the freedom to query data on your terms and using either serverless on-demand or provisioned resources na at scale man siyang pwedeng gawin. So that's what Azure Synapse provides. Oops. Okay, so when it comes naman sa efficient application development, we have this as well yung mga serverless capabilities natin. So ano ba yung mga serbisyong ito? So it enables you to adopt containerized or serverless-based computing architectures dun sa mga bagong applications. So as well as yung mga minomodernize nating existing apps na meron na tayong existing. So with Microsoft Azure, ang mga developers ngayon can build cloud-native applications using a canonical modern applications patterns. So there's actually may growing requirement when it comes to modern and digital business that can be a challenge from older applications in compatibility by moving them to the cloud. But then Azure supports and provides all the building blocks that your developer team needs to build applications using containers or managed databases, AI, and as well as serverless capabilities. Now, moving on onto the second one is building on your own terms. So it's been our promise to help with, like I said, yung sinabi ko kanina, from a developer perspective, we always want to provide yung flexibility na kailangan ng mga developers natin to deploy yung applications when it comes to frameworks, to OSS, and the tools that you want with quality every time. So there's actually, you have choices. So with a commitment to open source and support for all languages and frameworks to build and deploy, um, how and where you want. So there's also languages and tools and applications. So we want you to be able to build, debug, and deploy and manage applications kung ano man yung choice of language or platform. So that you'll be able to take advantage of the full-featured or integrated development environments. So with built-in support when it comes to Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, which is the most popular IDEs trusted by 15 million plus developers. So, and when Microsoft says build on your own terms, it's about yung in-accelerate natin yung developer velocity. Which means, ano ba to? Ano ba tong developer velocity na to? It's about yung pagbibigay natin ng focus, pagbibigay natin ng aid on helping developers to build productively, and even enabling them to secure collaboration within the team. I also with the organization and a broader global community of developers. And third is scaling your innovation. So by helping developers empower your entire organization to participate in the digital value generation. So as you can see on the slide, ito yung evolution of software development na meron tayo from scale innovation to collaboration and building productively. So like I said, as technology rapidly evolves and changes, you need to help your developer teams to learn new skills and stay on top of emerging technologies such as Kubernetes, AI, DevOps, and IoT. And later on, I'm going to show you kung paano nyo siya mahahanap sa Microsoft Learn, because there's really a lot of resources na pwede nyo i-enroll sa Microsoft Learn ng libre para so maging ahead of the curve din kayo. So, and now let's talk about the two dev tools we offer. So like on how you'll be able to build productively. So there's actually two areas of opportunity na where Microsoft can help. So our mission is actually with Visual Studio is, as alam ko gumagamit kayo ng Visual Studio, is provide the best-in-class tools for every developer. And with Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac, we enable those developers who want full IDEs. So with Visual Studio Code, we support developers who want a lightweight and code optimized editor. So right now there's actually 50.7%, which is number one with Visual Studio, and 31.5% when it comes to number two for Visual Studio. But Microsoft does not stop here. So software development is constantly evolving craft, and developer tools need to reflect the changes in modern development workflows. So like I said, it doesn't stop at Visual Studio. So as you may know, Microsoft completed the acquisition of GitHub. So, and GitHub is the largest developer community on the planet. And GitHub is at the heart of the open source community. Alam nating lahat yan na ito yung pinakang source of, it is the community that we always rely on, and will always be an open platform that really support our developers. In fact, GitHub today is the largest developer community, like I said, with over 40 million plus developers na nag-collaborate within GitHub. And collaboration is at the heart of GitHub. So that's why where they collaborate, and kung yung mga source code, and where they do continuous integration. So, and I'm also fortunate to share that the world's leading companies trust GitHub with their code, including 31 of the Fortune 50. So, like for example, si Ford Motor Company, they have 8,000 employees na gumagamit ng GitHub to innovate and collaborate with a vast ecosystem of third-party software developers. So, ganun kadami, di ba? 8,000 employees ng Ford Motor Company that uses GitHub. Now, ano ba yung mga capabilities na meron sa GitHub? So, GitHub is uniquely positioned to help your organization to take advantage of these trends. So, through empowering collaboration, internally, what some call inner sourcing, and within the open source community, you can both retain and attract the best talent and take advantage of the work and talent available in the community. So, and this can be done securely as well. And GitHub is the only platform that takes an end-to-end view security from open source project to deployed code. So Microsoft has invested as well in innovation to help all developers na meron tayo ngayon to work together to a secure code. So what's good about this with GitHub as well is it powers a planet-scale DevOps as well for the open source community, which can bring yung power to your team's enabling community-powered workflow automation na regardless of your tools or kung ano man yung language na ginagamit nyo or hosting environment. So, and with GitHub, it can help you reduce as well yung mga transactional costs of software development. Pero while accelerating the pace of innovation within the company or within your organization. So that's how GitHub is really truly a very powerful platform. Now, when it comes to scale innovation, professional developers today can create applications and building blocks that empower even more experts within the organization. And with Microsoft Azure, they get security from the ground up, backed by a team of experts, and proactive compliance, trusted by enterprises, governments, and startups. So ano ba yung mga example nun? So the example yung Azure Kubernetes Service or AKS, which provides fully managed Kubernetes with auto patching or auto scaling and auto updates. So Kubernetes adoption on Azure continues to grow rapidly. Sa sobrang bilis niya, it has been the fastest growing Azure Compute Service with Microsoft Azure. So AKS yun. Ayan. So, sino-sino ba yung mga gumagamit ng AKS? So, ito yung mga, makikita nyo sa slide na yan, ito yung mga company na gumagamit ng AKS. From Altair to Ernst & Young, to Maersk, to Shell, to Sotetsu, to Xerox. Yan. So, yan yung mga company na gumagamit ng AKS. Now, moving on to the third one, second to the last, is operate hybrid seamlessly. Kung like yung sinabi kanina ni Michael on about hybrid cloud solutions with Azure. Microsoft believes in hybrid, and Microsoft is investing in hybrid, and si Microsoft lang yung company na to have a truly consistent hybrid experience. Why? Because customer enterprises rely on a hybrid approach to benefit from their on-premises investment. And at the same time, nag-unlock siya ng mga innovation sa cloud. So as more businesses expands computing to the edge, hybrid capabilities must enable apps to not only run seamlessly across on-premises servers or public clouds and edge devices, but also enable consistent management from security to governance across all distributed locations. So ito lang, let me mabilisang on the Azure Hybrid kasi kanina diniscuss na rin siya ni Michael when it comes kung ano yung mga Azure Hybrid solutions na meron tayo, which Microsoft Azure takes a comprehensive approach na nag-offer talaga ng unique hybrid capabilities from Azure Arc, yan. Now, ngayon, naisip nyo, you might thinking na to target multiple clouds. And you may have, for example, you may have your on-prem data center and you have edge deployments. So you're going to need even more of these type of solution, and you might be in a case where you have multiple types of technology that you're having pulled together. So which makes it even harder to ensure it's secure and managed in a consistent way. That's why Microsoft introduced Azure Arc. So ano ba si Azure Arc? So si Azure Arc, isa siyang set of technologies na nag-unlock ng mga new hybrid scenarios by bringing Azure services and management to any infrastructure. So from running your Azure data services anywhere, or even extending your Azure management across environments, or even adopting cloud practices on premises, and implementing, which is very important, Azure security anywhere. So that yun yung pinakang ano ni Azure Stack. Azure Arc. Now, second is Azure Stack. Ano ba si Azure Stack naman? So Azure Stack is a portfolio of products that extend Azure services. So from Azure, na diniscuss din kanina ni Michael, from Azure Stack Edge, kung ano yung Azure Stack HCI and Azure Stack Hub. So really, these services enables hybrid and edge computing applications to be built, deployed, or run consistently across location boundaries, and providing choice and flexibility to address yung diverse workloads na meron tayo. So, and last, when it comes to operate hybrid seamlessly is Azure IoT. So this portfolio in a layered fashion on purpose, it means that you can engage the portfolio on purpose where it makes sense. For example, you can start off sa isang infrastructure and move up and leverage things like time series insights sa isang PaaS layer, or pwedeng pumunta ka sa isang fully managed SaaS services. And the cool thing is, if you are in the SaaS solution and you need to drop down to the PaaS mode and add more power or compute, you just have to add AI of your own, and you can absolutely do that, and no need to rewrite your asset. So what's good with Azure IoT, it does not only put your organization in position for evolution with improved efficiency, and improve margins, but with advanced analytics and AI as well. So Azure IoT as well puts your organization in position of revolution to disrupt, para makapag-create siya ng new revenue streams and stay ahead of the pack. So that's Azure IoT. Now, last but not least, on the 4 promises on what Microsoft Azure can offer you is, it's about revolving around trust. Now, Microsoft believes that our customers should fully trust the cloud. Dapat mapagkakatiwalaan natin yan when they choose to bank their business. We drive to provide the most secure and compliant cloud platform with privacy at the center of all our innovations. And like I said, Microsoft has the most certifications in cloud, from managing identity across paradigms to building apps that can really run across them. So ano ba yan? To highlight a few points, as I mentioned before, Microsoft Azure is global. So we are supporting 61 Azure regions, more than 160 edge sites targeting subs 30 microsecond latency across the planet. And Azure is the only cloud provider enabling customer to extend private connectivity to remote or hard to reach areas with expert route satellite. So Azure enables on-premises to on-premises connectivity across our global one with express global reach. So we would want you to feel protected, so we heavily invest in security. Like I said, $1 billion a year, and with over 3,500 cybersecurity engineers. And lastly, we have, to correct, it's 92 already, 92 compliance offerings, from certifications to laws that we abide by, like GDPR. Now, so the General Data Protection Regulation, diba? So, yeah. So, that's the end for the of the 4 promises for the trusting your cloud. Now, if you're new to Azure, bago ka sa Azure, I want to explore more. Ano pa ba yung pwede kong mapag-aralan when it comes to Azure? From building productively, from scaling innovation, to operate seamless hybridly. So, we have yung online platform na meron tayo ngayon. Na before, it's, if you abutan nyo, Microsoft Virtual Academy pa siya. Now, we've revamped it to Microsoft Learn. So it's actually an online platform na you can access for free on your mobile phone or your iPad or your tablet or your laptop, na you can build your skills fast with free and interactive tutorials, yung mga learning paths, yung mga collection, di ba? And maganda with Microsoft Learn is it gives you a step-by-step training to fit your schedule. Na kunwari, you have a day work from 8 to 5, then you can easily browse or learn like 1 or 2 hours na learning with Microsoft Learn. And you can even earn achievements and recognition for your Microsoft skills. So you just have to visit yung microsoft.com/learn, and then you just enter your email and register. Then you'll be able to see a lot of courses. So let me share with you kung anong meron tayo. Ayan. So with Microsoft Learn, there's actually a lot of courses or learning path na pwede mong mapag-aralan. So meron yung learning path. So pwede mo siyang i-categorize na by product. It could be Azure, could be Dynamics, GitHub, so on and so forth. So ayan. So marami yan. You can definitely choose kung ano yung gusto mong product, and then kung ikaw you can also filter it based on your role. You could buy administrator, for developer, functional consultant, ayan, K-12 educator, even for educators, di ba, meron din tayo. Or even kung estudyante ka, you're willing to learn a lot more, so you can also visit this website. And there's actually levels as well, from advanced to beginner to intermediate. And there's actually 2 types of learning with Microsoft Learn. It could be through learning path, na it's actually a collection of modules na pwede mong tapusin. And there's also, meron din tayo na by module, na for example, pwede mong matapos yung, if you want to learn about Azure fundamental concepts, pwede mo siyang matapos within 24 minutes. Diba? What's good about this is meron ka ng knowledge and it will test you as well yung knowledge check para malaman kung naintindihan mo ba siya, which is very helpful para ma-refresh yung mind mo na ito pala yung mga cloud models about the fundamental concepts. So, ito yung example ng Microsoft Learn. There's also certifications. If you are keen to get certified, ayan, there's a lot of courses na pwede mong enroll. And speaking of certification, Microsoft offers free trainings. So, ayan. So, speaking of trainings, before the pandemic hits, we usually have in-person events. And right now, kasi nga dahil na may pandemic, bawal tayo lumabas, we transition to Microsoft Virtual Training Days. So ano ba yung meron sa mga Virtual Training Days natin? So with this one, we offer 2-day session, 2-day training when it comes to fundamentals, whether it's on Azure Fundamentals, it could be on AI, could be on data, could be on Power Platform or Dynamics 365. And what's good about it is, pag umattend ka ng dalawang session at natapos mo siya, makaka-receive ka ng certification voucher ng libre. Diba? You just have to attend yung 2-day training, and then you'll be able to get certification and get certified as well. And yung pagpapa-certify, di mo na kailangan pumunta sa mga testing center. Pwedeng sa bahay mo lang. Diba? To be proctored online ng mga proctors natin through Person View. So you just have to visit yung link na yan, aka.ms/msph events, para makapag-register kayo sa mga events na available meron tayo when it comes to virtual training days. So yun. I want to end my presentation with this video. Wait lang. Ayan. For any questions, you can connect me on LinkedIn or you can follow me on Twitter as well. And then, like I said, to end my presentation, I would want you to empower. We're doing this kasi we want to empower you and we want you to upskill as well. So here you go. Here's the video.
A digital wave is transforming the world.
Across every continent,
country,
economy, and industry.
a better world.
Thanks to developers.
Thanks to you.
To you.
The people who help bridge the digital and physical.
Through the isolation of the pandemic,
You forged new applications,
Capabilities.
and experiences.
And became digital first responders.
To the first responders,
You overcame enormous constraints.
working together as a community, you made us more resilient,
Connected,
Inspired.
productive,
educated, joyful.
And healthy.
Now, developers are building our way forward.
as the digital wave is accelerating.
An opportunity is growing.
To make businesses more competitive.
governments more responsive,
Education more accessible.
All to keep our world thriving.
You are amplifying human ingenuity.
At school,
In the lab.
Even in outer space.
everywhere.
being a developer is possible for anyone who wishes to shape the future. That's our vision.
To empower developers.
To empower you.
To empower the world.
Yep, that's it. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening in. I hope you've learned kung ano ba yung meron si Azure, and I hope you start building your own solution with Azure. Yeah, that's it for my presentation.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so much, Ian, for your great presentation.
Tingnan lang natin kung may mga tanong sa chat. May isang tanong lang eh.
This one?
Yep.
Yeah. He's asking if meron bang existing model ang Azure para suportahan ang implementation ng ISO 30401-56/560002.
Big company. I think there is. Implementation.
Yeah. Yun nga. I think it's more on yung knowledge, yung ISO 30401 kasi dinidefine niya kung paano mo i-keep yung knowledge within your company. Parang nung tinanong ang naisip ko agad is SharePoint kasi SharePoint usually is yung knowledge management system of if you're talking about M365.
I think it's more of the Microsoft 365. Yeah.
Pero like any policies, it's gonna be based more on how you define your process para maging certified ISO yung isang product. Kasi yung product is just a tool. Kung paano mo siya gagamitin, yun yung magde-define kung na-meet mo yung requirements ng ISO.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the only questions that we have. English.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat,
Ian. I like the Microsoft.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, so dun sa mga mga audience natin, if you want to evaluate the session, nasa screen ngayon yung QR code and link. So we'll just raffle the prizes dulo because we have one last session for today. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you so much.
Okay, for our next and our last session for today. Okay, she is going to talk about yung session niya ngayon ay tungkol sa serverless function chaining with Azure Durable Functions. Okay, so our speaker is Jonna Andersson, an MVP in Azure in Sweden.
Welcome back, Jonna.
Yeah,
welcome back.
Welcome back. This time as a guest speaker.
Yeah.
How is it? How is it in the backstage?
It's fun. And
you're doing great. Ang galing.
Pero mas magaling sila pa rin mag-Tagalog.
Oo, tama. Na-nervous nga ako eh. Kasi, pero okay lang. I will do my best. Pwede na tayo mag-start on time. We're early. Yeah, wow, we're very punctual.
I think it's okay kasi pagkatapos ng session mo,
mag-party-party tayo.
Pagkatapos ng session mo, we'll do the raffle.
Sige. Para bibo, parang party-party, pero wala tayong budol-budol, yung eat together.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Let me share my screen. Let's see if I get this one. Sige. Okay. Let's see. So, hi everyone sa lahat na nag-watch ngayon sa Pilipinas. Magandang gabi. Salamat na nandito kayo to watch my session. So, today I will be talking about serverless function chaining with Azure Durable Functions. So, parang it's about how we can connect yung mga function, connect yung function using serverless. And I will try my best to explain it well sa Tagalog, but otherwise it will be a Taglish session. So I will first gusto kong mag-introduce sino ba si Jonna? Sino ako? So ako po si Jonna Andersson. I am a proud and humble Pinay from from the Philippines. I am currently nandito ako sa Sweden right now. So I've been here in Sweden for 10 years. And sa Pilipinas, nag-aral po ako ng computer science. And unfortunately, when I graduated computer science, I'm actually from Dumaguete. So Bisaya po ako. So I'm actually from Dumaguete. So when I graduated computer science, yung mama ko namatay ng cancer. So I had this, I'm also a Pilipina na worked hard talaga to support my family. So I was a breadwinner at instead na mag-work ako ng programmer, naging call center agent ako at saka nag-try ng different job. So when I moved to Sweden 10 years ago, I decided I really want to do programming. So nag-aral ako ng C#, JavaScript, and I got involved with Microsoft Azure. Tapos on my free time, gusto kong mag-public speaking, mag-mentoring. I'm involved with olap.org as a volunteer, mentor sa BET project, and I also started a user group dito sa Sweden, Azure User Group Sweden, which we will have an event later. At ako din ay mahilig din ako mag-develop ng Azure. So I'm here today para mag-share about one of the technologies that I like, which is the serverless. I will explain sa inyo ano ba talaga ang serverless. So, yung plano ko today to share with you is, I think before tayo maka-understand anong serverless, we need to know ano ba ang cloud computing. I know that most of you that are there watching right now tonight, maybe you're already developers, so maybe this is so simple for you. But in case merong audience na hindi familiar sa cloud computing, I want to introduce that. Tapos we'll go through anong serverless, anong benepisyo ng serverless. Tapos a bit of introduction kung ano ang Azure Functions, at saka yung main topic natin, which is the durable functions. And then, paano ba mag-develop ng, serverless? Sorry, wrong spelling. Pasensya na. Serverless, tapos I will be having a demo. Mini demo ng mini project ko na will show an example how it works sa function chaining or connecta ng functions using durable functions. So I want to introduce about our old tech days na dati, di ba, from the 1960s, yung computer natin before pa tayong merong iPads, mobile phones, at saka laptop. Yung computer dati is parang bahay. It's the mainframe computers. As you can see, yung mga programmer, mga programmer, hindi sila nagpo-program sa small screen, but they program with the mainframe computers. So this is an image from 1962, where our programmers in the old days, they were using actually mainframe computers to calculate or do programming, which was a big impact talaga sa advancement ng technology natin ngayon, especially sa cloud computing. So, ang malaking pagbabago for me, for example, na computer science student sa Dumaguete, I remember nung nag-study ako ng computer science, wala akong computer, pero nakagraduate naman po ako with good grades. Pero one of the things na I'm really happy or I've seen that history talaga is yung floppy disk. I know ang mga audience nakarelate sa yung nasa school pa tayo, meron tayong 3.5 floppy disks, and I remember na yung 3.5 floppy disks na yun, talagang kinikip ko siya sa bag ko kasi it's very important na hindi ko mawala para masubmit yung projects ko. Pero my point is the floppy disk on the old days compared to the cloud that we have, na yung disk natin dati maliit, pero ngayon meron na tayong virtual disk na super malaki, pati servers nandun din sa cloud. So talagang malaking transition at pagbabago. So ngayon, yung servers natin nasa data centers nasa, for example, dito sa Sweden, sa Europe, sa Sweden, they're currently building like data centers na para lang all servers only. So lahat ng kailangan natin dati, we need to have a physical data centers, like everything in one place. Ngayon, all the servers, the databases, nandyan na sa cloud. So talagang malaking digital transformation siya. So what is ano ba talaga? What's really cloud computing? So all of you knows that in cloud computing there are different deployment models. Merong private cloud, which is the classic platform that we're familiar. Merong nandyan lahat in one place. We also have like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, function as a service, at meron ding software as a service. So as you can see dyan sa color coding niya, yung light blue, it's the company that manages it, and then the blue, the dark blue ones, that it's the cloud vendor that manages it. And there are different levels of shared responsibility depending kung anong deployment model ang i-use nyo sa company nyo. But today, since I'm talking serverless, I will be focusing on function as a service, or also called serverless, which means na yung cloud provider ang nagtitake care ng infrastructure, pero as a company or as a developer, we take care of the functions and the data. So, ano ba talaga ang serverless? So, I was actually challenged to Google and use Google Translate for this. So, sabi ni Google Translate, serverless is walang server. Almost tama actually si Google Translate in translating it. Walang it's not technically walang server, pero it's called serverless kasi we don't have to take care of the underlying infrastructure behind our code. So it is considered, so ano ba talaga ang serverless? So it is actually a backend as a service, or you can also call it, others call it function as a service. So yung focus niya is actually developer productivity, at saka it will help us, our companies and our organization, na mag-create ng solutions na instant at saka madali. And walang servers, it's actually there are servers behind it. Ang nakaiba lang is that yung cloud provider ang bahala na mag-take care of and mag-maintain ng servers. So yung serverless then, it's an event-driven type of architecture or design. So it only works if you trigger it by an event, like for example, HTTP trigger, or a blob trigger, or a trigger through an IoT device. So it's triggered by event. So if you have an application na hindi siya ideal for event-driven, so probably you need to reconsider if serverless is the right option or not. Tapos yung one of the ang serverless din is madali siyang ma-manage kasi there's an Azure portal that you can use to manage or access your functions. So there are a lot of features for the users then, kahit na yung infrastructure is taken care of cloud provider like a Microsoft Azure. So meron akong picture or example. This is like I like it to set an example sa Q problem when it comes to serverless or parallel things going if you want to run parallel things at the same time. Kasi for example, you are when I went home to the Philippines, mga natagal na, 2018 yung last week ko. I remember I was in Arlanda in Stockholm, and it was early morning pero maraming tao. I was in a queue sa airport. Yung kiosk din, yung mobile kiosk, meron silang mobile kiosk na you can check in online. It was actually out. It wasn't working. So, but it was early in the morning and I like having my coffee sa umaga. So I wish at that time was standing there na sana I could leave this line without missing my check-in time or flight. At the same time, I can grab a coffee sa Starbucks and drink it. So yung point ko dito is that it's like also in programming, diba? Sometimes we have to do multiple things at the same time. So that's when Azure Durable Functions serves or helps us sa mga solutions natin in development. So Azure Durable Functions solves complex workflow problems in a serverless architecture. So I like to show this one, yung ang matamis na paghahambing, which means I want to compare yung diferensya ng monolith architecture, parang cake, nandyan lahat, like different layers. You have the data, the applications, the infrastructure. So that's the monolith. It's like a cake. You have different, everything is in there. So meron ding microservices, parang cupcakes, na every cupcake has its different flavors or special flavors, and you can get what you like. You want chocolate, you want vanilla. It's like also like that. So microservices, then you can create the service that handles user management or billing management. So it's like cupcakes. And then yung serverless naman is light siya. Parang candy lang. Like it's different types of candies and you can pick it. It's light. So when it comes to control, we as developers and as well as administrator of our systems, we see that in monolithic architecture, meron tayong more control. When you go to the right, to the serverless, meron tayong less control maybe, but we have the tools from Microsoft Azure and the cloud platform. Pero what's the big advantage is that we get very productivo tayo. So those are my sweet comparison. That's a comparison that sana hindi kayo na gutom. If you're hungry and you have a cupcake or a cake or a candy, then you can grab one and look at this picture as you watch my session. Okay, so serverless sa Microsoft Azure. Bakit, ano ba ang serverless sa Microsoft Azure? Yung serverless sa Microsoft Azure, actually, there are many serverless services sa Azure. Yung one example that I'm focusing today is yung Azure Functions or Azure Durable Functions. Pero meron ding serverless database, and you can also create serverless with Kubernetes and AKS. Pero yung serverless sa Microsoft Azure, meron siyang iba't ibang different advantages or benefits. Yung number one talaga na I liked is, as a developer, is yung enhanced developer productivity. Kasi ako as a developer, gusto ko na when I work, when I know what the task that kailangan kong gawin for the day or for the week or for the sprint, it's important talaga for us na to have productivity, di ba? So we want to focus on coding instead of fixing the updates and the things that needs to be done sa infrastructure or sa servers. So it's a good advantage that we can improve our productivity as developer. Tapos, yung serverless naman sa Azure is Azure auto-scale. So you don't need to scale up, scale down, or make changes on the scaling because it does it automatically and it's taking care of Azure. And one great feature of serverless in Azure is the pay-per-use model, in which you pay for the consumption that you use. So you only pay for what you use. So that means na if your Azure function or your serverless function is not working, it's not running in production, then you don't pay for it. So you just pay for what you use. And that way you can also save some money on the monthly cost by, of course, optimizing how you develop your functions. Tapos, you can also develop intelligent apps with serverless kasi you can integrate it with IoT, with AI, with ML, machine learning, and also integrate it with other apps like using Logic apps. You can connect Azure Functions with Graph API and other Office 365 within Azure that you can connect to. And also ability to solve complex problems gaya ng queue problem, like running multiple tasks at the same time without losing its state. So yun yung one of the advantages ng serverless. Tapos, seamless connectivity then, kasi you have the option to integrate your Azure Functions or serverless with other providers, with other APIs, but within Azure, the services within Azure, and also external APIs that you can integrate it with using the supported languages and platform. So before tayo mag-dig into durable functions, durable na functions, I would like to introduce Azure Functions kasi yeah, it's the like the main service of serverless in Azure. Okay, so Azure Functions is serverless compute cloud service. So pwede ninyong i-code sa different languages like C#, F#, JavaScript, or Node.js. You can also code Azure Functions with Java. Tapos, event-driven siya, as mentioned. It won't work unless it is triggered by event, and integration with Azure and third-party services. So, yung Azure Functions, in short, is actually code plus the events and the data that you have that you want to handle, and that's Azure Functions. So that's the baseline of serverless functions in Azure. Meron ding different pricing models ang Azure. Yung pay-per-use is called consumption plan, which means we only pay when the code runs. And then meron ding app service plans. We only pay for the app service. Plans on a monthly fee if you want to have that pricing model. Especially if you are in an organization, you want to, for example, control the monthly costs, and you have an admin that needs to check on that. So there's like a monthly budget. So it's also good to consider app service plan. Pwede din ang premium plan. Premium plan is available for those who wants to have premium features, of course. And I believe, correct me later if I'm wrong, premium plan also is helps also solves the problem with cold starts. I know it's pretty popular sa Azure Functions or serverless na merong challenges when it comes to cold starts, but if you subscribe to premium plan with good configuration, I know that it can solve problems with cold starts. And then now we're into the highlight. This is the durable functions. So I tried to actually Google ano yung Tagalog ng Azure durable functions, pero it's the same translation. It's the same translation. So it's how it is. And ano ba ang durable functions? So durable functions is an extension or advanced add-on ng Azure Functions. So durable functions is like are built on top of the main serverless Azure Functions. Tapos, the difference with Azure Functions versus durable functions is that you can run stateful and long-running and eternal, which means you can even run your orchestration or your workflow forever, walang stop. Pero that means then, if you don't configure it properly, that means eternal din or forever din ang bill mo. So dapat it's very important to configure or to code your serverless properly as a developer. Tapos, it will enable you to implement complex stateful functions. So later on in the coming slides, I will be showing the different application patterns that you can use with durable functions to solve complex problems. And of course, you can code it in different languages. And also, one good thing that differs durable functions from normal functions is that you can create stateful sub-orchestration. I can show it later how an orchestration or orchestrator works later. So, kailan ba kailangan ang durable functions? So, long-running workflows, if you want to work with recurrent intervals application nyo, or if you want to control and manage yung life cycle ng task mo. and parallel functions, or if you want to retry, or also if you want to develop serverless locally, you can do that on your favorite IDE like Visual Studio or VS Code. And so in short, Azure Functions is stateless. Tapos, yung Azure Durable Functions are stateful. So these two, even though they work, and even though durable functions are, they're not competing with each other. It's just like how or what you want to use it for depends on what kind of serverless applications you want to use. So if you want stateless, stateful, so it depends. So if sa Pilipino pa, sa atin pa, yung state Azure Functions astig, pero yung durable functions matibay at saka astig. Matibay because of the word durable, parang durable battery sa atin sa Pinas. So ano ba ang teknolohiya behind durable functions? So behind durable functions, there's a framework called Durable Task Framework. It's an open source library, and it is a lightweight framework that is used behind this technology. So you can read more about it. I don't want to dig in details, but you yourself can read more about it by searching Azure Durable Task. And ito yung typical na big picture ng durable functions. There are different types. Actually, merong client functions, merong orchestrator functions, and meron ding activity functions. So yung client function serves like a starter or an entry point of your orchestration, which means that it can be triggered with HTTP requests, blob trigger, which I will show an example later. So it responds, so the starter or client function responds to an event that's gonna happen. So that's coming in. So the client function kickstarts the orchestrator, which is responsible in describing how the functions, the activities, or the tasks are to be executed. And this is we as developers comes in the picture. So it's really important talaga for us na we already have a plan paano natin i-design yung serverless app natin, at saka what kind of application patterns are we gonna use for this sa application mo. Tapos meron ding activity functions. They're like tasks that you need to do. They are like normal Azure functions. Ang diferensya lang is that from these activity functions that's within the orchestrator flow is that they can only be triggered by the orchestrator. So si orchestrator yung talagang nagmamanage sa kanila. So that's how it works. Tapos if you want as well, if you have more complex architecture or problems to solve within the orchestrator, you can also actually create a sub orchestrator within it. So it is possible. So you can also do that. And merong special type of functions then na tinatawag na entity functions. It is oftenly used to handle durable entities, and it uses a different trigger. Instead of activity triggers, it uses entity trigger. And currently, it's only supported in .NET and JavaScript and durable functions version 2 and above. So, ano ba si orchestrator? AKA ang orchestra, nag-Google ako, ang orchestra. So ang orchestra, di ba, if we think about it, it's like parang orchestra sa musika. So so it's like that as well. Pero ang importante, kapag when you watch an orchestra, di ba, importante na talagang yung leader ng orchestra talagang decided sila ano yung gagawin ng mga musicians, and it should be good timing talaga. So ganyan din ang durable functions, ang orchestra ng durable functions. So dapat siya deterministic or determinado. Bakit? Kasi yung entire orchestration flow, it will be retried or replayed multiple times, which means that if you design your orchestrator in a wrong way or improperly, it might cause problems. Or even, for example, if you create a forever loop in your orchestrator, then it probably means like you have the risk of increasing your bills sa consumption plan mo. So it's not good. So there are a lot of things to consider before you do durable function. I mean, when you design your orchestrator workflows sa durable functions mo. So dapat alam mo, parang sure siya, determinado siya kung ano ang gagawin, yes or no, ito ang gagawin mo kapag ito ang nangyari, ganon. And because it will be replayed, and there will be probably errors if it's not configured properly. And to learn more about the technology behind this durable function is there's an API called deterministic API behind it, so you can read more about its documentation on this link. Tapos, I also want to compare durable functions, yung durable na durable functions with our bayanihan spirit sa Pilipinas. Kasi, kapag, I really like this picture kasi you see, if you see the people, they're helping together to lift the house, like to perform the task together. So durable functions, meron ding a pattern called like fan in, fan out. So like you run parallel tasks at the same time and you get you aggregate the result. So parang para sa akin personally, it's like the bayanihan spirit culture that we have sa Pilipinas na merong isang tao siguro nag-guide saan sila papunta from to move the house from one place to another. Pero you see the bayanihan spirit is parang durable function. So it's a good maybe a simple illustration to show that everyone needs to work together to solve a problem or to solve a task. At saka yung resulta ng bayanihan spirit is also like you get to accomplish things together. So this is a good example. And also, I want to share about deterministic versus non-deterministic. Ang determinado na orchestrator at saka hindi determinado na orchestrator. So this means na if you can see sa left side, we have a determined orchestrator. Gaya ng durable functions, meron kayong orchestrator, ito yung malaki. That's the orchestrator. Tapos meron kang activity functions, which are the tasks. And it's determined, it's decided because you decided, for example, to do function chaining. So you design it on your orchestrator and you call your functions based on your workflow design. Yung hindi naman determinado, like just like the stateless type, like Azure functions, you can create it one by one. It does its thing, but there's no workflow. So parang isolated siya at it's hard to monitor. So if you have a system that requires that involves parallel tasks and you want to have control on the logging, what's going on, then ideally it's good to use durable functions. And you can see the state, like it keeps its state and you don't have to keep track of it. So that's one good illustration of deterministic versus non-deterministic. So meron akong orchestrator rule, which is the do's and don'ts, ang bawal at saka pwede. So for example, when you're designing or coding your orchestrator workflow, it's recommended based on the code constraints in the documentation not to use random numbers or GUID in the orchestrator or the workflow. What is recommended instead is to use the new GUID method. In .NET, that's the method as it is, new GUID in this case. And meron ding special keyword for if you're coding JavaScript or Python or PowerShell. So there's a special keyword to generate GUID. And it's also recommended not to access data stores or databases in the orchestrator. What's recommended is that you do it in your activity functions. you can pass it in there. And blocking APIs, it's not also bawal din kasi it will affect the workflow. As you can see, yung orchestrator dapat siya deterministic, diba? And threads, blocking APIs like doing threads, sleep or delay, it breaks the rules of being deterministic. It's non-deterministic. So ang dapat gawin instead is use when you in the orchestrator, when you trigger it, there's it uses the durable orchestration context, and in that context, maraming functions na pwede yung gamitin to handle different things within the orchestration. Tapos, talagang recommended na hindi mag-while loop or while true super loop sa workflow nyo in the orchestrator. Ang recommended is mag-use ng create as new method. So using your context dot create this new, then you can create a new event or call another activity functions. Tapos, recommended din, hindi rin recommended at bawal din na gumamit ng current date time sa orchestrator because, date and time, they run, like they tick all the time. So it's recommended na if you need to have a time check or a time check or to check the date and time in your orchestrator, you can use the current UTC date time from the context, which is the same context that I mentioned for blocking APIs. So yan yung yung common na pwede at hindi pwede sa orchestrator when you're coding it or designing it. And meron pang marami actually sa link na nandyan sa bottom na presentation ko, marami pang examples doon, like for example sa networking and other things, sa security. So you can check on that. So merong iba't ibang patterns, application patterns, ang durable functions. Merong function chaining, and meron ding fan out and fanning in. Merong async HTTP APIs, merong monitoring, merong human interaction pattern, at meron ding external events correlation pattern. So yung function chaining is like it actually chains, like as the word mismo, it connects functions as a chain, parang cadena. So it connects. So what it means is that the function one here passed in the result of the result of that task to the next function, and they depend on each other. So for this example, mini code example, we have a function chaining example within the try-catch block. Now, if you can see a variable y is waiting for the result of the first function and pass it in, and then variable x is waiting for the result of variable y, and also return the result based on the parameter sent by variable the previous function. Tapos yung function chaining in action is actually like this. So merong the orchestrator is started and activity 1 is scheduled. Tapos orchestrator sleeps. Matutulog siya kasi while activity 1 is working. So when activity 1 is done, gising na si orchestrator. Tapos, schedule na naman yung next function na gagawin, yung next task na gagawin. Tapos, matutulog na naman si orchestrator. Tapos, when tapos na si activity 2, or completed na ang orchestration. So, yun yung flow ng example ng function chaining in action. Tapos yung next pattern naman is fan out and fan in, which means that you execute multiple functions in parallel and then wait for all functions to finish or to get the results, and then you return the results as one based on all of that. So sa example na to, you see it's like, this is from the documentation where the function backups the content website, and it has an array of strings of files. Tapos it creates a list of tasks to do to back up everything, and it actually uses a special keyword. If a durable function is a fan in fan out pattern, because it needs to use the keyword task when all. So that's the fan in, fan out pattern. Tapos meron ding async HTTP API na ideal siya para ma-expose yung asynchronous long-running processes over HTTP. So isa example na to, what I have here is I have a function, HTTP API, async HTTP API function na I want to check if my website is available. So I have the durable orchestration context. I have a try catch block here, and in my try block, I have my URI, my website, and I create like a durable HTTP response, and I used the method call async method to get details about my website. So here I have an if-else condition that checks the status code of my website. If it's depending on the status code, I'll throw an HTTP request exception. Otherwise, I will process the information, for example, the content of the response using log, for example. Okay, so the next pattern is a monitor pattern. Monitor pattern is actually the opposite of the previous pattern, the async HTTP API pattern, because this monitor pattern is actually recommended for recurring process in workflow. So example na to is about, for example, it's ideal sa monitoring. So in this code snippet, merong example na mag-monitor ng job status, and then while there's a certain expiration time, you check on the status. When it's completed, then you do an alert, for example, by calling another function. Otherwise, you do a timer to cancel. So it's recommended if you have things to monitor. This is a good example pattern. And next thing is yung human interaction. This is sometimes meron tayong automated tasks already, pero minsan we require human interaction then. So meron tayong example na pattern in which so parang approval workflow, like we commonly use, for example, customer service or handling clients or user management. So for example, in this one, merong function approval workflow, and then merong due time, and you use a durable timeout, a timer. And here, when the approval is approved by a person, it waits for that event. It will process the approval once there's a response or interaction from a human, or it can be an automated robot maybe. And if there's no response in a certain time or timeout, then it will escalate, or by calling the escalate activity. Tapos, yung last known pattern is yung aggregator or stateful entities. So sa aggregator entity, which is commonly used as stateful entities, it's actually the data are being aggregated from multiple resources, and that multiple resources can come in batches or single, and over a long period of time. So this is useful for durable entities. And ito naman and then tapos na yung mga patterns. Tapos meron ding yung, if you want to know about the orchestration details, you can actually use Postman, for example, or even your Azure Storage Explorer to check on the different details that you can reuse when you do sub orchestration, for example, or logging. So here yung ID is the orchestration ID. The URL instance, meron ding raise event URL, meron ding event URL para i-terminate, i-purge yung history, at saka i-restart yung orchestration. Tapos, meron ding dun sa mga mahilig mag-develop with containers and Kubernetes, meron ding actually support ang Azure Functions for Kubernetes using CADA. So CADA is the short term for Kubernetes-based event-driven autoscaling. At saka, it helps you create serverless containers with Azure Functions. Tapos yung roadmap ng durable functions, actually we are on .NET 6 right now. So yung roadmap natin is durable functions is currently supported fully in .NET Core 3.1, and it's also going to be supported in the upcoming new .NET upgrades. Tapos, yung best practices, I'm gonna, this is the last few slides now. Best practices, gumamit ng Azure Application Insights for logging and to check on what's going on behind your functions. Tapos, yung versioning, importante talaga to version your durable functions consciously because it's a stateful, long-running workflow. So if you already have a running workflow in production and you want to make changes or upgrades sa existing function app mo, it's good to like version them properly so that the people using in production won't be affected. So there's actually, I believe you can use deployment slots sa functions app as well. Tapos side-by-side deployment is good, deployment with breaking change, and you can also make use of Azure Storage Explorer, which helps in finding out what's the statuses and what's going on behind the orchestration. Tapos meron ding good article that I recommend to you to read. There's an article in Medium. It's about the blue-green deployment strategies, where the writer actually compared different types of deployment strategies when it comes to durable functions. So talagang recommended ko yan when it comes to working with deployments with this function. Tapos sa error handling naman, if gusto mo mag-error handling, you can call another function activity. Usually you will get a function failed exception if something is wrong. And you can, to prevent it from getting it, you can try, pwede nyo i-try yung automatic retry on failure sa context. At saka, of course, we like using try-catch block then to handle errors. Tapos, yung automatic reply looks like this. Oy, mali yung ano niya. So, meron siya, it's call activity with retry as sync. Yan yung gagamitin nyo via context that you have here as a parameter in the orchestrator. Tapos, this is how it looks in catch block. In this catch block here, a function that transfer funds. So it does its task that needs to be done. And in your exception, you can actually do like a wait and call another activity. For example, if something went wrong, then sa deposit, then it will credit back the amount to the user with this example. So, yung testing naman as a developer, it's actually it is possible to do unit testing with durable functions. So a sample unit test looks like this. So you can run multiple sequence here. So this is how it looks. You assert just like our normal unit tests, and you can mock it as well using mock and XUnit. Those testing frameworks you can use with durable functions. Tapos, you can create Azure durable functions, Azure portal, maybe in the portal itself, in the GUI, or even with Azure CLI. And then you can develop it with Visual Studio or VS Code. And when you develop it locally, you need to install yung Azure Functions core tools. Tapos, you can use Postman, Azure Storage Explorer then. So, now it's time for a demo. I hope gising pa kayo dyan. Anyway, so meron akong short demo. So this demo is quick. So it's like serverless storage notifier. It's a backend function app that I'm gonna run locally. So I have a durable client function. It's actually the blob trigger. And I pass in a cloud blob data, which is like my image. So if I upload an image in my blob storage, it should trigger the orchestrator, and in my orchestrator, it will, when the orchestrator or the cloud blob data comes in, it will send a message to the service bus, and when it's done, uh, it's gonna send an SMS call message to Twilio, and then it will also send an email to me using SendGrid API. And this service bus message stays in the queue, and later on, I can actually decide to process it by calling it from another application or saving it in a database, depende. Pero this is just like a prototype or example of how function chaining works. This is there, you can do it depending sa ano yung requirements ng application nyo. So yung expected result ng demo ko is that I should get an SMS on my phone. I will get the phone call and then an email. So let's see if I can switch screen siguro. Let's see. Share screen. I hope I don't share. Let's see. Pasensya na. I don't want to share the StreamYard. Wait, let's see. Pasensya. Where is the StreamYard? Okay, share screen. This. Okay, I will share my screen. Can you see my screen, Visual Studio? Yes.
Yep, it's on the
Salamat.
screen.
Thank you. Thank you. So ito yung I hope you can see it. Let me just zoom. So ito yung I'm using a Visual Studio. So I have an existing app here for this small demo. So I have an orchestrator where I design my workflow with 3 chains for now. Pero yung blob trigger ko is in here. Let's see. Here. So here I have my blob trigger where I pass in my connection string in line 18. And then I check if it's null, of course. And then when I have the blob data, I start the orchestrator by using start new async. Tapos when it is kick started, I will be doing the chain 1, which is to try to send the message to the service bus queue, and when it's not null or it's not empty, then I will do when the message is already saved in the service bus queue, then I will send an SMS to the user using the Twilio API, and then send the email like a chain. So I will try to run this function and prepare everything. So what I have a Azure Storage Explorer on the side. So my function is running because you see here, it's there. So what is gonna happen? I have my Azure Storage Explorer here. I have sample work items, and then here I have like lots of photos in my local image. So I'm running everything locally right now. So for example, I'm gonna upload a picture, this one, because I miss the beach of Filipinas. So I will move that. And when this is transferred or done, it should kickstart my orchestrator here. Here is so it's running back end, so it's kind of like logging everything. And I'm actually getting the call. And then I also got an SMS on my phone as well. So here, there's a log here that if you can see, the blob name was uploaded, the started the orchestration with this ID. Tapos it's trying to compose a message, and then it's gonna send. It's already sent to service bus queue. We can check on that in Azure portal. Tapos merong ID. And I got the SMS as well, as expected. Tapos it's done. I didn't answer, so yung call status is waiting for activation. Call computed false. Pero if I check my work email right now, I got a message here, which was sent just right now, 9:38 my time, and sent from my app. And then if I click on it, there's a link to the image that I can show here. So yung in-upload ko from my local, so it's now on the cloud or sent via SMS to notify me. So yun yung orchestrate yung demo ko. And then if I want to check log, I can check it also in my storage account. So I will show last few slides again. Let's see. Share my screen. So I think I can go back to this one. Yes. Can you please share the screen? Thank you. So meron akong few slides na lang, tapos na ako. I hope hindi kayo na-bored. Pero I hope you learned something. So meron learning resources. I recommend Microsoft Learn, of course. Tapos durable functions documentation is very good. Tapos meron akong paborito na developer. He's also an MVP in Netherlands, Mark Ducker. He has a YouTube channels for Azure functions in all levels, beginners, intermediate, and advanced levels. So I recommend his channel. Tapos I wrote a blog about durable functions. Tapos if you want to have examples of serverless library in .NET, maraming example how to resize a blob and do other examples there. And meron ding learning paths sa Microsoft Learn that you can go through to learn and get started with serverless. And meron ding use case that I want to share with you. This is a new open source use case na Cloud Katana. I've had a contact with someone from Microsoft Security department. And actually, I'm very glad to be part of this project because they used Azure durable functions in serverless security or security for the cloud. This is to simulate attack and defense within cloud through Azure AD. So if you want to contribute and learn more about Cloud Katana or cloud serverless with cloud security, I recommend this one because it's a good way for you to contribute about coding serverless. At the same time, you learn how it works in the cloud security world as well. So this is your example ng use case. Tapos, last na to, so I'm an organizer of Azure User Group Sweden. So if you are someone that has something to share about Azure or cloud-related technologies, feel free to scan this QR code because we need more speakers like you to share knowledge like what I'm doing right now. So you are welcome to contact me or scan this. Tapos, I want to thank you so much. Maraming salamat at saka tack så mycket in Swedish for listening to me, and I hope you have a good evening. Salamat. Thank you.
Jonah?
Salamat, Jonah. That was a good one.
Yeah, am I on time? Yeah, we're on early. We have yeah, that's
still have
good.
time.
Yeah, that's good. Meron pa tayong time sa chikahan. Paano later?
Sa chikahan ni PU.
Oh, tama.
Yeah. Sakto-sakto yung timing mo as in right on the dot on our. Anyway, iscan ko lang yung I'll just quickly scan the chat ko. Merong question. Dun sa mga attendees natin, if you have any question, this is the best time to put it on the chat.
Yan, mamimigay tayo ng libro. Yay!
Actually, how many books actually?
One.
One. Pwede din two. Pwede din. Ako yung sponsor. Actually, ako yung sponsor. Pwede two if you want. Depende. So, pwede two.
Yeah, actually,
pwede.
Paano ba? Good news nga, after the session, Ian also gave some vouchers to give away, some Grab food vouchers from Microsoft. So, bigyan muna natin sila ng time mag-fill up ng evaluation ni Jonah. Mukhang walang tanong. Yan pala.
Walang tanong.
I'm scanning. Yan palang dahilan yung bakit serverless.
Oo, tama. Kasi yung serverless, medyo, like cliche word siya, di ba? So, dapat every time you think, walang server, talagang ginugol ko talaga. Walang server, tama yun. Pero merong server behind it. Pero confusing, di ba? Hulu rate, punch card pa. I don't...
Yun yung first...
Yeah, yung mainframe.
The first computer.
Oo.
Yeah, the first computer.
Oo. Alam niyo ba na yung first programmers are women? So I wanted to show that picture. Naman ako nagugutom kasi yung matamis na comparison. Tama. Hahanapin ko talaga yung parang kakani natin ng mga sweets pero hindi ako naka-time na to replace it. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of yung Hollerith punch card, that's paano ba? Tagalog pala. Yun actually yung dahilan kung bakit patching yung tawag natin pag may finifix tayo sa programming. Because before dun sa Hollerith punch card, nilalagyan nila ng patch yung papel para ma-read ng tama. So, kaya patching.
Tama.
We do have a question. Ayun, may question pala. Anong kaibahan ng paniningil ng Azure durable functions, ordinary Azure function? Price comparison.
Pricing.
Lalo na pag matagal na tumatak.
Actually, it's the same pricing actually as mentioned, merong consumption plan, merong app service plan at saka merong premium. So it's the same pricing actually as Azure Functions. It's just that you choose if you want durable functions to use. So it's like extension. Parang hindi silang competition. Parang you choose depende sa anong kailangan mo. So pareho lang. I hope it answered the question.
Yeah, I think yung question niya is more on pag halimbawa, kasi yung durable function, stateful siya, di ba? So, tumatakbo siya forever. Yung Azure function is stateless. So, baka magkaiba yung ano.
Oh,
Pero
kaya nga importante yung sa ano yung na-discuss ko yung ano yung designing your orchestrator or your workflow properly and really make use of the code constraints na sa documentation kasi for example forever loop in the orchestrator diba it can cause you if you call a function to do this task with and nasa forever loop siya there's a possibility na ano it will keep running. So you have to control it.
Sa Azure function ba, paano ba ang pricing yan? Based on calls? Based on number of calls? Or
based on the number of calls, yes. And the storage, it's the same actually pricing model as the Azure Functions app. So pareho lang. So you pay while the code is running. So that's it, yeah. And as for the deployment, pwede rin CI/CD with like Azure DevOps and just like a normal web app pero function app siya. And when it comes to security, then sa example ko I used just local configuration. Pwede din gamitin ang i-integrate ang Azure Functions with other Azure apps like Logic apps. When it comes to security, pwede ang Azure Key Vault para makontrol yung access, diba? Kasi, serverless is a new technology, so it has like challenges as well, like security. Tapos yung, as I mentioned earlier, yung cold start issue, that's common. So yung testing, so there are a lot of things going on na still improving.
Actually, yung speaking of cold start, yung kasi talaga yung drawback, trade-off sa serverless. Kasi kaya nga serverless, tatakbo lang siya pag may kailangan siyang so it's a common problem for all serverless applications, even for Azure SQL DB. Yeah, if you're using serverless, of course the first call, because it's off when it's not in use, talagang may cold start na penalty.
Tama.
All right. So kung meron pang may tanong.
May humabol.
Matibay ba ang matibay ba signal ng Azure Durable Function from Stockholm to destinations ang Lapland and Svalbard?
Sino si Jose Filesco? Matibay ba ang signal ng Azure Durable Functions from Stockholm to the destination ang Lapland and Svalbard? I don't get the question, pero I think I kind of get ano ibig sabihin niya. I think ibig sabihin niya, I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jose. Are you referring to yung where are the resource group located, the geography of the resources? I think that's what you meant. So I think it's also important na, for example, yung sa app ko, I host my resources sa North Europe kasi it's close to me. So it's also good to, like, it's the same way as we create apps na we design it based on like availability and location nearby our users. I hope yun yung tanong niya, pero not so clear.
No, pero that's a very important point when designing sa cloud. Make sure you consider the geographical locations of your resources kasi madalas na nagiging issue yan pag nagde-deploy, hindi tinitingnan kung nasa naka-deploy. Yung pala nasa ibang resource group, nasa ibang zone, tapos it could be a problem, especially sa data side kasi may mga governing policies about data. So make sure you put your resources in the correct location, geographical location.
Yeah, tama yan. I agree. Kasi for example, dito sa Europe, merong very strict rule about data privacy, the GDPR.
GDPR, yeah.
GDPR. Yung companies dito, like if you cannot just tell the client, if you want to move things to the cloud dito sa Europe, merong talagang procedures and how to handle the data. Kasi it's like, if you break the law of GDPR, you have to pay lots of money to those. Yes, so importante siya. So it's good to know.
Yep. All right. So Game na tayo? Ano?
Game na tayo. Chika na.
Okay. Sige, game na. Wait, nililinis ko pa yung data.
High-tech na tayo.
High-tech. Ang galing ng wheels.
Last week, Excel lang tayo, Joan.
Oo. Pwede ba mag-borrow niyan? Pwede mag-borrow yan, gagamitin sa user group ko.
Pwede naman. Template lang to.
Template lang. Okay.
Kinuha ko lang
Pinasikatan tayo ng mga citizen developers natin.
Ang galing. Ang galing.
Okay. So, yung mga nag-happy-happy na minion, it's already, yun yung morning winner. Yung AM winner. So, now we will draw how many? How many ngayon?
5 Grab food vouchers from Microsoft. And then we have
last,
the kanina nakapagbigay na si ng isa, di ba? Si Penny. So, 2 sa kanya, 3 dun sa 2, 3, 5, 8. So, 8 vouchers na Shopee, Lazada. And then yung book. Ilan na lang natitira? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, 8 na vouchers. And then, 1 grand finale yung sa book. 1
so,
voucher.
8 ngayon?
8 ngayon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So yung naka-gray, yun yung yung isa-shuffle natin.
Yes.
Lahat will get something. Maybe. It looks like it.
We'll
they're still coming in. They're still coming in.
Yeah.
Si John nga, hindi ko pa nakikita. Si John. Yung mga hindi pa nag-answer ng survey, answer na kayo para masama dun sa raffle.
So, ang galing ng na to, ng app na to, kasi automatic na pupunta dyan. That's good.
Okay. So mag-start na ako
Okay.
First winner. Walang music. Yung bebot.
Latin tayo.
Pwedeng clap na lang.
Sige, clap up. Okay. Ready, start now. Jessie Patricio.
Yay! Congrats!
That's the first one. Next one. Oh, wait. Patrick Castrin. Dalawa na yun, di ba?
Dalawa na.
Next one.
Hindi pala ako nagte-take down notes. No?
Naka-record naman yung video. Kailangan. Worst case.
Nico Magalona.
Nico.
Yay! Congrats, Nico.
3, right?
3 na.
Ann Malabag.
Yay! Congrats, Ann.
Okay. 4. Wait. 4, di ba?
Mamaya, ubos na lahat. Red na yan lahat. Winner lahat.
Sino lumabas? Clarence? Hindi. Si
Mike
Mark Gardner.
Gurjana.
Congrats.
Okay. Oh! Wait, ilan na yun?
Sino lumabas?
Wait, wala pa.
Wala.
5th na to, di ba? Ika-5th na to.
1, 2, 3, 4. Pang 5 na.
Clydel Grace.
Yeah.
Clydel Grace.
Hi. Congrats.
Clydel Magnay. Sorry, how do you pronounce it? Congrats. 5.
Marami ng happy minions, oh.
2 more.
2 more.
Oh.
JJ Samson.
Congrats.
And last night. Mark Samuel G. Pabilona.
Alright, kasan? Mark Samuel.
Mark Samuel G. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, tapos paano ba sa book? Lahat sila pwede.
Okay, sa book.
Sige. Lahat sila pwede.
Wait.
Wala nang nag-sign, wala nang fill up sa form yan.
Wala nang hahabol?
Wala na.
Wala na habol.
Going once, going twice, sold. Okay. Let me try to clean up yung ano. Wait lang. Nag-clean up lang ako ng ano.
Marami ng happy minions.
I-enable lang natin lahat.
Wait. Saan yung ano? For a while. Kanta ka muna, Juna.
Sige, mag-karaoke muna tayo. Mag-karaoke muna tayo. Yung yung anak. Paborito. Yung mga Francis Magalona, mga kababayan ko.
Di nga kami nag-music ngayon eh. No.
Bakit? Ang ganda yung last week eh. Yung Filipino
May sound trip,
music.
no?
Ang saya ng mga minions. Ayaw mag-reset, Ange?
I'm resetting it now. Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Ilan? Dalawa, di ba?
Dalawa. Sige, dalawa natin books. Sige.
Sure?
Sige,
okay,
sure.
Sige.
Sponsored by Asher Users.
Okay. First draw.
Yeah. Mark! Congrats,
Mark
Mark!
Gorjana.
Yeah, congrats. Yes. I hope the book will be useful sa Asher development mo.
Yeah.
Next. Sino?
Next. Last na to.
Nice.
Jessie. Patricio.
Alright.
Yay! Congrats.
Sige.
Random po ito
sige.
Ayos. So yung mga yung mga nanalo, i-email na lang namin sa inyo yung mga prizes. And then don't forget next week, last day, next Saturday, last episode, ano ba ta? Huling yugto ng Cloudskwela. Pag-uusapan naman natin data and AI. Hindi na ako yung host kasi
sino yung
kami
host
naman
next
yung
week?
kami naman yung mga speaker.
Sino yung host next week?
Si Michael yata, si Brian, o malamang si Michael o si Brian? Si Penny siya. So, huwag niyong kakalimutan next week, next Saturday, same time, alas 10, 10 to 4. Pag-uusapan naman natin ng data, AI, and IoT devices. Maraming salamat sa pag-dedicate ng Sabado nyo with Cloudskwela.
Yes. Thank you talaga.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Jonah.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you to all the speakers.
Yeah, have a great evening. Great job, Pio and Ange. Great job today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Everyone, bye.